Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now!
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Moreno,
Wehey di dalam ruputan apa yang akan terjadi? Dan Annabelle berhasil untuk bisa tadi menambah lagi 1 poin kill dengan bantuan dari rekannya sedikit lebih tersisa. Annabelle langsung panggilan dan Ranger menggabung di area tersebut. Cloud akankah menjadi satu korban terakhirnya masih bersembunyi di dalam ruputan. Tapi Cloud
sekarang Lord udah mulai dikecil.
Oke, Fabian yang tertangkap ada Fabian. Ada satu winter corner, mau tidak mau ada pertempuran tersebut, tapi malah Fabian mentok di arah dinding. Fabian gagal untuk bisa kabur, Fabian langsung dikeroyok begitu saja. Skylar pun masih free di bagian belakang untuk bisa mengatakan DP di mana sekarang harus Gimul menjadi korban di dalam pertempuran. Menyisakan 2 player saja dari tim Liquid ID.
Tim akan kembali hadir untuk minggu yang keempat di mana semua tim tak akan diam di tempat. Kita tahu bahwa semua tim berjuang untuk kembali naik dan di minggu ini kita semua mengharapkan yang terbaik. Inilah dia minggu yang keempat di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Senang sekali tentunya di sini Bude Clara bersama dengan seluruh super fans yang ada di MPL Arena akan menjadi saksi seperti apa progres dari setiap tim yang hadir. Banyak sekali perubahan yang terjadi. Di transfer window kita melihat ada yang mulai naik, ada yang mulai hilang. Namun kalau ngebahas tentang 9 tim ini pastinya yang ada di rumah, yang ada di sini juga lagi ngelihat wow klasemen sementara bergerak terus. Dan tentu saja ada juga yang memberikan opini-opininya terhadap tim-tim yang bertanding. Tentu saja 9 tim ini mereka mulai di ranking-rankingin nih. Gak hanya mungkin dari semua super fans yang ada di seluruh dunia, namun juga dari para talent. Dan ini yang pastinya menarik. Semuanya mata akan memandang kepada power ranking by Mirko. Dia adalah English caster kita. Jadi kalau kita ngeliat power rankingnya kita tahu di nomor 1 ada upper bracket. Kayaknya kalau Bude yang jelasin nggak mungkin ya. Mending kita langsung panggilin aja dengan 9 tim yang sudah di rank oleh Mirko. Langsung saja kita panggil Mirko. Mirko sini Mirko.
Halo Bude.
Halo, tolong langsung dijelaskan ini. Kenapa kamu meletakkan 9 tim ini seperti ini Mirko?
Sebenarnya kalau upper bracket udah ini ya, kita lihat dari performance. Sebenarnya ini kalau power ranking gua itu based on week-nya. Jadi kemarin tuh week 3 kan.
Ini khusus minggu 3 doang?
Khusus minggu 3, based on performance minggu ketiga. Dan di upper bracket memang RRQ paling solid sih menurut gua. Jadi makanya gua taruh di upper bracket bareng sama Bigitron yang masih ada mistake. Dikit-dikit di sini masih kadang itu overconfident, panik juga. RRQ paling stabil sih.
Berarti sesuai dengan klasemen sementara ya kalau topnya untuk upper bracket?
Yes.
Yang menarik adalah Fnatic Onyx yang berseason-season, Budi udah sampai lost count, berapa season? 6, 7, 8, berseason-season. Mereka selalu upper bracket dan kamu meletakkannya tidak di upper bracket.
Iya. Kayaknya mungkin bisa sih Bude, ini season pertama di mana mereka mungkin gak di upper bracket tapi highest chance-nya masih sih. Mereka juga masih konsisten banget, cuman lagi ada perombakan roster ganti-ganti dan so far memang Fnatic Onyx mungkin bisa dibilang agak inconsistent ya. Beberapa playernya lagi underperforming dan mereka bisa balik lagi ke form sih. Karena kalau Goni di rumah fans Onyx juga, dia biasanya itu bilang regular season itu cuma eksperimen sebagai untuk Fnatic Onyx gitu loh.
Oh, tapi setuju gak sih kalau regular season untuk eksperimen atau cuma untuk Fnatic Onyx aja nih?
Kayaknya untuk Fnatic Onyx gak apa-apa, udah menang 4 kali kan. Jadi regular seasonnya santai aja, tapi yang lain itu pasti harus fokus sih. Apalagi yang RRQ, Bigitron, Geekfam yang ada chance besar upper bracket.
Untuk mengejar ya, namun yang menarik adalah kamu naruh 2 tim no playoff, bahkan posisi Dewa itu berada di atas tim-tim yang ada di mid table ini loh.
Iya, kan balik lagi based on performance minggu ketiga ya. Dan kelihatan sih memang mungkin untuk Dewanya menurut gue itu minggu 1, minggu 2 itu bagus banget mereka mainnya. Tapi minggu ketiga kelihatan mungkin udah mulai kebaca ya sama tim-tim. Mereka template di gameplaynya, early game centric. Dan kalau mid to late itu lebih ke 50-50. Mereka mainnya team fight gitu. Jadi banyak tim yang di atasnya itu bisa out macro lah. Seperti Liquid sama EVOS yang baru kedatangan Gold AG.
Namun kalau ngebahas mungkin ini nanti kita akan menyaksikan match pembukaan. Ada Fnatic Onyx dan juga Dewa. Apa Apa sih yang mungkin bisa membuat mereka naik nih? Sekarang kan top tier sama no playoff. Mereka kan bermain nih sesaat lagi. Apa yang bisa membuat mereka kayak mengubah pikiran Mirko? Wow, mereka bakal naik kasta nih.
Mungkin dengan Res, kalau Res performance-nya bagus kali ini mungkin dengan improvement dari timnya, dari rosternya bisa bagus, menarik Onyx. Tapi menurut gue kalau mereka menang pun gue nggak akan naikin sih kalau dari match ini ya. Meanwhile Dewa itu kalau menang pasti bakal naik sih dari mungkin mid table lagi ambil spotnya lawan Liquid sama Evos itu.
Itu kuncinya, berarti memenangkan match ini dengan ada player-player baru juga.
Iya, Azura. Dia bagus banget sih. Menurut gue lebih bagus dari Watt. Untuk timnya ya, bukan secara individu. Sebenarnya karena timnya itu mainnya lebih ke arah XP. Jadi mereka top lane centric dan mainnya ke trio mid. Jadi butuh gold lane yang independen dan mungkin nggak begitu banyak resource yang diberikan kepada dia. Jadi so far so good sih untuk Azura.
So far so good. Untuk player-player yang anyar, regenerasi ternyata membawa hal yang baik. Namun ada yang, udah ini terakhir nih ya. Di paling bawah, GOAT. Rebel Esports.
Yes.
Kenapa GOAT?
Bude masa nggak tahu? Rebellion ya.
Yes.
Kita lihat selama mereka di MPL, mereka itu nggak pernah kalah di MSC, bahkan di M-Series. Nggak pernah kalah, Bude.
Mereka belum pernah ikut, Mirko.
Nah itu nggak pernah kalah kan, berarti?
Iya sih.
Ya udah.
Kalian setuju sama Mirko nggak ini?
Setuju lah, setuju lah.
Bude speechless sih.
Kan GOAT gitu kan. Tapi enggak, mereka juga ada 2 player BTR, ex-BTR Bude. Jadi gue taruhnya di GOAT gitu kan. Mereka udah prestasi kasih piala MDL ke BTR, ada Audi, ada Matt juga. Jadi gue fans juga.
Baik, tapi tentu mengharapkan yang terbaik ya. Enggak di bawah selamanya kan?
Enggak lah, season lalu juga gue taruh di bawah, mereka bisa naik kan. Jadi semoga bisa naik juga.
Well Mirko, semuanya juga menantikan untuk pergerakan ini semua. Kamu akan lakukan terus berarti tiap minggunya ya?
Iya, tiap minggu sampai akhir.
Tiap minggu, Mirko ada yang mau kamu sampaikan mungkin untuk semua yang lagi nonton kamu?
Have fun, dan semoga season ini bakal ada champion baru.
Well, thank you Mirko, dan selamat bertugas. Itulah dia, kalau kalian penasaran lebih dalam lagi sama Mirko, bisa ke streaming English dan kalian bisa tuh bertanya-tanya di situ juga. Dan mungkin untuk di konten-konten Mirko selanjutnya kita penasaran bergerak seperti apa, karena alasan-alasan Mirko itu kadang membuat Bude, oke. Dan semuanya tentu bisa membuat hal ini juga. Jangan lupa untuk tag-tag kita. Dan Bude berterima kasih kepada antusiasme kalian semua yang ada di sini. Dukungan kalian dan tentunya kepada para sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports Kidia, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports. Ada Campina, Head and Shoulder, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan supplier kita, ada Erigo dan juga Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Membuka minggu yang keempat, membuat semua tim harus berprestasi dan memberikan sesuatu yang baru. Karena kita melihat bahwa semua tim benar-benar ingin naik. Dan super fans, mari kita sambut. Inilah dia match pembukaan untuk minggu yang keempat.
Two inhabitants of the stratosphere will battle it out in week number 4 of MPL Indonesia Season 14. Welcome to English broadcast once again with Sheffin, Mirko, and also Arashi. These two teams, man, they have two polar opposite stories. Dewa United. I'm not gonna snitch on the guy, Mirko, but there's a caster in the talent room that said that Dewa United had the worst roster going into Season 14. I wonder who that is.
I think it was the fine man you saw on stage earlier, Sheffin. Bude Clark, no, obviously it was Mirko. Yeah, I think, obviously for Dewa United, it does feel like it was, on paper, when we're taking a look at their individual stats, they're really good, right? Sorizo has been phenomenal. Hijume has always just been, solid in the mid lane. They have very, very good members individually, but it almost just feels like they were getting whoever wanted to join Dewa instead of trying to match a synergy or trying to actually capitalize on the winning conditions that they had previously with the Dixon lineup together with Lanaya and Case.
But what I really like about them is the fact that they're not really relying on Watt and also Drian anymore. As we take a look at the day's schedule first, Arasi, match of the day, Fnatic Onyx versus Dewa United, BTR versus RBL. Sheesh! Battle, oof, man, this is gonna be a tough match for RBL. But we're gonna talk about the standings first here. Big Sean Alpha still standing strong in the top, only losing a single match towards the mighty Geek Fam. And also RRQ Hoshi in number 2, Rashi.
Very close behind. And with that, Fnatic Onyx, and surprisingly, Dewa United. But we've seen this before, right? They can start off very strong, but can they maintain that kind of performance, that kind of consistency? And if you look at the matches today, I feel like it's so fitting, because you see that for Dewa, this is the chance for them to kind of make a statement here to everyone, right? We're going to go up against Onyx. We're going to show that we're not just good in the beginning against the teams that are kind of preparing, you know, that are still kind of building up. We want to be able to perform well against the bigger, stronger teams that are already established. Meanwhile, on the second match, Pikachu and Rebellion, same story kind of, right? It's time for Rebellion to really tell everyone that, you know, we're in this to win this, right? We're not just here to participate. We want to actually have a real impact.
It is tough for Rebellion. And I believe there's no MPL seasons just yet where a team is eliminated from playoff contention in the first half of the season. And Rebellion, they're on their way to that.
I think the last time we saw that was Season 7, Season 8. Season 8 was when Rebellion also got 0 wins, I believe. Season 7, it was Aura. So it's been a while since we've seen a team actually, you know, lose their playoff spot all the way into half season, like you mentioned. But I think we got to focus on this match, facing the Giants.
Facing the Giants, your Keyboy and Mueza are going to go at it. And Mueza has had solid performances, but now against one of the best roamers in Indonesia, can he perform the same way? The stats so far, when it comes to the percentage, Mueza has an advantage there. But you know, we all know how Onyx performs, right? It's not exactly, the stats are kind of deceiving. Whereas for the side of Sans, Gila Sans as always, almost 85% participation. Hijime has been performing well, but can he do it against Sans? When it comes down to it, both the players from both these teams are going to be going 2v2 in the mid lane for the most part. So the rotations, the synergy between the two are going to be very important.
Albert? Albert? Adi? I think he looks more like Fabian.
He looks like Albert mixed with Adi.
I kind of see that the hair, right? Yeah. From Adi. Yeah, but yeah, this is the new guy from MDL, from Onyx Prodigy. It's Res with the Riz. From Onyx Miracle, wait, Onyx Prodigy. He's going to fill the EXP lane if Ludpi is not going to play in this match. But Arashi, I want to talk about what you just said earlier. You've touched upon a very interesting point. One of the best roamers in Indonesia, and it's Keyboy in that case, right? From what you mentioned. Do you think Keyboy is still that guy in MPL ID? Is he still top 2 or top 3?
Well, at this point, it's not really fair to say. Again, it's still very early on, all things considered. Who knows if they're actually saving some strats, waiting for a bit longer to actually try and show some of their hidden cards. When it comes down to mechanics and experience, Keyboy is definitely up there. And even if he has kind of fallen out of the top tier standings, I feel like he's still a very real contender right here, especially for someone like Mueza, who is a lot newer if you compare him to Keyboy, right? So the statement there is still gonna ring true for Mueza, whether or not Keyboy is considered top tier or so-so.
By the way, this is just a whole lot of pressure for the young Rez to be making his debut in MPL, playing alongside legends, once gods of the game. I mean, when you make a debut, your debut, for a team like Fnatic Onyx, 4P champions, you're playing with Keyboy, Sans, CW, and Kyrie in the jungle, man.
Possibly Albert.
Oh, that's true. Possibly Albert.
All big names for sure. Looking at a bit of the highlights here for Rez, the man in question here, you can see that when it comes to the plays, right? The plays are always available, but you have to remember, these highlights are coming in from a different league, right? With a different level of competition. And some might say that in some aspects, when it comes to the flexibility, when it comes to the adjustability, there's a bit of an advantage there in the MDL, but for sure, he's going to try and replicate the same kind of aggressive performance. You're seeing him here going in aggressively, just knowing the limits of the hero and making sure that for the opponents, it's always a tough call. Do they want to try and commit to punish him or punish the team? And in the current meta, where it's so aggressive, I feel like his playstyle can lend itself to Onyx really getting a great
recovery from their so-called slump this season.
And also the fact that he's also using Arlet, right? A hero that Ludwig really likes to use, especially this season. And so far, Ludwig, I don't think he performed as well as season 13, especially on the Arlet. A lot of sapu jagat, as we would say in Indonesian. Yeah, what do you think, Mirko?
It's been real unfortunate for Lutpi, man. He's literally just been the black sheep, the scapegoat. There's always going to be that guy with boots than Lutpi, and maybe possibly this guy will replace him in a way that it could be better for Fnatic Onyx. Because I've been saying this for a long time. Fnatic Onyx, when they lost Boots, they lost a player who was selfless. They lost a player who was willing to just go 0-8, but enable for the team. Now Lutpi, he does add a new dimension to Fnatic Onyx. He can carry, but that's not what Fnatic Onyx need. If we take a look at their prime, it's always been play around the mid trio and have the side lanes as enablers.
Even the pressure, right? I agree with the pressure. Even MPL also kind of agree, because there's a, thing there on the bottom of your screen. It said Heir of the Sky Throne.
Heir of the Sky Throne.
That is a huge, huge burden to bear for a rookie, man. Straight out of MDL, and you're called that by the MPL, by the community?
Well, I feel like it's tough for him because now he's gonna feel the need to really live up to that nickname, right? The heir of the Sky Throne. Like, wow, man. Considering how they've been performing and how everyone's really kind of jumping on the bandwagon, right? Saying that, it's time for a new champion, right? As Mirko would say. Now it's gonna be a lot more difficult for him to try and figure out what he wants to do. Does he want to just perform on an okay level, or does he want to go above and beyond and surprise everyone? Because considering the factors right here, that might not even be the best of answers, right? He might want to play a bit more chill, because like you mentioned, Mirko, sometimes you don't have to take the spotlight to really be like the star of the show.
That's why I feel like this is going to be a good change for Fnatic Onyx. Maybe not at the start, remember, all right? Lutpi had a few games where he had to adapt to the team as well, and considering Rez is just making his debut, I'm not expecting Rez to come out just, popping off instantly, right? Not a lot of rookies have that kind of performance in their first... I mean, Masako did. I know you're smiling. I can see that smile. I can see that smirk. Some of the rookies do just perform out of their minds in their first season when they make their debut, but not all of them. Lutpi is a great example of that.
Yeah, but we're gonna see the lineup for both of these teams. Dewa United bringing out Taste on the mid lane instead of Hejime. It's still Chorizo, Ray, Mueza, and Watt on the gold lane.
Whoa. Watt's making a comeback here as well, along with Kaze. We haven't seen this man in a long time, but let's see what they can do today.
Dewa going back to what made them contenders in the playoffs when they debuted in MPL Indo. It's Kaze and Watt back to help Dewa reach the top. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Dewa United Esports!
Team that's looking to take the skies from the rightful owner in Onyx Esports, but it is going to be tough. The experience and all of that, they're kind of lacking at it. But let's see though if that's gonna happen after the display that Onyx made in the last week.
For Onyx, let's see the roster performing today. Rez is actually in the mix, but so is Albert.
Okay.
With Sans, Keyboy, and CW. New faces of their own. Are they trying to assert dominance? Are they trying to experiment against Dewa United?
A newfound starting lineup for the Porcupines, looking to sharpen the quills once again.
The Sky Kings. The throne has been shattered by many, but now it's up to the heir of the Sky Throne, and it's up to the young lord in Albert. Will they come back, or will this be their downfall? It's time for Fnatic Onyx!
Looking to bounce back once again. The quills may be getting duller and duller going into season 14, but they still have the identity, that championship mentality. The 4P champion is looking to make it 5.
And don't forget, behind every great team is a great mind. It helps all the way from the training, from the practice, from the drafting phase. But there are some fresh cuts shown here on stage as our Marshal Daynang brings in Coach Jeb with Adi, and of course Raizan and Belen. Let's see what they can do. What do they have in store for us? Because even looks-wise, we're seeing a bit of a surprise.
I kind of see like wolf style from Coach Jeff. I don't know
That's
why.
true. Yeah, I was about to say, new style for both the physical appearance, and it does seem like the the roster that they decided to deploy here today seems like they are going to rely on that new style, Rez and Albert. I mean, how is that going to play out, right? The fact that not only are you swapping out Lutfi for Rez, but now you're swapping out Albert for Kyrie when the biggest issue, I would say, for Fnatic Onic when they swapped out Albert is the synergy. The team just doesn't feel like the same team when they play with Albert compared to when they play with Kyrie.
And you have to remember that there's the issue still of Albert and the more passive nature he displayed when he was playing that Julian. We're used to the aggressive, the high mechanic, high skill plays coming in from Kyrie. But Albert has been playing a bit more reactive. Now with Ray in the mix, is this a newfound winning formula, or is this yet another attempt at finding one that can finally pave the way for success for Onic in Season 14?
Ray is also looking to do that as well. And I think it's one of the more overshadowed junglers in terms of attention. Ray has been performing really, really well in Season 14, winning those Retribution. But Albert, definitely lots to prove here. Match of the day. And statistics, Arashi, look at the KDA.
KD immediately sticks out, and you know that Onic is a team that wants to play aggressive, and Dewa wants to try and match that, but the experience doesn't lie, the stats don't either. But overall, 60% win rate for both these teams, and you're seeing a bit of a similarity in the drafting phase, right? The Valentinas coming through, the Ediths, the Rogers as well. It's interesting to see between the first pick and the second pick here for both teams, what kind of strategy did they want to try and do? Because I think now with a fresh new face for both teams, there's a bit more of leeway, there's a bit more mind games available to both coaches.
I think so too. They were definitely going to find it a bit difficult to draft against Albert and Rez. I mean, to be fair, they should already have the data in MDL. It's not that hard to take a look at Rez, right? But I really wonder if Fnatic Onic wants to go back to that style where they have enablers in the side lanes with Rez back in and with Albert in. It does seem like Albert definitely does better on the assassins compared to the utility jungler. So I'm expecting the Ling, the Hayabusa, these carries to pop off in the jungle. And for CW, it's probably going to be a prio pick Moskov for the weak side. It does seem like they will be picking a blue side though, by the way. That's odd for Fnatic Onic. They always take red.
Yeah, and the fact that the win rate, Arashi.
Exactly.
For Fnatic Onic, this is Fnatic Onic we're talking about, the 4-peat champion. The fact that they had 1 out of 3 wins when they're picking first is something that's very unusual to see. Even on the other side, Dewa United, they're ranked up 2 out of 3, 67%.
It's almost like right now this kind of is beneficial for Dewa United because again, both teams not really having a lot of information means that the second pick can kind of read more into it and try and figure out ways to kind of surprise the other team. So for Dewa, I feel like Coach Ryzen has a chance to try and do that. And honestly, I'm curious about their approach, right? Against Onic, generally the early game, the high tempo execution hasn't really worked well for a lot of teams, right? With Onic having so much more experience, so much more ways to really find success in the early game, a lot of teams kind of opt to go for that messy late game team fighting style. But maybe today, Dewa United can break that pattern.
Let's see in the drafts if Fnatic Onic even want to try to attempt that assassin route. It does seem like, in the bans at least, they've actually banned out the Fanny and the Juicin. It's instant respect from Dewa United. The chip, the Ling taken away from Mr. Albert.
Okay, so a lot of mobility still the name of the game in Season 14. And Chip, I feel like it's still 100% banned, right, until this point. Never see the light of day this hero, so you can expect some adjustment that Moonton is going to make this hero a bit more playable in a sense, quote unquote, in pro scene as Coach banning out the Harith very early. First phase.
And in response to that, the Roger as well. So Dewa not willing to give Fnatic Onic that Roger, giving them the Flash potential and also the strong gold lane potentially. Now for Onic, what is it, man? Is it going to be the mid lane? The Zask has been very, very popular. But again, with new faces, maybe they want to go for something a bit different. It's going to be the Hayabusa immediately for Fnatic Onic.
Very well-known Hayabusa in MPL Indonesia. Even when he's playing in RRQ in the playoffs, we saw a lot of time Albert making those carry plays, the Lord steals, the solo pickoffs. Now, can they replicate it in this Fnatic Onyx group.
Well, you know what that means. Dewa better pick up the Terizla, take it away from Fnatic Onyx. They decide to go for the Edith and the Zas. So Fnatic Onyx have a chance to actually just go for Terizla. And then in the weak side, honestly, the Moskov is still up for grabs for them. They can go for that. This would be a different route, though. This would put Sans to a very uncomfortable spot in the second phase. Dewa definitely can start to, you know, neutralize Sans in the hero pool department. Just, you know, take a lot of the picks we've known Sans for out of the play.
Especially if they have the Zask already available there. If they can flex his Edith to the roam position, but if they want to try and surprise Fnatic Onyx and go for something even more aggressive to really shut down Sans, we've seen that being quite the reliable way to really tone down Onyx success in the early game. No mage presence, no damage presence, means that Fnatic Onyx will be more limited. But now with the Hylas picked up, now there's a flex potential there. The weak side though, with the Moskov, CW is no stranger to that kind of situation. So now Fnatic Onyx kind of hinting that they want to play for that EXP lane a bit more. And with the Hylas, it can still be flexed to the EXP lane. You have to wonder what the idea is. How do they want to try and rotate around and enable this Hayabusa at the same time?
If they want to get Juan a comfort pick and it doesn't need to be like a carrier, you know, these shredding heroes, they can honestly just get the CC. Cerezo, very comfortable on that pick. We've seen him in Big Turn Alpha back then in previous season play the CC. It's not that good of a flex though, so they'll decide to actually go for the carry. At least they deal with the threat of the Hylos instantly, right? It was either carry or CC.
But now the kill pressure from Fnatic Onyx, it's gonna be used to its utmost potential, knowing that What doesn't really have a lot of range to work with. And as long as you can layer the CCs, the damage towards Rod, I think Fnatic Onyx, they're gonna be just fine.
All depends on how well can Dewa United protect and enable what. Because all things considered, there's a lot of ways for Fnatic Onyx to really try and get their hands onto him. And there's a chance they can kind of go for a long-range mage as well. We've seen Sans perform really well with the strategy, and they can kind of zone away the carry and then make this Hylos just that much more of an oppressive presence. A lot of options there for sure, but for Dewa, they know that they want to have the guaranteed pick-off, the guaranteed shred down on one person, so the Faramis becomes their choice for the ban. Now Nolan as well taken away by Fnatic Onyx, so a lot of attention for the jungle.
Is Louis gonna be the option here for Sans, knowing that they have this much kill pressure to work with? If you want to play early game, then I think Louis might be a good pick here, and it's also a good matchup against Zask.
Yeah, I think the Aurora, though, definitely fits a bit better if you want to go for the full counter towards the Zask. The Aurora has been left open. They've banned out the Valentina. What else do they want to ban out here? The Nolan becomes a big problem for the Hayabusa because of how fast he farms out. Maybe another jungler that can actually clear real fast. Or they take away the threat of this Edith still being flexed, right? Oh no, they go Joy! Huh.
Interesting. Ran away to Joy. All the fast clear junglers, so Fnatic Onyx, I think they're really hinting at a fast tempo kind of play. And if that's the case, I do believe that the Hylas can be put in the roaming position. Although if they do that, it kind of limits the possibility for Keyboy to really make those flashy plays. Now for Dewa though, exposing their first choice for the second phase, it's gonna be the Julian immediately. More burst potential, great crowd control too when it comes down to the security, to protecting the backline here when they're trying to go in for a 5v5 team fight.
But not really the greatest win rate out there. It's gonna be, Sans bringing out the OG Lilia. Only one pick so far in MPL Season 14. Still 0% win rate, but this guy, man, on Lilia, he's a menace. He's playing Lilia in the front line, bro.
Yeah, this is the signature, the old signature of Sans. If you guys remember when he transitioned from the jungle to the mid lane, he was only playing 2 picks. It was Lilia and Xavier. So it's back to a signature pick for him. Now to the roam position, up against his composition. What do you want to go for?
Ruby? Oh, Terizla.
So it is Hylos roam. There you go. They put in the Terizla in the hands of Rez. This is classic Fnatic Onyx.
It's great teamfight potential. Great ways to catch up as well. Even though in theory the Lilia and the Terizla are going to be struggling to kind of keep up with the team when they go in forwards, the Glorious Pathway enables the whole team to move together. Dewa though, they have great amounts of peel already with the Edith, with the Julian as well. They want to go for something a bit more aggressive, some more damage, or just more AoE to layer on top, considering that their mid lane isn't exactly a crowd control powerhouse.
Export comes to mind when you're up against this much frontliner Hylos and Terizla. I think usually it's standard pick for Coach Ryzon at this point, but let's see though. It's gonna be the CC just like Mirko mentioned, but I think they have enough damage at this point, so it's going to be a Chow. Oh, so is it gonna be a mid roaming Chow or it's gonna be an EXP Chow? It is going to be roam for Mueza. Interesting.
Mueza's Chow. Can't say it's top tier just yet. We haven't seen it go up against the better teams, the more experienced teams, but we've seen great mechanics, great opportunity spotting coming in from Mueza here on the Cho. If you look at the side for Fnatic Onyx though, the only real target I guess will be the Moskov and the Hayabusa, but that is enough. Deterring the assassin from going in without repercussion can be enough for them to really stop Albert, considering the concerns for Albert with the passivity that he has on these assassins. This could be the right solution here to discourage him from making any of those plays happen.
Looking at the graphs though, I feel like it's bit more of an equal draft from the draft index, but anything can happen in the Lion of Dawn. Stats don't matter as long as you execute your A-OK. Now can they dethrone the Sky Kings once again? Another team is gonna take down the Quills of Onyx. Is it going to be Dewa United or is it going to be Onyx? Fnatic Onyx?
I guess we'll just have to see, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is, the Land of Dawn. Will the downfall of Fnatic Onyx continue in the hands of Dewa? Or will it start to rise again, the new age of the Sky Kings?
You're seeing both teams trying to find for info, but Keyboy has really been able to go in and abuse the level 1 continuous damage that the Hylas has at his disposal. For now, to look at the mid lane, it's going to be a trade coming in. The difference between just big bursts of damage compared to the constant buzzing. The constant zapping coming in from the Zaz. Look at Mueza though, trying to secure the Lita for his team. He might get punished for it.
Crazy mid-prio from Fnatic Onyx with Sans on the Lilia.
Yeah, and now, looking at the emblem by IndieHome by Telkomsel Rashi, anything that really stands out for you?
Master Assassin and the Firmness coming in for Watt here. Wants to be aggressive, wants to assert dominance on the carry. Not really the most foreign of sights. Keyboy going for full tankiness, of course, and Sans with the Inspire is trying to make plays, man. He wants that cooldowns as low as possible, more damage, more outplay potential, more Sans that we know and love.
But Mueza, though, that's an interesting pick there, going for a thrill, so we know the drill, Rashi.
It's a bit more damage coming through, helps with the wave clear, helps with the 1v1 technically, if he's gonna try and zone or fight for contest against the Hylas, right? Like he's on the Zaz, you can see how annoying it is when the Nightmare spawn is put so far behind the lines of the minions, kind of zones away your laning opponent. That is a strength that a lot of current mages in the meta have at their disposal, man. The Aurora, the Zask, and the Tsushin kind of operate the same way, and from there, Dewa are going to go for the turtle.
Keyboy opening up, getting the Sundown Res. Doesn't have level 4 just yet. No penalty zone Ray. Gonna be caught. Still has the sword. Able to get the enhanced sword out on the Retribution win, but now gets taken out by Keyboy's COT. Albert taken out by Mueza. Despite not having the way to Dragon, Keyboy still able to escape the penalty zone. Finally from Rez, the hammer comes down, and now even a spear. Mueza assassinating Keyboy in the back line as Sans continues his chase. But remember the thrill for Mueza. Doing a whole lot for them, but Rez is able to finally get that dub for Fnatic Onyx.
And Rez doing also a whole lot for Fnatic Onyx. Looking pretty sound for its debut fight, 1-0-2. The penalty zone, Rashi, just punishes everyone with Dewa United.
And it's such a delayed penalty zone coming in there, because we thought the fight was over, and then it kind of restarted. Okay, Keyboy once again looking for Prio. Then we were able to get the turtle though in that fight, so maybe they would think it's worth it. Now it's back to the waiting game, where in theory, it should be Mueza looking around, trying to make the ganks happen with the more reliable, the longer duration crowd control. But Keyboy is doing a great job matching his movement, kind of zoning him away from opportunities.
Talent prediction by Aplikasi Baru GoPay. It looks like it's a bit divided here.
Interesting.
Dewa United in the English desk. Now, I trust Dewa United, but what's your reason, Mirko, in this case?
Honestly, it's Rez's first time on stage. It feels like, for me, I think Dewa have a chance to go for it, but I want to ask you, what's that 2-0 about? At least I gave it 2-1, to Dewa.
Well, Onyx right now, they're not really in the best of position. I feel like it's going to be hard for them to bounce back, especially with a new rookie, just pretty much the same reason as you. Looking at this, CW, fancy feet.
Oof. Big movements from CW. The Purify was still available. And for Mueza, the Purify on CW and Suns definitely makes Albert the main target, but look at this!
Good Earth Shatter, the Quad Shadow connected in the back, Hayes forced to use a Dominator's Ascent, Mueza. No way the Dragon committed just yet, just with the Gikundo. Keyboy taking low, the Dominator's Ascent just chunking them. Great setup for Dewa as they look towards the neutral objective.
And already an advantage for Dewa United, but Fnatic Onyx Rez already making an intelligent play here, dragging the turtle towards the side of Fnatic Onyx, so it can play out better for them. Sans just zoning everyone away.
Putting the blooms down, actually great setup, Albert. No level 4 just yet, Mueza gonna be caught in the shadow kill. And now on a turtle, Ray jumps in, trying to go for the Rex, and the Albert wins it out, Mueza.
Oh!
Kundo into the shot, post spear destruction! Sans gets the glooms, picks up the kill, Cerezo forced to onward, backward.
Great plays from Onyx there. The poke coming through, the AoE just winning them the fight overall. And of course, getting the turtle there, that's unfortunate for Dewa. They sent Mueza in to try and zone away Albert, but with the shadow kill, that is why the Hayabusa is just so much more difficult to try and zone out in the current meta. Here's a game fact though by our new application Gopay.
Yep, throughout Rez's journey in MPL ID, he has 67% win rate from a total of 9 picks on Charizla, so it's pretty sound. Meanwhile though,
good kick, Keyboy pops in Glorious Pathway, unable to survive right now as a shadow kill. Won't be used up just yet, just the Quad Shadow Albert! Jumping to the back, now back and forth now with the shadow kill too! No Quad Shadow Albert, can he survive? Gets knocked out by the chain, and Watt picks him up now! Penalty zone in the flicker, Ray gonna be caught still though. Rez, does he have enough damage? He tries to go for what? A bit too greedy from the rookie! Rez punished by Ray! Spear destruction. I don't think CW will be taking that one though.
And also a bit greedy from the whole team overall. Sans with a very uncharacteristic. And meanwhile, Cerezo is punishing them in the mid lane. Sans had the black shoe, Sarashi, and he didn't manage to pop it in time.
I mean, for Fnatic Onyx, they're really trying to go for a decisive fight right there. But you have to remember, when it comes to the fighters, the class control tools available, Dewa United has so much more at their disposal. The fact that Rez came in with a flicker even with the penalty zone to try and really capitalize, to try and save that fight somehow, and yet he was still going for 2 kills instead of 1. I feel that was a bit too greedy there to try and go for Ray and Watt at the same time. Definitely a mistake he won't be making too often again. Looking at the difference here in item builds, considering that the gold difference has shrunk, Thunderbelt for Cerezo means that he has a lot more respectable damage. When it comes down to the gold leaders though, CW actually having an item advantage technically if you compare him to what?
Charizla though, Rez actually opting to go for the War Axe first, not the Queen's Wings, despite already having troubles.
He wanted the Festival of Blood as well, so maybe he requires a bit more to make it substantial. Mueza though, zoning Keyboy away, but Cerezo.
No, Rez gonna be kicked back. By the way, the Dragon, great setup earlier. The War Axe not helping him just yet. Dewa United now on the turtle, Watt clearing out the mid lane, getting so much prio. They should be free for Dewa. Oh, Mueza just with the zone. Sans having to rely on that choke point to disengage. CW on the weak side though, as usual, farming.
Clean one from Dewa United. They took everything from Onyx, but right now,
oh my goodness, what a combo! The Young Lord stood no chance against Cerezo and his robot antics.
You thought Cerezo and Ray were trying to rotate to try and stop CW, to try and punish, but they wait there for Albert. That's a great read on the movement coming through. Now with this pressure, immediately moving towards the orange side. Hans though.
Ooh. Done boom. Mueza still flickering out, baits them in. Spear destruction. Mueza playing with the pixels in this game.
Oh man, just almost the margin of error in this game, and Dewa United right now 1k gold lead so far against Fnatic on Igarashi.
Slowly but surely, Dewa United are getting pressure. There is a lot of wave here available for Fnatic Onyx, so the defend game is going to be still quite reliable later on. With no real long distance high ground, Dewa are going to struggle to try and crack open this base, so Fnatic Onyx definitely can stage some kind of comeback. They have great teamfight initiate tools as well. And of course, with CW being on the weak side, being on the Moscow with great global presence, he's definitely keeping up on farm. And looking at the items, he's still keeping up in gold with Watt as well. So don't count them out just yet. With a 3-item power spike completed, this Moscow definitely has damage to throw around.
For sure. He already built that Tough Boots, a very important item against a Chow, against an Edith. So you can kind of dodge away some of the CCs that they're going to make. But right now, Fnatic Onyx, I feel like with Keyboy on the Hylos, there's not much engages that they're gonna make.
Oh! Two-man Earth Shadow created with the Dragon on the keyboard. Unable to do something enough damage. And that's Shane coming down as Rez is able to disengage with the team of the penalty zone. Keyboard's still very, very low. Pops in to conceal. The glowing wand burning him down, but it'll end up being 1-0.
It's unfortunate for Dewa there. There were low HP bars available for Fnatic Onyx, but they're unable to really find the one target to really burst down immediately. Whereas for Fnatic Onyx, they're just able to find the more reliable play because Mueza is just diving in so deep here in these fights to really find that extra bit of pick. Litho will fall into the hands of Dewa though, so Keyboy will be trying to make something happen. Look at Keys though.
Whoa, good flick around. Throws it over to Watt, says, hey, take this damage from me, and he gets out. CW though, as usual, in the weak side. Just clearing the turret, now tier 2, he's on it. He's through the Spear of Destruction to cancel the recall earlier. Another free objective for Calvin Winata.
Playing with the macros, something that Fnatic Onyx is known for in Indonesia over the past few seasons. That is why they were the 4P champions. But right now, what can they do? They are united. Might be this one, CW!
Whoa! Mueza, what a read! CW gets a pin down though with the Spear of Misery. Jumps back away with a Mistwalker. Watt walking forward. CW tries to go for the 2v1 play, but it doesn't work out. Two members down though in the bottom lane. They're gonna be forced to recall. Great dishes out some damage. Puts down the chain. Rez caught on the damage descent. Forced to use the DPC Serene Zone. Amidst of it all, deals so much damage with a Primal Wrath 2. Dewa wins out in the fight. The Lord, though, goes to the hands of Fnatic Onyx, but look at Rain. Still has that red tree. Albert on the high end. No purple buff for him.
Oh man, Fnatic Onyx, they got the Lord, but at what cost? Everyone is dying left and right for them.
They still have the waves available for use, but with 3 members down, actually CW already back up. Dewa can try and clear this Lord very early on, but they have to be careful of Fnatic Onyx's response. Mueza waiting for a chance to try and go for a trap, going for Suns.
Whew. Forces out the black shoes. He's not gonna risk that one. Yeah, he doesn't have Purify.
Not right now. Dewa are gonna try and clear the waves for a bit. Fnatic Onyx still have the top wave to play around with, and CW, of course, with the Spear of Destruction, can still make the split push play once more. It's a great play by Dewa to get the 3 kills to kind of stop Fnatic Onyx from capitalizing on that Lord play. All things considered, though, it's still a very, very close game.
Yep. Also considering that the audience prediction is definitely favoring Fnatic Onyx 78-22. So people still do believe that this downfall of Onyx seems like a bit more of a temporary thing than something that's set in stone. We're gonna see the result after this match. But right now, so far, things are not looking very good for the Porcupines.
We're seeing them group around as 4 here, just concerned about the pickup potential. So Rizzo, though, starting to play, but look at Mueza.
Oh, penalty zone to the back, so Rizzo still able to flicker out, but Sans chasing him in the back line as well. Albert getting knocked out by the way the Dragon. No follow-up though. Mueza still able to escape. The Diamonders is set, Chuck and Rest down, and now the blink forward. Revitalized from Keyboy to save Rest. Spear of Destruction. Tried to go for Mueza in the back there, but they get 1 turret, they get 1 XP lane.
Keyboy, man, he's still making TikTok plays on a non-TikTok hero somehow. Saving Riz from the death. You can see there the Lord advantage from Fnatic Onyx. The gold benefit actually favors towards Dewa United, but they got a lot of tower HP, Rashi.
So far, again, still very, very equal, but Keyboy, man, Go-Go Gadget, the health dispenser, coming through with a Revitalize. Now for both teams, it's with the waiting game. Fnatic Onyx kind of broke the pattern by being the aggressors there, sending Rez in aggressively. And you can see that Dewa, they're struggling to really output the damage because Watt, he has the items, even the Wind of Nature now, a bit more security compared to CW who went for the Malefic War for more damage. But Watt is still consistently getting zoned away because there's so many ways for Fnatic Onyx to kind of threaten him. On the flip side, Holy Crystal for both the Zask and the Julian. Dewa has a lot of burst damage available, but if they can only lock someone down from Fnatic Onyx, with Onyx being so mobile, especially with Rez having the Queen's Wings now, the damage reduction can be critical in deciding how this next fight goes.
And speaking of that, you know, Rashi, the item for Keyboy, the items for him, very greedy. Actually just opting to go for components. He has 3 components. Doesn't know, I actually don't know what he's going to go for. First, he's on the way to a Queen's Wings, it seems. He's on the way to an Anti-Cuirass and even an Athena Shield. Or maybe a Radiant Armor.
Or even a Clock of Destiny, so he is going for the full component build. No real, I guess it doesn't feel a big threat from a single hero from the side of Dewa, so he wants to be a great all-rounder. But even then, not even the Oracle available just yet to really boost the Revitalize healing and the Glorious Pathway healing. Now look at Onyx though already setting up. Dewa, if they don't want to fall victim to CW's plays, they should try and make something decisive happen. Moeza
going in with the Jikundo with the Dragon One. Pops in ultimate, tries to go for the Shred as well, but it gets caught in a penalty zone. So able to escape. Rez isolated, the rest of the team wasn't there to follow it up. The Dominators are already there. K's flickering out, but Sans picks him up. Meanwhile, Albert with a Crash Shadow back. It is a 1-for-1. The XP traded in for the mid lane. That definitely favors Fnatic Onyx.
That definitely Sans that we know and love. Just the gal to just walk in front of 3 people from Dewa United with no threat whatsoever, knowing that he has the black shoes, and he did just that. And now Fnatic Onyx, with Case gone, they can make something happen here.
Sans has the Purify. Also the black shoes, the Lord. Already getting started by Fnatic Onyx, but they can't stay too long here. Keyboy walking up, trying to go for the Glorious Pathway. Ray will be the target, pops out the chain. Cereza walking forward, sword. Enhance Ray with the red tree. No, it's Albert who wins it out. Now an all-out foul with the Shadow Kill place onto the back as well. Wow, with nature, the way the Dragon locks him down. Wow, picks up the kill. Ray is an absolute beast in this team fight. Gets 2 on the board, and again, deja vu. Dewa win the fight. Fnatic Onyx get the Lord.
Oh no. Restart on the bottom side for Dewa falls in that engagement, and the Lord is still available. The death timers at 15 minutes is quite punishing, but not quite enough to make losing a base tower worth it. Ray, though, in these fights, not really getting focused down, so he's using a lot of these spells aggressively. Usually you see Julian's kind of save the enhanced sword to really get out of a sticky situation, but for Ray, he's going all in these fights, knowing that the attention is going to be on Keys and Watt, so he's playing through the spacing very, very intelligently here.
For sure, on his ass as well. It'll be hard for him to get catch, and even Albert, multiple times he went to go for the Quad Shadow combo towards Keys and didn't manage to get it because he has the flicker. Looking at the gold from this team, Zarashi, by UBS Gold, Base topping the chart, and also Watt. So the damage from Dewa United, they're not playing around.
There's definitely a ton of damage and items for the side of Dewa. But again, they've lost a base turret at this point. And you look at it, it's still pretty even, technically, when it comes to the structures, but that base turret is just so much more significant. Fortunately for the side of Dewa, though, it is on the side where the Lord will be spawning, so that is a great silver lining. But Moeza, on the Cho, you're seeing him struggle really hard right now. He's getting zoned out, he's getting slowed, he's getting crowd controlled to high heavens here when he's trying to go for Sans and CW. And even if he does find the pickoff, the Purify just makes it such a difficult situation. And look at this, CW immediately taking the turret for free.
Another great macro read by Dewa, Fnatic Onyx, but right now, they want to pull the trigger. Moeza,
Way the Dragon on the Sans still has the Purify, pops it in, doesn't use the boxer just yet, and now he decides to do it. Cereza with a Primal Wrath. CW stunned up, Dominators are set now to the fronts. Hayes gets out, that's another 1-for-0, and it's Rez who takes the beating.
And you can see there, the gold showing in for what? Absolutely melting the front line of Fnatic Onyx. That is a Terizla with the Queen's Wings, Rashi.
At this point, Malefic Roar is in the inventory slot of Watt. He has full inventory items, if you include the boots. So anyone who really finds themselves in front of Dewa, especially with a Wrath of the Dragon, that's it's just gonna be a quick pick-off for the side of Dewa United. The wave on the bottom side, though, being cleared by the Julian with a Kron, by the way. Ray probably attempting to make a big play in the next big team fight.
Now, 1k gold lead for Dewa United, and I think it can still happen, especially when you think about the presence of Moskov. We saw this hero performing over and over again in this kind of situation, this high ground situation. The Lord pops up again. Let's see if it's gonna be the same old story of Fnatic Onyx getting the Lord,
good read.
but somehow didn't capitalize on that CW, the weak side master.
It's just too easy for him, man. Makes a read immediately, and look at Dewa scrambling to try and find control, showing what on the top side. Fnatic Onyx don't really have the resource to kind of burst down this next Lord. It is now at 19 minutes, by the way, so if the next fight concludes with Fnatic Onyx getting the Lord but losing 3 or more members, Dewa can absolutely capitalize on the longer death timers, so the pressure is definitely on Fnatic Onyx.
Great slow push up top. Dewa United winning in the setup game. We have the far lane dealt with Moeza, charging up that Jikundo. Wants to go for it. Way the Dragon actually locking Albert down. There might be a way to go for the Lord, but now they're already taking the down. The Department of Black Shoes gets punished by what? TW now trying to go in the midst of it all. Watch able to buy the rose gold medium, but Ray just demolishes TW. He's godlike. Albert left to defend all alone, pops in the quad shadow, gets one. Now gets three, jumps in again. Shades of RRQ Albert taking the Lord, getting the save for the team. Ray's hunting for him though. And Albert will be able to recall Watt.
Wait a minute.
Up top 1v1. Watt versus Albert. He has the immortality while Albert's had to go back towards that quad shadow.
No way.
Watt's waiting, jumps out, gets away. Oh my god! With a flicker forward now, trying to read it out. That's an immortality for an immortality with a crown. Box, the quad shadow landed, and Albert wins it out, saves the game for Fnatic Onic.
The old Albert that we really love to see once again. The savior this time for Fnatic Onic. There was pretty much a 1v4 on that situation. Somehow, someway, getting the W, getting the defense for the Porcupines.
The Lord is cleared, but the waves are still available. With Watt down for 25 seconds, one turret will definitely fall. But Fnatic Onic, can they find more? Sun's walking up, having the Purify, having the Black Shoes. They want to get something else, man.
Good pathway down, there is no Watt to be seen. Rez! Penalty zone to 3 members. That's what crown used by Ray. Buys the immortality. Moez going to be taken down and the shadow kills Ray. Goes in with the enhanced sword. Immortality down. What is he going to buy? Nothing. Cerezo buys the immortality. Goes in the primal wrath case. And Cerezo keeping this game alive for Dewa. Watt respawns back in the game. And now we are back to 50-50.
It is square one indeed. Gold lead doesn't matter at this point. 21 minutes, Hasselab and Ray. Interesting item there, Rashi. Concentrated energy. Probably to enhance his durability in this kind of situation, knowing that he's gonna be the prime target too for Fnatic Onic.
Especially when the fights kind of get drawn out like that. He wants to be able to stay in the front a bit more reliably, man. He dove in straight in the middle there to really go for the clear, to go for the threaten. Now in the 50-50 though, you can see that Watt is just so much more impactful compared to CW. The fact that he can last for only so long against the true damage, against the max HP damage, that's why it was a great call by Rez there to just jump in towards the backline. He knows that the carry isn't available, so who exactly is supposed to take down this Terizla with the Queen's Wings? It can't be the Zask. Now it's back to the waiting game with 30 seconds to go. Both teams are going to be competing to try and get a setup advantage. But with 2 base turrets down, Fnatic Onic will have to try and use this to their maximum advantage.
Damage-wise though, take a look at Sans, right? Being all the way #1, but then followed by 3 Dewa members. And then you see Albert, and CW is below Cerezo.
Cerezo on the Edith. It's not just a tank, man. The Primal Wrath form, the fact that he is so free to try and make plays, because again, you're focusing on the carry, you're focusing on the Julian. The Edith in the Primal Wrath form for Cerezo has been outputting an insane amount of damage again and again, and he has the Starlium and Thunderbelt for the next fight, so the burst is something that Fnatic Onic need to kind of consider here. Might be a bit more than they expect, but look at the plays here for Fnatic Onic. Immediately putting Keyboy and on bodyguard duty for CW, but Dewa sending everyone down to the Lord. Do they want to try and gamble and burst it down?
Yep. They started out.
They have a carry. They can't do it.
They have all the burst that they need for Moisa to pull pretty much the trigger on towards the front line of Fnatic Onic. Moisa so far in this game, he has been a bit indecisive with his engages. As the long lane will be pushed by Watt. It's a 1v1 in the top lane, but let's see though. Will Fnatic Onic wants to blitz this one?
We see the pattern. Whoever holds on to the Lord too long gets
no.
chunked by the Lord. Ray is in prime position. Albert reads it out. Jumps on the Ray now with Quad Shadow as well. Ray unable to find a chain right now. Pops in the hand sword over the Sans, gets stunned up, and he might just be taken out. With a crowd by Ray. Rose gold, medium doom, and won't save him. Meanwhile, up top, Mueza looking for the play as well. CW taken out. That is a jungle. No, CW buys it with a crowd. He's actually buying so much time. Watt gets him down for that, and it reset the Lord!
Oh no!
They tried to go for the save perhaps on CW. This hesitation might have just killed them.
And Albert is very, very low. I don't think it's a good or a wise idea for Fnatic Onic to go for this one. They have enough damage to contest for this. Albert buying the house cross, seems like.
Albert, can he do it right now? It's gonna be the chain CC onto him with a primal wrap there. Rez secures it. Wabbers and Keyboy all alone. Muez at the back line losing immortality. Watt gets the world all alone, getting hammered down
down as Chorizo uses the Primal Wrath to try to take someone down. But Dewa could not find a trade. The Retribution, the King is eliminated. Albert was eliminated from the Lord pit. But the rookie stepping up to the plate. Res getting the Lord for Fnatic Onyx.
In the depth of their despair, the rookie shines the air of the Sky Throne. Like we said, is it destined at this point? Because for Dewa, what is done for 30 seconds? There's a massive window here for Fnatic Onyx to force another catch, force another fight. You gotta be careful for the glorious pathway, man, for Keyboy. There's so many ways for them to try and make something happen. Rez also, no flicker, but the penalty zone is definitely a danger.
There's only one way. Third pathway down. Muesa. No escape right now. The base is wide open. CW wants to go for it. K's unable to defend. CW now dealing some damage. You're going to go for the team fight first, but the penalties are locking them down. Chorizo buys the immortality, but it is too late. Fnatic Onyx come back to make it 1-0. Fnatic Onyx is still standing strong, saying, this is our domain, the skies is ours. Let's see though, it's a best of 3, Dewa United. A lot of potential shown in that game, but at the end of the day, Onyx gets the last laugh.
It was looking so close at that final fight, man. Losing CW, kind of going all in with an assassin against a Cho, against an Edith. So many ways for it to go wrong, and yet, once again, Fnatic Onyx show that the odds don't matter when the Sky Kings are in town.
1-0 away for them to bounce back from the miserable display over the past few weeks. You can see here the winning moment for Fnatic Onyx. CW had all the minions, all the time in the world. Kind of burst down that crystal. And Dewa United, with what is not there, there's no way for them to defend from that one. And I thought maybe with the change of Watt coming back in, Hijume out 4Ks, that they might shift that playstyle, but Arashi, it's still early game centric. And then in the mid to late, they just go for team fights. Even though they had the pressure, they had so many more advantages, they decided to fight and fight and fight and gave Fnatic Onyx an opportunity to come back. And you know Fnatic Onyx take any chance to come back, to take the game.
No stone left unturned with Fnatic Onyx trying to find ways to get back in it. For Dewa, man, there were moments there for sure where they could have taken out the Sky Kings. But maybe we can take a look at the highlights later on, because there were definitely some fights that on paper shouldn't go to them, especially that last fight. Like you said, Mirko, in the cast, what against the world? How did that happen? Right? You would think that
moment, man.
It's what?
You know what? Sometimes it's what? In a good way, sometimes it's what? In a bad way. And we got two sides of, we got both sides.
Yeah, it's a very thin line between the two.
What? 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 Yeah.
What?
All the different intonations of what?
Yeah, but I feel like when Watt is showing the damage they can output, even Muesa didn't want to pull the trigger towards the frontliner. Keyboy though, like, we know that he can burst down everyone, Watt. Rest going the back line with the penalty zone, he has all the defensive item, he has that Queen's Wings and all that, and somehow he still gets bursted down by Watt. And Muesa somehow didn't want to capitalize on a lot of opportunities that's present, I guess.
I think it's really tough for him to try and capitalize as well, because who exactly are you saying he should go for? Because we already highlighted the fact that the Purifies was just completely annoying, man. Because you saw Sans, in classic Sans fashion, walk up with the Lilia against 3 members, and he knows that, okay, you want to try and jump on me? Black Shoes, Purify, all available. And you see Muesa going again and again to go in the back line, which is why I think, in the end, you saw Julian was the one who was kind of hiding in the back line there to try and find something, right? To try and go for a different conclusion. But this was that moment, the 1v1 attempt. It was looking so good for Dewa here as well, by the way, but they got picked up one by one by Albert, and that was just unfortunate. Look at the positioning here. Why were Dewa splitting apart so much? Right, with a front-to-back composition, with the carry of all things, you can see how fast Watt can shred anybody down. But they just did not give him the right kind of backup.
Also smart itemization, I think, from Albert. He got, I believe at least, he swapped for Endless Battle in that moment, knowing that he has half HP. He knows that if he's that low, then he's very prone to getting picked off. He just heals up right away with the Endless Battle. And this is the MVP of the game, King Bob. the Crown Prince,
King Bob.
Player of the game presented by our official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. Albert, back at it again against all the doubters. Everyone who said that without Kyrie, there is no winning. Albert says, yeah, watch me.
To all them doubters, say what you want
Say
now.
what you want now.
Shout out to
Not
Darren
scared of
Till.
anyone.
That's definitely what Albert is thinking right now. And after that win,
after that 1v3,
after that 1v3,
man.
Seriously though, I feel like if we take a look at the highlight again of that moment, that 1v3, I think we will get to see that again, Arashi.
Hopefully.
Do you think if Ray had risked it together with Watt, they would have ended the game, right? That's the big question for me. Would they have been able to end the game if they took the risk?
I feel like that's why it's a mixed call, right? If they want to go for the end, I feel like they should just put everything towards the end.
Exactly.
And if they want to back away and play it safe, then do that too.
They play both sides.
The fact that they tried to catch both chickens, they caught none. Here are the highlights that we were talking about earlier for the player of the game by our official gold partner, Uga S Gold. In the early game, you're seeing that damage potential, man, coming in. You can see Albert immediately getting zoned out. And for the side of Dewa, the sustainability, right? The Dominator's Descent along with the Primal Wrath. So many ways for Dewa to swing the fight in their favor. Overall, though, still not really as beneficial because they went kind of all the way in. And this is the aggression we've come to expect. And it's moments like this where you can see that they kind of get lost, right? When things don't go as planned, they don't really jump on the right person. There's a bit of chaos there. But in this fight, Watt was able to actually burst Sans down before any response was there. CW comes in to try and save it, but Ray deletes him. Here we go, though. Look at everyone from the side of Dewa. It's 4v1. Now it's 3v1. But where's the respect?
Man.
Where's the respect? This is Albert.
K's just walked there. That was so innocent of him. He was just like, hey, there's a quad shadow right here, no problem.
Cool shadow, bro.
Cool shadow, bro.
Well, they paid a price there because here you can see even there was a flicker attempt there with the Earth Shadow from Sorizo to really stop the Retri from coming through, but it wasn't enough. And in the end, the carry has a lot of damage, but without protection, what can you do really? Without the high DPS of the carry in the late game, how are they supposed to clear the Lord? How are they supposed to shred down Rez and Keyboy? It's just impossible, man.
Absolutely impossible. We didn't get to see the 1v3 in this highlight, but yeah, I think, you know, we made our points clear. I think if they had chosen one, it would have been much better.
And if they respected the shadow just lying around there,
that would
have
been completely different, yes.
There's no smoke without a fire, man. You gotta respect those signs of danger. Losing members one by one there, like you said, Mirko, one more person there to swing the fight in favor of Watt in the 1v1. One more guy to help with the pushing. And maybe this could have ended differently. But we don't do if, buts, and maybes. We only do absolutes. And right here, it's going to be the first game for Fnatic Onyx. If you take a look at the stats, 4 Lords. This was quite the long game. And Fnatic Onyx, with a very tanky approach here against a carry, they were still able to find that winning solution. Sans back on the Lilia. Against, again, all the doubters for him as well. Everyone's saying that Sans isn't as aggressive anymore, isn't really showing off the same way he used to. Now back on the Lilia, you're seeing shades of the good old Gila Sans.
There's still some fix to be done though. I think I counted 2 moments where he had the black shoes and somehow didn't pop it in time. So yeah, they're still climbing back up there for the 5th throne in a row. But it is a process. So we take a look at the statistics. More detailed one here. Gold per minute. It's gonna be topped by, taking a long time. It's Albert on the Hayabusa. Usually you see a gold laner there, but somehow King Bob is there.
I was thinking that CW maybe could have topped it off because he was splitting so much. But I guess he was punished. And you have to like give credit to Dewa, man. They were able to adjust and find ways to deal with the split push. Even though when it comes to the direct macro tools, they're really outmatched with that Spear of Destruction. Showing again that they have kind of matured. It's all about the execution. And ironically, right, they were doing well when it comes to the mind games, the split push, the ambushing. But in the team fights where Dewa used to be so good, so reliable because they had Watt with the experience, with the synergy with the whole team. Now they lost because they had made a mistake in a team fight. Man.
So now the question is, do you want to remove Watt from the equation and bring in Azura?
Ooh. You know what? I honestly feel like in that game, after looking at, you know, these mistakes in the highlights again, it was more of a a desync with the team. You know, Mueza should have played with Watt instead of going for that big play. I understand why he went for the play, but again, you have so much damage. And Watt in the late game, I really felt like if you play with him, you would have more success. And again, also, when he tried to go for the push up top, Ray didn't join him. So it's been unfortunate for Watt, at least in game 1, right?
But you know what? That's not unfortunate.
No.
It's head and shoulders.
Oh, hey, stop stuttering. I know it's really tough.
There's also a version with Tigreal on it.
Exactly.
And that is
the mid one.
As, is it realized or Goni would say, mental flavor.
Mental flavor.
The way.
Yeah. That's the closest ever
The
seen
gun,
you.
Shevin.
Samsung Galaxy washing machine, and then
this is a
someone
call
can
to
pick it up.
action from Shevin, because you have to bring in your washing machines, but if you can't be bothered, if
Exactly.
you're a weak
Just take the
person,
easy road.
you can still go with the easy, convenient, still equally amazing route with the Samsung Z series. Because you know, you gotta be the MVP of your game with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and the Z Flip 6. We've been talking about this again and again. You have to level up your gaming experience with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, because it has a Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 processor.
Right there, that's Arashi mind if we actually use it, you know, to show the people. And valued up to 2.3 million IDR, and all you need to do is check out the website samsung.com/ID or scan the barcode below. If you guys want to tap back a bit, you can see that Shevin is using one of the features. You guys can take selfies with your the back camera, not the front camera. Like the front camera is non-existent. I mean, it is still there, but for Samsung Flip users, why would you even use the front cam?
Exactly.
Look at this. Look at, oh my dude.
The sharpest selfies, bro.
You guys can probably zoom in and see the quality of that
the
picture.
swag. Imagine if you're, hey guys, let's take a selfie. We just pop one from here.
Yeah.
Just like that.
That's like 10,000 plus aura.
That definitely is 10,000 plus aura. I mean, look at this picture. It's so good. Nice picture.
Nice picture.
Yeah, it's sharp.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, you don't really know that you have the great selfie games until you can take a selfie with the front cam. Back then, you have to flip your phone around and you have to risk it, right? Risk being out of the frame. But with this phone, it's a whole different story, man. And then for Dewa, it's also a whole different story. Do they want to go for the same approach? Again, with the lack of almost like communication or synergy here for Dewa, do they just want to go for something a bit more straightforward?
And I think the worst part is, game number 1, it was very winnable for Dewa United over and over again. Fnatic Onic were able to get the Lord, but somehow lose out on the fight really, really badly. And, you know, somehow they didn't manage to snowball out of that.
I mean, how would you snowball? Because the goal difference was staying at about 1K max for the longest time, back and forth. I think it's more on they were able to get those really big wins. Lord for three members generally in the early Lords, and then when it comes down to it, when the Lords become, in theory, a bit less impactful because of the death timers, that one fight that really could have won them the game, they didn't come out on top on. So it's about picking your fights, right? I feel like Onic, in a way, they might be thinking that we can get the Lord, and even if we don't really win the fight, it's fine, right? We're gonna be back, we're gonna lose 1 or 2 turrets. All things considered, it's still worth it if they're really trying to buy some time and stay in the game.
Yeah, right now, we're gonna see though. See what they have on the kitchen here for both coaches, Coach Yep, and also Coach Horizon. It's a Zask ban for Coach Yep after the W in the first game.
Definitely a different approach here. Fnatic Onic, first pick once again in game number 2 here. Fanny Tsushin and the Zask, so no pesky mid laners desired here. Whereas for Dewa, now they're really forced to deal with the potential of the jungler. They've seen the prowess of Albert that has been neglected. It hasn't been on the spotlight for so long, but it turns out it's not going to be Albert prioritized. It's going to be CW now on a Harith without a Roger to match that laning potential.
And this is going to be tough for Dewa United to respond over. Ulti take the Hayabusa, not difficult at all, and the high lows. All right, so they're going to take the opposite route. This is the same draft that Fnatic Onic went for in game number 1. I thought for sure they would try to go for the Edith, but Fnatic Onic also with the instant response. This was the ban that they went for after picking up the Hayabusa. They know that the Nolan can outfarm the Hayabusa, and usually what teams would do to counter the, you know, farming speed of the Nolan would be to go for the jungle, right? Help the jungle clear. It's also Keyboy on a signature Cho, or possibly Rez on a Cho and the XP. I think more so Keyboy.
Yeah, a whole lot of CC coming in. I mean, a whole lot of damage, and also mobility
Do it.
from Fnatic Onyx. Do they want to respond with something that has some kind of locking ability?
Always trust the
Going to
message
be
from your soul.
Lunox. That is a very
okay.
early Lunox, and
I believe it's for the gold lane then.
Yeah, it is for the gold lane. A decent matchup against a Harith, but against this much damage and also CC, like it's a bit dangerous, I gotta say.
Maybe that's the
Gotta commit
idea.
right away.
Maybe that's exactly the idea, right? Go with the Brilliance Order to outplay a lot of these decisive ways Onyx has to go in for a big fight.
Let's hear the history of Dewa United's mid laner Keys, 9th place in MPL Indonesia Season 13. Not the greatest of achievement, and also 2nd place MDLID Season 7 with Dewa United. So a lot of experience, but
I will choose my own
let's see though, in this game, can he actually play the meta heroes? Because like he's known for more of a range heroes, the Eve, the Navarias.
I am not the only
It's not really
one bound by
played
these
that much
chains.
anymore in this meta.
Yeah, the next sets of bans here right there, those phobias for Fnatic, so they understand that the fact that they have so many dashes, there's gonna be a lot of ways for phobias to try and be a menace, especially in the chase game with the Hylas. It's gonna be a very fast phobias, even though range is now one of the main limiters of this phobias' potential. With the Arlet ban away though, I think Dewa are still concerned about potentially being caught in a big, in a big play. They are assuming that this Cho is going to be going in the hands of Keyboy, so now they're confused on Rez, right? We've seen him perform really well on these big engagers, like the Terizla. Are Dewa going to try and deny that from him, or they're going to try and take it away from him?
So far it does look like, for Dewa United, they might want to be the ones to take the Terizla. It would definitely serve its purpose. We saw this combo just earlier from Fnatic Onyx. Hayabusa, Hylos, and Terizla. Makes it really difficult for the Cho to actually decide who to go for, right? You go for the Hylos, and then a Terizla flickers penalty zones to the back. You go for the Terizla, and then there's a glorious pathway placed down with all the members following through. So Fnatic Onyx, it might be on them to be the ones to ban out the Terizla. But then even for Dewa, it almost feels like this is just going to be tough. Dewa have so many different ways to go up against this comp from Fnatic Onyx. I would even say if they want to go for Ruby for Mueza, it's possible, right? They go for the Valentina first though, taking it away from Mr. Sans.
I believe Case is quite adept on this Valentina. I think we've seen him on it quite a few times. The fact that Fnatic Onyx banned the Kaja though, they were really concerned about that potential Divine Judgment into Chaos Order type of deal coming in from Dewa. Now, with the Valentina and the Lunox, they have good amounts of magical, and technically they do have the Hayabusa for the physical damage, but overall, when it comes to DPS, they're quite limited. So for Fnatic Onyx, how do they want to deal with this? Do they want to go for tankier members here, or do they want to go for outplay potential? Oh, outplay it is!
Okay! That's a debut pick in Season 14.
Wait, who's gonna deal with the Hylos? And then they get the Tigreal too. No one's gonna have a tough time. They have a lot of disengage, but this is a Hylos XP, so we saw exactly how unkillable Keyboy was in the previous game, and that was with the carry on the other side. Now, there's no one to deal with this Hylos. Fnatic Onyx are gambling with the early game. If they win it out, then sure, maybe they can deal with just a full dive, ignore the Hylos. But if Dewa get the hold on the early game, man, this is a scary game to play for Fnatic Onyx.
If they do snowball, then the Harith, I guess, can still chunk down the Hylos enough. But again, if the Hylos gets any kind of momentum, any kind of ball rolling, then Dewa can really just face tank the bulk of the damage coming in from Fnatic Onyx.
Questionable decision by Coach Yeb. How to own the early game. If they fail, they have to really pick and choose the targets in the late game. But can they do it? Can they close it out in this game number 2? It is Dewa United versus Fnatic Onyx.
Will Gila Sans be able to utilize the hero that once made the entire world shake? You see it, and you get scared of it. The Kadita for Sans, that is the Sans signature pick.
Immediately the question becomes, who are his targets, right? Ray definitely is one of them, with being a bit more vulnerable. There is the Shadow Kill, but the well-timed Petrify can kind of make short work of him. But with 3 Purifiers on the side of Dewa, the only real person that can be targeted
is Ray.
I guess is Ray, unless he wants to go for Mueza. Oh, 2 Purifiers, but Sorito has the Revitalize. That in itself is an issue.
Okay, a Little Wonder secured by Albert. A good sign in early game, but again, the question still remains. In disguise for the Porcupines. Take a look at the emblem by IndyHome by Telkom Celerashi.
Weapon mastery for Watt there, so he wants to absolutely scale towards that late game. Inspire and tenacity for CW for brawling, for going all in. And with the pull stuff together for Sans, he needs all the petrifies he can get to really find Ray. Whenever that battle spell is off cooldown, you can expect Ray to just go all in. Try and use that cooldown as a window of opportunity.
Remember, Sans with the Kadira over and over again, even in the playoffs, I believe against EVO's Glory.
Yeah.
The draft is not favorable for the Kadira, but somehow he can still perform out of all the CCs, from all the Purifies, and make it work for Fnatic Onyx.
And by the way, that's exactly why the Valentina is of such a high prio when you're up against an assassin, especially the Nolan.
Yep.
Displace yourself out of the fracture, easy peasy.
Not to mention, you can steal a good ultimate, you have good outplay potential as well, and that extra early game wave clear is always very, very nice. And look at this, they will once again have control over the turtle pit, but they're not pulling the trigger just yet. They're waiting for a chance, get some level 4s maybe, if Mueza can get the implosion, that can be a massive moment. But with the IMU, the Primal Wrath is secured, so more DPS coming through for Dewa.
Yeah. Mueza is super far from level 4. So gotta take the mid lane minions here. The rest once again doing its job, just taking the turtle for themselves. Mueza though.
Okay, we'll see what the reputation used up as well. That's going to be a lot of damage placed down. A lot of resources already with the Shadow Kill just used up. Sans so has a passive. We'll be able to gain back a little bit more HP. Cage with the soul primal right now onto Rez. Doesn't have the flicker though. Rez gets back to robot form. Keyboy doesn't have the flicker. And will be horsed down by the horse himself. Albert on the turtle. Red 3 battle, Retribution not able to win out against the Young Lord, but he is able to get the quad shadow and the fracture dodged away from. Kill for Turtle, time and time again.
Once again, Fnatic Onyx getting the neutral objective, but somehow gets punished for it. This time though, Dewa United, I feel like they came out on top with 300 gold lead in 3 minutes.
Once again, it is a respectable attempt from Fnatic Onyx though. The fact that they realized that Mueza wasn't really level 4 just yet, immediately sending Keyboy off to chase him down, get the fight started, get a bit of an advantage. They were able to get the turtle, but they lost a couple of members at the same time. Keyboy though,
Case does have the Purify, decides to wait on it for the Petrify. Well played to Case.
Yeah, displaying the understanding of the crowd control, right? Fnatic Onyx tried to layer it, tried to bait out some of the spells, maybe making Case panic. Now without a Purify though, he's gonna be playing a lot safer. That's exactly why Mueza is on standby, man. Bodyguard duty, this Tigreal.
Yeah, and Sans can pretty much bait a lot of spells coming in from Keys though. Like he has to pull yourself together. So in terms of like the trade of Petrify and also Purify, he wants to take that trade every time, any day of the week.
I think it's a great possibility. Looking at the EXP lane though, I think you can see that Hylas has a lot of pressure right here. And this is even before the Thunderbolt is even in the picture. So Rizzo is going for components here for the Clock of Destiny, potentially later on if he wants to go for that route. Most likely though, it's going to be going straight for tankiness after this, just for the team fight. But look at this, P-Boy
with the Dragon Fracture, rough plays.
My, oh my.
Ray trying to go for it, good. Stun over the Shadow Kill, not going to be enough to take him down. Ray goes back to the Quad Shadow Case, stealing it with the Primal Wrath, forced to use it. Rizzo in the midst of it all, pops in the Glorious Pathway, but will be chain CC for a bit.
Oh!
Watt walking over, has the order, Watt getting the kill. Now Watt to Sans, he goes.
Oh!
Look at Petrify with the... Oh! Shit, he knocks up. But Watt gets the brilliance in time. Dewa United win out in the fight, and they take the lead back.
Played the kiting game perfectly, Dewa United. They knew the resources are gone after they all in towards Mueza 2 times right now. Fnatic Onyx, their gameplay is all in towards the front line. Meanwhile though,
Purify out, Cage trying to run away. Ray in the midst of it all, that's an implosion. Ray with a Quad Shadow, CW! Walking forward again, Rizzo trying to save Ray, who is running away. Keyboy throws up that question mark emote. That's an Earth Shatter. Throwing the horse up, Rizzo walking back up now onto the turtle. No Hayabusa to play with. This should be free for Albert, and he picks it up.
Dewa almost overstayed right there. Unfortunate for them, Fnatic Onyx will get that turret, but on the top side, Watt definitely is being active, getting the first turret of the game. And for the most part, Dewa are doing a great job right here. You caught it, Mirko. Not a lot of targets available. And I said, unless they want to go for Muezza, that's like the only guaranteed target they have. They can't deny the big implosion technically, but when you use all of your tools onto the roamer, that means Watt and Keys have a lot of plays available to them, as we see Radit Overkill joining us right here.
Our boy Radit Overkill. I wonder when he's going to notice.
He's not making any moves right now.
So it seems like he's super delayed, actually.
Yeah, shout out to our good friend
Radit
notice. Overkill. Back to the game, Dewa United with a minimal lead to in this mid game. Right now, what's gonna be the option here? Muezza so far haven't seen any implosion, not even once, but Albert, this might be debut.
Stunned up the flicker and the implosion. Talk about overkill! Right as we see Radit, we see Dewa Overkill with a whole lot of resources. They lose a turret on top of that, but it's 2 kills. You know, it's Rez and Albert. That was a buy one, get one for Special Sans. Rough ways escaping. Keyboy getting some space for Sans to escape.
That looks flashy, but he cleared the wave right there.
Yeah.
So turret gone on the top side for Dewa. And on the bottom side, finally, Ray will be able to equalize. As we take a look at the difference here, the biggest difference is still for Ray. Look at Keyboy. Oof, dashes out of there. He has a Dreadnought armor, so he's more concerned about Ray's damage, more so than Keys and Watt. If they try and go for a pickup onto this Cho, he's getting deleted real quick.
Yeah, right now, Sans, at that time, you cleared the wave with the rough wave, so it is another problem, Rashi. With this kind of composition, you don't have the Moskovs. You don't have that mid laner that can pretty much clear the wave easily, dealing out TPS towards the minions. So Fnatic Onyx, another problem right now for them to solve in later part of the game. So Rizzo's gonna drag the turtle to Dewa United's favor.
Muezza's looking for a chance to try and make something happen here. He has a direct beeline, goes for the conceal.
Oh, that's gonna be massive. CW has a Purify. He needs to find Albert. He knows it. He is only looking for Albert. That is the only man he can catch. Him and Sans probably. CW spots him out though. Good read from CW. Albert needs to be very careful. Onward down for this. Just to the horse though, so Rizzo gets a sundown, forcing out the primal wrap. Muezza jumps in forward, gets an implosion ray with a retry power. That's a 3-man knockout! And Kays gets the follow-up. A double kill. Sans is forced to just eat the dust. Kays stomping on his head as he's unconscious.
Porcupines are absolutely demolished in this part of the game. 4 kills, and now CW is forced to retreat. Just give up the second tier turret, even the top lane. They're winning in all fronts 5k from what it was 600 gold lead for Dewa United.
A catastrophic fight for Fnatic Onyx. Like you said, how are they going to deal with the horse? Soriza walked in there, expending Rez's crowd control, and from there it's just history. Sans and CW tried their best to try and find an avenue to get to the prior targets, but with the implosion in the way, with the horse just unkillable, they're up against so many challenges. They've came back from a situation like this before, but can they do it again now? As they will pull forward, pull away in the gold lead, 5.5k gold.
Territory that Fnatic Onyx is not really familiar with, at least in the previous seasons. Season 14 is not looking very good, that's why Ray is in the lineup. Now Rizzo, look at that, he doesn't care, like 2 bushes in front of him, he knows he can take it.
Oh, he knows. Even if there's 5 members on him, he knows he can take it. This is why the high loss. Oh, Muezza! Implosion at the 2 glorious pathway. Ray with a shadow kill. Keyboy taken out by the horse. Rez gets assassinated. The rough waves deals nothing. The fracture tickles Muezza.
The rough waves are not very rough, man. It's just...
Those are some calm waves.
Yeah. It's like... just diving in a pond. Doesn't really drown them at all. And the targets are not really favorable for Sansa. At that time, it's hard for them to make a play out of this one.
Those are waves you usually see in a swimming pool, Roxy. You know when you swing your hand around? You splash your friend?
It wasn't a rough wave, it's more like a relaxing current. Man, Sans kind of limited to being a crowd control tool. Muezza stays in the front as well now. He has the Athena and the Dreadnought armor. So now, if he gets jumped on, if he does not immediately get bursted down, it's over. He will be the danger. He will be the one that engages instead. With the Lord available, wave in the bottom side is actually quite equal. But for Dewa, with so much of an advantage, with almost no way for them to really fall into a trap. All they have to do is send Chorizo in, and Fnatic Onyx will be forced to respect the pressure.
And he's gonna be very happy to be the sacrificial lamb or sacrificial horse at this point. As long as Moiza makes a play, makes the implosion to certain targets, it's AOK for Dewa United as they get the Lord without any contest whatsoever. Finally, Ray getting the Lord from Fnatic Onyx after absolutely dominated in game number 1.
It's a great situation for Dewa to be in, because even if they want to stall, if Fnatic Onyx wants to try and do the waiting game and let the Lord kind of assist them in the damage dealing with a Lunox late game with weapon mastery, by the way, if you remember from the emblems, Dewa can shred down that Lord very, very easily. Now Fnatic Onyx will be able to get this turret on the bottom side, but all things considered, they are up against a lot of problems right here. And it's the same thing, right? All they can really do is find a way to get around Chorizo and Moeza. But in order to do so, even in doing so, they're going to be forced to use a bunch of things for distractions, for mobility. It's almost impossible to rely on it. And now with the Lord available, in a base defense scenario, can they do it? It's almost guaranteed to be a front to back.
Keyboy and Sans though.
Few waves coming down, Ray. Does he read it out? Keyboy finding the way to Dragon, finding it, Ray. Wow. Gonna be caught, but the implosion saves him! Moeza! With the save, now the shadow kill. Deals with them in the back, they're all gonna be zoned away. Ray picks up Albert before he gets shut down. They were found two, now res very low, no primal. Rat CW forced to use a Purify. Dewa United equalize here. They don't even care about Sans.
Looking pretty dangerous for Fnatic Onyx. The skies are invaded by the gods. The domain that they have been dominating over the past 2 years is in trouble. Dewa United is looking to take that place from them.
So difficult when you have a draft like that, man. Dewa had everything going for them. Even when they mess up, even when someone oversteps and gets punished for it, it doesn't even matter. The importance of the drafts once again highlighted here in Season 14. And Dewa, wow, they just equalize and make this back to a best of 1.
And look at that, a genius play by Keyboy and Sans, countered by that perfect peel from Moiza. Knows that as long as Ray's alive, they can make something out of it. Hell, I think you can take the fight 4v5 if they want to with this kind of composition, because the draft is just that hard for Fnatic Onyx to execute.
I mean, it was impossible to execute, right? Unless the gamble paid off, but that is such a risky gamble to play. That's an early game lead that you're looking for up against a Hylos that does well early too, right? I mean, oh, this is the stuff we were talking about for Alter Ego last week. We were saying stuff about Aldo and Rekt, how their drafts were horrendous last week, and we're seeing it from the cream of the crop. We expect much better from Yeb and Adi, and the gamble didn't pay off.
I mean, there is that off chance of them actually just limit testing and try to see what the boys can capable of executing, but that's, I don't know if that's a delusional take.
That might be a Ghani take, you know?
Yeah.
Shout out Ghani, watching back at home with copium probably.
To be fair, if you talked about it's a bad draft, I mean, you can see that even the players of Onyx tried to make the best out of it, right?
Exactly.
They even go for they went for such a long flank right there to ensure they did get the play, and they did. That was the ideal case. They got in the back line, they found the jungler. I mean, they got the pick of attempt potential, and Moeza says, yeah, cool story, bro. And just ends everything, right? Mirko called out the Tigreal pick from a mile away, because fun fact, Mirko loves playing Tigreal against the Assassins, man. And like, that's exactly how he plays it. He just waits around, and he knows the Assassin comes up, it's a flicker implosion every single time.
And he gets in on Kadita and Nolan. That was like a double value, right? There's no Purify on the Kadita. Once you go in, you're gonna be caught in the implosion, man. You're like a submarine imploding.
Yeah, this is the highlight of the game, or like the replay of what happened in that particular game. You can see Chorizo just tanking pretty much everything. The Glorious Pathway just so annoying against the member of Fnatic Onyx. Even Sans, this guy doesn't really have that much mobility against the Glorious Pathway. Look at that, Chorizo! Against 5 guys.
He doesn't care. Where's the damage?
Ganking on them.
I don't see it.
Oh, and then Moeza comes in. And look, Moeza literally just stands there. He's like, oh, wait, there's no damage here. Even with the burst rough waves, That was a splash. Like Arashi said, that was a relaxing current.
Yeah, not a rough wave. It's a relaxing current coming in from the Khedira. And that's why itemization is also so good. Because you saw that with the Dreadnought armor, with the Athenas, how exactly were they supposed to quote-unquote burst him down, right? They're going to be forced to try and do damage overall, over time. And even then, in that department, they have a Harith, right? So nothing really is ideal for Onyx at all. Player of the game, though, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, Z Flip 6. It's going to be keys on that Valentina. Just jumping around, doing the damage. And with all the attention taken away by the Hayabusa, by the Hylas, by the Tigreal, when you're a Valentina in the situation, you have all the cards in the deck, dude. Yeah. Any ultimate you want to take, any target you want to burst down. There are some moments where he was able to use the built-in Terrify from the Valentina to try and make the play happen. You can see that for Onyx, they understand the urgency to go for early game aggression. But even here, when things were going as planned, when they were the ones executing the play, they were barely able to make it work, and they were still forced to sacrifice Keyboy in the midst of everything. And even here, Albert gets it, but at what cost, right? Ray showing again that on the Assassins, he is definitely a force to be reckoned with. And from there, the longer we go into the mid-game to late game, it's the same story, right? Onyx trying to group, trying to find a way to make a play happen. And look at Sorizo just standing there. And Moeza wasn't even hidden. He just walks in right there, slides in with the Sacred Hammer, and gets the implosion.
And then Cage just stole the Primal Wrath. He was just zapping away.
Yeah, and I'll say this earlier.
Even I would argue that he used the Primal Wrath better than Edith itself. Yep. You can see here the wombo combo of that implosion and that chaos order from Watt. The damage is just way too much at this point of the game. And that is a snowballing Hayabusa, by the way. This is the moment where Moeza made that flicker implosion on towards Keyboy, canceling the CC. That is going to be the story of game number 2.
Wait. An out-draft. Did the game end with Rez being 0-4 and 0?
Yeah.
Oh, that is some unfortunate stuff.
Keyboy is 0-4 and 4 as well. I mean, dude, you gotta feel so sad for Fnatic Onyx there. Dewa, I don't think they use a single battle spell defensively. For the most part, everything is just used aggressively because they know that they have the cards, right? They are the ones that have to make a mistake for Fnatic Onyx to find a play that will really work. So if you look at the difference here, 8K, 12-minute game. Not a familiar sight for Fnatic Onyx, especially against a team that has been doubted. It has been considered nowhere near the top of the league. Man, Dewa United are making Fnatic Onyx struggle here for the victory.
Yeah, for sure. And it seems like for the course of 2 games, the one that has a Hayabusa is going to win the game. And Ray played arguably as good as Albert in game number 1. I mean, look at the KDA. I don't think he died even once. Yeah.
He played it better, right? Even getting a solo kill on Albert around a turtle,
he died once. Okay.
7-1-6. Mans was everywhere.
And even for Watt on the Lunox, like I said, the same idea, right? Did we see a Brilliance order forced out of him? No, he just stands there and keeps zapping out those balls coming in from the
chaos.
Exactly, it's full chaos coming in from the chaotic man himself too. Looking at the items this late in the game, Holy Crystal and Divine Glaive, anyone who just stands in the front gets shredded down. It's almost like Dewa really like this idea, right? That the gold lane can stand there and just delete anyone that gets locked down long enough. So it was a carry in game 1, now it's a Lunox in game 2. Man, you can really feel like right now for both these teams, it's an overall thing, right? It's the team composition together. It's not just a single hero, really changing things for the whole team.
Yeah, it's just a very unfortunate and weird game for Fnatic Onyx. As you can see here, the statistics gonna back it up for Dewa United. Ray is everywhere, getting the lords, getting the turtle, even the turret as well. And it's worse to think that even Lunox takes down 3 turrets. It's a hero that has a magical damage. Not supposed to split push. And Watt did just that in that game.
And you have to give credit to Bang Otot, muscle man himself, sandbag, best wingman.
Sorry, bro.
Was there any question with the Hylas walking into this burst-heavy composition? Once the Revitalize gets popped, Sorizo just takes a very relaxing bath there. Right?
Sorry,
just stands there, healing up like, yeah, okay, bro. I gym.
Is that it? I gym. When he just walks up
like,
there.
I gym.
Just the proper sandbag.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the job test itself is not that hard.
Yeah, we're just-
considering that the draft that he's facing right now.
Hylos,
And I can say even confidently, I could take Chorizo's place in that game.
Whoa! Hey, you know what?
This is not me saying that I'm good.
Yeah, I know.
Because the game is just that easy.
Yeah, the Hylos.
Or
For the Hylos, that was a perfect Hylos game, right? To put it into perspective for you guys, no one could really threaten the kill on Hylos.
Let's see though. We're gonna take it to our host for game number 3 after this. So do not go anywhere. Still stay tuned for the English broadcast.
Namun, pastinya di sini kita hoki bersama karena bisa menyaksikan game yang begitu erat. Dan kalau dilihat di sini di MPL Arena, semua super fans tuh benar-benar semangat. Apalagi yang kuning-kuning bikin kita nggak bisa hening, kepengen teriak. Hai Sonic!
Hai!
Di sini ada Sonic dan juga ada The Sisters, Kevian dan juga Chesian. Hai!
Halo Bude.
Semangat untuk hari ini?
Semangat banget.
Semangat banget. Tapi ngomong-ngomong di sini kan kalau Sonic, Budi tuh tahu banget, banyak banget activity seru. Budi dengar ada SCS, bener ya?
Bener.
Apa
Betul
tuh
sekali, Bude.
SCS? PKL?
SCS tuh Sonic Community Series, Bude. Jadi itu activity Sonic yang diselenggarakan buat mensupport teman-teman pecinta Mobile Legends nih, Bude. Jadi teman-teman bisa ngikutin turnamen Mobile Legends yang khusus diselenggarakan oleh Onyx gitu.
Jadi itu turnamen untuk semuanya berarti
Semua
ya?
kalangan bisa ikut karena kita online, Bude.
Kapan tuh?
Oh, itu kapan, Jessy?
Setiap minggu ada.
Setiap minggu ada. Lalu gimana cara daftarnya?
Cara daftarnya cuma sekedar join di seruannya WA-nya Onyx sih.
Oh.
Udah kita share semudah itu, Bude.
Semudah itu?
Iya, betul.
Tapi kalau informasi-informasi gitu kan Bude sering lihat tuh dari semua akun sosmed. Dari GB, Chessy, Sonic juga. Terus juga ada nih yang namanya Play with Idol.
Ada.
Apa tuh?
Kalau misalnya Play with Idol itu buat para Sonic yang pengen mabah sama kita bisa join aja. Di mana aja sih?
Nanti itu ada di saluran WhatsApp-nya Oni. Kalian bisa cek di Instagram-nya Sonic, bakal ada infonya.
Wih, bisa main sama kalian?
Bisa, itu setiap minggu.
Aduh, gimana nih caranya? Gimana dong, pengen dong. Gimana, gimana?
Ya, gue bantu. Oke, teman-teman tinggal join aja ke Discord-nya Onyx, ke seruannya Onyx, ntar bisa kita infoin di sana.
Semuanya pokoknya di situ ya?
Iya, semudah itu.
Ayo dong, disuruh diajakin Gaby, suruh pada join. Ini para Sonic dan semuanya nih.
Boleh buat kalian semua yang pengen main bareng kita atau digendong sama kita. Boleh ngebel-ngebel juga yang pengen nanya-nanya ke aku, Chessy atau yang lain. Itu bisa join aja.
Bisa. Chessy, ada yang mau kamu sampein?
Buat para Sonic, ayo join di Discord-nya Oni, kita seru-seruan bareng.
Yeay! Seru-seruan pokoknya semuanya sudah di situ. Semua informasi sudah, Presiden? Presiden Sonic? Sudah kelar? Terakhir, untuk game ketiga. Kasih dong, kasih sesuatu.
Ayo guys, kita pasti bisa menang. Sesimpel itu sih kita harusnya.
Sesimpel itu? Apakah? Chessy, Gaby, lemparin ke Oji tuh, caster tuh.
Silakan.
Silakan.
It comes down to the wire in game number 3 for Dewa United against Fnatic Onyx. And so far, these two teams, it's back and forth, man. Game number 1, it was anyone's game, and somehow Fnatic Onyx, with their macro plays, with their experience, comes out on top. Meanwhile, in game number 2, it was an absolute demolition, absolute domination from the gods against the Sky Kings.
12 minutes it took Dewa United, where in game number 1, it was a close battle, back and forth. And really, now it comes down to the adjustment, right? Game number 3, both players and coaches must adjust. But I think more so, especially after game 2, respect Hylos. Just respect it, right? Like the Cho pick early was questionable, was it not?
Yeah,
And then there's no Valentino ban as well.
But what's not questionable though, if you download GoPay, is the best app in the business, the gamer's wallet that packs a punch with GoPay. You can vote for the winner of each game in MPL Season 14 match and guaranteed to get GoPay coins on your first vote. And 1 token with every vote. You can collect these tokens, Arashi, to exchange for free skins GoPay coins, gaming smartphones, and even electric motorcycles. So
Motorcycles?
Yeah, electric.
Okay. Wow. Just like that.
Yeah.
That's
As easy as
crazy.
that.
That's crazy
As
value.
simple as that.
So you just use the app just the way you would usually use it, and you can get up to an electric motorcycle? That's insane.
Also, you get the fun as well to vote for your favorite team or the winning team. Looking at the camera here, Mr. Albob. Game number 1, Hayabusa, was incredible. Game number 2, Ray used the Hayabusa, and it was nothing sort of incredible too. So let's see if it's gonna be banned or gonna be contested in game number 3. Is it gonna be the adjustment that you said, Mirko?
Well, I mean, if they want to look cool while doing so, for sure, they got to use that GoPay app and try and get those skins, but, you know, top up and for diamonds and pay with GoPay. You get up to 20,000 of those GoPay coins you're talking about, Shevin, in cash back. So, even more value. Wow.
Yeah,
as easy as that, man. You know, you get all the cash back, so much value. You can top up with GoPay, get GoPay coins. Lutpi seems to be standing. Is he going to be swapping in?
Whoa.
He seems to be ready.
He's making a transfer with GoPay because you can get 100 free transfers per month without any admin fees, man. He knows the value. The value,
Definitely
dude.
does. Look at this. Keyboy knows the value too.
Well,
I wonder what he's saying to the camera.
He says, move the camera out away from me. Give it to Lutpi. Give it to Lutpi.
And for you guys, the activity will be very, very soon. It will happen in a week. Every even week of MPL Indonesia Season 14, where you guys can download, register the GoPay app on your phone, then head straight to the GoPay booth at the MPL Arena. Participate in the lucky draw for a chance to win a golden ticket to play Brawl with a pro player. You guys can go and try to beat Kyrie if you want.
Even I want that. Play with a pro player?
Yeah. There's a brawl match, but with all pro players.
No, I don't think all, but there's going to be a pro player.
I see.
I think at least 2 from each
that sounds
side.
fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
Because you don't really get to see the pros play brawl.
Yeah.
Who
Well, what if they
knows?
just go Franco and Brawl? Then they just try to hook people.
Don't use Franco in Brawl, by the way.
Yeah.
It is something that you shouldn't do. Use like Joy or something.
Who made you the expert authority on brawl?
I am a
Brawling
brawl
master,
Yeah, what are you,
bro.
a brawl,
I play
mythic
brawl
rank
match.
brawl player?
Oh,
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. If you can win against a pro player, you get bragging rights, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Hey, I want against Kyrie, bro. I want against Kyrie.
In a rank game?
In a
No,
fun
it's on
brawl
brawl.
match.
Oh, in brawl.
Hey, a win is a win, okay?
weird
A
flex,
W
though.
is a W.
Yep, W, whether it's 2-0 or 2-1, it's still going to be a W in MPL Indonesia Season 14. And this is what the two teams are looking for in this match. Because, oh man, Onyx, if they lose in this match, it is not going to look good, man. They lost against GigVamp. They lost against RRQ 2-0. 2-0 against your favorite team, Arashi. 2-1 against my favorite team.
Okay.
Chefin.
Okay.
And right now they're losing against
And then
Dewa
tomorrow,
United.
they'll be going up against Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, and that is guaranteed, lah. Just kidding.
Oh, what do you mean guaranteed?
Nah,
Wait a minute.
No.
Chefin,
This guy's been talking big.
Even
Gunny's gonna be angry.
winning against Bigatron Alpha, and Gunny, shout out to you, man. Your team is not looking very good right now.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Is it a shout out or call out?
Well, for Lim Kochol, his team is doing real good, right? Dewa.
Oh,
He's always just been supporting Dewa from its heyday. You can even call him Bang Dewa.
Bang Dewa.
Interesting.
Why is that the case?
If you know, you know.
He just likes
I don't
that
know.
team a lot, man. Always has his full support behind them. But he always stays humble, Shevin. Unlike yourself, referring to yourself in third person. Dang. You think
He's
members
geek
of
fam.
Onyx speak that way?
Yeah.
Sans walking around like, oh, Sans wants to go out.
I don't even think Ghani, talks about
Hey,
the
hey.
way you talk about geek.
Hey, if you're on top, you get to talk, man.
On top.
On top?
Well, if you're winning.
This man's straight
if you're
glazing.
winning, if you're
Man,
winning.
straight glazing. What's
if
going
you're winning,
on?
you get
All
the
right,
right to
Chefin.
talk.
Let's get back into
until
this
you
game.
get humbled. But yeah, Dewa won the early game in both games. What does Fnatic Onyx need in game number 3? Do they want to just bank on that late game, knowing that Dewa United will win the early game for sure?
For sure.
It does seem like Dewa has had a better hold of the early game, and that is, one of their strengths. Dewa have amazing early game, and sometimes when they get the amazing early game in the mid to late, they always go for fights. Sometimes it works in their favor. A lot of times it actually works in their opponent's favor, because we saw that in game 1. They won out in the early game, and then Fnatic Onyx were able to just utilize that 50-50 team fighting that they will always like to go for mid to late to come back in the game.
All depends on how they take those fights though, right? For Dewa, been a bit more messy. And in fact, like we said, the macro has been quite improved coming in. So now it's a funny situation for Onyx to be in. If they want to try and go for a macro play, a split push, we saw that they were able to actually trap CW, take him out, stall out the game. If they want to go for a full-on fight, now actually there's value. But in the early game, it seems like they don't really have the right tools to do so. So it's all about control here. It's all about balance. Do they want to go for the early game? And if they do, they have to make sure that they pick the right time, right? They just identify the right factors that's going to allow them to really come out on top. Because for Fnatic Onyx, they have a team that has always played more controlled, more calculative. Every single time they take a fight, you know somehow deep down that they have an idea of what they want, what kind of winning condition they have. You're seeing less of that right now. It's like almost like they're drawn into Dewa United style.
Even in the home and away draft selection here, Ashi, they stray away from the calculations. They have the worst win rate on a blue side compared to the red side, but still, you want to pick the first pick in this game number 3. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean Coach Yep is that confident? Or do they want to just prepare themselves for the postseason?
Your team.
Well, might be Coach Yep experimenting. It might be Coach Yep just being stubborn about it. Or maybe, most likely, it's just Coach Yep, like you said, Shevin, trying to get used to being first pick, because he knows there are going to be some teams that will be able to put them in the same position. But look at this very quick drafting phase though for game number 3, presented by our official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6.
Well, there you go. It's really quick this time, though. I mean, you get to see that respect, right? We were talking a whole lot about how the Hayabusa set them up for failure. Sorry, not the Hayabusa, the Hylo set them up for failure, so getting rid of it is great. Dewa, though, they go for that Edith to counter the Harith, and then that's a Nolan. It would fit for Fnatic Onyx to actually take the Valentina, right? To counter Edith, take that Primal Wrath away, just like Kaze did to them.
Yeah, but do they want to go Chow again after the Hylos is eliminated? Well, it's gonna be fair miss for San, so a whole lot of bailout mechanic here for Coach Yep. It's a good combo with the Harith as well.
Well, both in both game 1 and 2, the Fairness was banned out, but only in the second phase. So now for Fnatic Onyx, they go for it. They have identified that team fights are most likely what this game is going to come down to. And what better tool to have here in a fight than that Nether Realm to really secure a second win in the middle of a big fight. On top of that, with the Harith, with the Nolan, a lot of mobility available right here. And this seems like Fnatic Onyx will be going for a, move in, move out, burst heavy strategy. Dewa now have to consider getting some kind of tool to ensure that Fnatic Onyx can get punished, can be forced to stick around.
Justice in the world.
Well, proper respect paid by Coach Horizon. It's been a talking point for Dewa United over the course of Season 14. They usually draft for themselves rather than just pick out some of the heroes that you want to counter from the opposing team. So it is fresh to see that this team is finally paying some respects towards some of the heroes that the opposing team is going to most likely pick. Now, second winning phase for Coach Yep. Not much of a
cure the pain.
flexibility coming in from Coach Yep's draft as well.
Yeah. Ban with the Valentina though. That was a pick that was very important in game number 2. Kaze was able to get the player of the game with that pick, so a lot of damage and a lot of output potential. Mirka was highlighting it earlier when we saw the assassination attempt from the Nolan. The Valentina is just so good against all these assassins. So many ways to outplay technically. They want to try and put Dewa on something a bit more risky, something that can be punished a bit more reliably. And funny enough, the Zask is actually still available, but I don't know if Dewa wants to try and go for that.
I mean, with the Valentina already taken out, one pick comes to mind. They ban out the Terizla here, the Lunox. How flexible is this Lunox pick? Because I have a feeling, is it too crazy if they decide to maybe last pick a Melissa?
The only one.
Right, because it finds a whole lot of value with the Harith there, and then up against the Faramis too, if they want to go for these clumped up team fights.
How about a Ruby Coldplay?
For what?
It's possible. It has potential. And that means the Lunox will be flexed over to the mid lane. And we've seen that before. Lunox with the deceptively strong early game can be used by Dewa. Now with the Arlet already picked up there for Fnatic Onyx. They have a lot of ways for Dewa to really punish the clumping of the Netherrealm. They need something else to try and equalize here. It's gonna be a Grok.
Oh man, Grok EXP. So we've seen this in MPL PH. And I believe this is a debut for MPL Indonesia, back again on the EXP lane. This time for Raze, the debutant for Onyx. So a whole lot of burden for this rookie.
Front control immunity, good wave clear. When it comes down to it, it's only a wild charge available though. Comboed with the implosion though, it's enough to really gain an advantage, a foothold in the midst of a 5v5. Last pick though, you can hear Mirko edging on Coach Ryzen. Do it.
Do it, Ryzen.
Let the flexibility flow through you.
I mean, to be fair, up against the Grok, it isn't really a good pick, but hey. It's really not that safe, right? They can obviously still go for Zask. I think that definitely is the safer choice of the two.
Lo and behold,
they go Lilia.
Oh, interesting. So a lot of cutting potential
against
here.
Hermes, yeah.
Yeah, it is a pretty good pick. So it is gonna be what once again on the Lunox. We saw this guy play this year in game number 2, and it really paid off. A guy that's not really known for the magical damager, magical DPS, and somehow still performs on the hero. And Rashi, after the draft concludes, any takeaway here? Like, who do you prefer in this case?
Oh man, I feel like if the game can kind of stall out a bit, maybe Fnatic Onyx can kind of wait for those big moments to really rely on the Netherrealm to really get an advantage. If this game goes to a scrappy kind of game though, I feel like there's so many ways for Dewa to really pull ahead with the Arlet, with the Lunox, Lilia, and Edith. It's a lot of damage potential.
Two teams step aside in the skies, looking to get the final nail in the coffin for each other. Will Onyx bounce back, or will Dewa United stand strong, getting the 4th W in this season? Is it gonna be Fnatic Onyx or Dewa United?
We'll see here if Dewa United can continue the lost streak of Fnatic Onyx, or if Fnatic Onyx can bounce back. The fact that we are seeing a 3-game series just shows you how much Dewa have progressed. You can see Muezza and K's already utilizing Lilia. Purify used up early.
That's the power of the Sacred Hammer coming in from the Tigreal. 2 Purifiers on the side of Dewa, but an abundance of magic damage, by the way. The physical damage should only be done by Ray, technically. Look at the 2v2.
Oh.
Look at the clear coming in. Albert walking in, but look at that. Rest immediately opening up the map, zoning Sorizo away. It's gonna be an easy litho picked up by Fnatic Onyx, but look at the reaction from Ray.
As a pullback case, no Purify. Albert gets the passive, not even with the fracture. And now the shot back Muezza forced to flicker out as Keyboy just sends that question mark through.
The good old Fnatic Onyx mid lane combo is already taking kills. Almost 2 as well in the first 2 minutes. Dewa United on the back foot.
They were gonna be a bit respectful of that, man. Here's some emblems by IndieHome though before the fight breaks out again. Inspire in the selection for CW and Sans. More spells, more damage, but also more survivability and outplay potential. That is what they need for sure. And ooh, look at that.
Great shove by Keyboy.
Well, continuing on, weapon mastery for the Lunox on the hands of Watt. And it's still Inspire for Sans, because he knows that Black Shoes and the spamming of that Angry Gloom is going to be critical in punishing the Netherrealm coming through from the side of Fnatic Onyx.
Now for Sturtle, it's going to come out in this game. The story so far, it's always Onyx winning out on the objective and Dewa United winning on the fights. Is it going to be coming through once again as Sans and Keyboy? It's not level 4 just yet, but they're on their way. Albert already in the vicinity.
Good onward now. They're going to be targeting Keyboy down. The Shadow Kill also used up. Good final back over to Albert right now. Still able to escape. Another run comes down. Hayes is the one who wins out the retreat battle, but Sans gets the Ghost Bursters. That's an onward to bring Rez back in a Primal Wrath to take him out. A win for Dewa United.
Once again, the early game is owned by the gods. Fnatic Onyx. This kind of composition in the late game, as you said, Rashi, they have a way to deal with this.
They do. But man, you can see that earlier, there were attempts from Fnatic Onyx to really get control there. Rez, in particular, going for the wild charge play. Fortunately, Dewa just saw it coming and immediately just adjusted, right? It only landed on one member, and all things considered, they still were able to find the turtle in that fight. So overall, quite an all-out win, but Moeza gets jumped on.
Great implosion. That's a good pick. Sans is the one who picks the kill up. Albert gonna go for the red tree steal, but Ray's a bit too quick with it. Albert just ends up using the red tree on Kaze.
Didn't even get the chance to get away from the CCs, just poured everything on towards Moeza. And I feel like that kind of maneuver is the solution, or like the thing that both teams are trying to do. Even in the first objective battle, it's Keyboy being the target.
Ooh, look at this zoning away. Trying to stop Watt from getting the farm here. Watt wants to walk up, still gets punished for it. But he's A-okay. It's a Lunox.
Feels like Keyboy is trying to bait out maybe the Purify perhaps to try and maybe secure a pick-off later on. Alright, dive. Soriza though finishes a Thunderbolt, so he will have a lot more damage, and he'll be stacking on that tankiness a lot earlier on right here. For Rez on the Grok, we haven't seen a Grok EXP in a long time. He's going for the Fury Hammer, and he has a rapid boot, so he's trying to just be fast in rotating after clearing the lanes as much as possible.
Okay, and now Fnatic Onyx actually climbed back from that gold lead from Dewa United, so they did a good job just zoning Watt away from the lanes and just taking the last hits. Already the micro display from once the gods of the game showing in display this early game stage. Look at that, Keyboy just being a pesky Tigreal. And Fnatic Onyx.
Albert. Oh, good charge. Knocking up Moeza. Gets an onward down, but Rez actually had the power of nature earlier, so it's just going to be a free turtle take because Keyboy decided to be annoying onto Ray.
A good old strategy though. Go for the 50-50 on the Retribution and make sure that you have two massive crowd control tools to ensure that the opposing jungler can't go for the Retribution. Now it's Santa's Keyboy available on the top side. What? Can he outplay this as Moeza comes in to try and save him?
Keyboy has the implosion, but they know that Watt has Purify. A good way to escape, also that brilliance, so it's a bit too risky to go for the dive there. Sorizo on the bottom side though. Won't actually look for a fight. How do you think the Grok XP is here?
Yeah, like, I think for the idea is just to burst down some of the members of Dewa United, especially Watt and Keys is very prone to getting bursted down. As you can see, one Legion Sword and Fury Hammer secured. But for the laning phase, I feel like Sorizo had a bit of an edge because like he has the healing. Meanwhile, Rez, the only thing that he can do or like try to do at this point is just to try to clear the lane as soon as possible. Yeah. And with the Wilderness Blessing as well, it's gonna help him to rotate much faster than Sorizo.
But if you look at his items though, he's not going for a single damage component and straight for tankiness. Look at this, whoa!
Whoa, the Earth Shatter actually cancels the shove! Man. Decides to pop an implosion there, Netherrealm coming down, CW gonna lose his life there, oh my damage! Watt's almost taking him out, forcing his Monforce out. I think CW panicked a bit, Sans forced to Purify, very low. Dewa doesn't want to go for it, not committing. Oh, Ray! Finds a clutch out of the back, Sans doesn't have the Netherrealm, and he's gonna be assassinated! Meanwhile, Sorizo surviving, oh, gets out of the passive strikes. Albert unable to get the trade back for Fnatic Onyx, and Watt is just chunking that turret down.
Oh man, the Hayabusa is playing like a madman in this match. 3 games in a row. Ray, finally, this time, is able to get that pick off at the top lane. And now, a bit too far from the turtle. It's gonna come back with a lot of HP. Game plan is still gonna be the same. Moeza jumping in first.
Good shot, nice final slash there. Implosion catches both of them to Monforce. Use up as well. Rez gonna be able to find a wild card. Watt all alone now. That's a big double. Watt taken out by Albert, and now it just leaves Ray and Kaze to watch as Fnatic Onyx take the turtle from the palm of their hands.
What the heck was the damage, my guy? Rez coming in immediately demolishing the backline. They were trying their best, but they clumped up a bit too much there. Kaze jumped on now.
That's a black shoes. Monforce popping already. Ray defensively walking back. CW still just walking under the turret. Dashes out towards a purple buff. Albert picks up a turret down below. Instantly capitalizing in that small window.
can see Mueza, if he misses, then he's gonna get punished right away. The same thing with Keyboy. So I feel like both teams. What? Both teams? It's just a matter of who can engage first and pull the trigger first and not a mistake in the process.
And it depends how both junglers play. Oh, never mind, Keyboy!
The chaos too. Keyboy getting a shove. Suns. Never all sending out Albert. And the back line fortune of Black Shoes and Potion used up on the 2-watt. Still has the ability of CW. Gonna be changed. Sees the reason one more jump. And he gets it with Watt. Getting the fade away. Gonna walk charge to lock him up. As a killing spree as Rez walks out Albert. Gonna be stopped. Rez comes in with a big smack to the head. Muenza taken out by Chorizo. In a battle of attrition. Dodges away with the fracture too. Ray has the bot. He needs to land and gets the quad shadow. And gets the kill.
Landing that shuriken on towards Albert. And once again, Taylor United comes out on top. The gold swing is already very purple. Meanwhile, Chorizo is looking to make that play. The final splash. Oh, Chorizo dodges away Pixel perfect from the Ghostbursters.
Where have you seen Sans slip up, not land the spell right there? Unfortunate things happening for Fnatic Onyx. Not really getting the control they want, losing it the longer the game goes on. 10 seconds until the next fights begin, and they will have all the better tools. More burst, more potential crowd control tools, and more outplay with the dashes, with the survivability, especially with Chorizo on that Arlet. It's definitely making problems happen for Fnatic Onyx.
Oh, Dewa United. They might make this happen against Fnatic Onyx. The debut from Rez is gonna be ruined by the gods. Dewa United, they have the map, they have all the pressure available. Can they actually do it? Can they finally be that consistent team in the late game after this already really good early game?
Look at what's going on right now. Chorizo matching Rez, not allowing him to get the free clear with the roaming boost advantage. And with keys on that Lilia, man, that is what's making it so difficult. Mueza though misses onward.
Good shot back, gets the Earth Shatter, though, gets pulled back by the Shadow Stampede. Under the Primal Rat as Keyboy gets disintegrated. In front of that rally, it comes down. Now a good wall charge, and there's no follow on the final slash. Brings CW to the Shurikens of Ray. And Chorizo gets his vengeance down. That is a 3-for-1. Dewa might be on the road to 2-1-ing Fnatic Onyx.
Oh, baby, it's a triple for Dewa United. As they get lured once again without any contest. Ray doesn't even have the retribution to use on that because there is no threat whatsoever. Dewa United, they are absolutely rolling right now.
Looking at some of the items right here, BOD, endless battle for Ray. Definitely an insane amount of damage. And what's more terrifying for Fnatic Onyx is that Keys has the Ice Queen's one, but he has the glowing one on the way soon. The healing reduction, the AoE application of it is going to make it even more difficult for Fnatic Onyx to get any kind of foothold in these fights. They are losing Keyboy too fast. Sans hasn't been able to pop that Netherrealm on time. And look at Mueza already eyeing a chance to get the fight started once more.
They just slithering around, man. Once you look for that onward. Holy Defense still up for Fnatic Onyx. It isn't over just yet. They still have a lot of defenses here, at least for the First Lord.
Yeah, Liz still United. We're able to make that a 3k gold lead at this point, a good lead to build on at this point of the game. You have all those DPS already, man. Like, you have a lot of damage coming in from Dewa United. Now I feel like on the other side of the court, Rez, the window for this graph to be effective for Ashi is not that much.
Just small windows for both teams technically, but I mean, Dewa has so many more ways to try and play these fights out. They can go for pickoffs, they can go for a kite back strategy, and the fact that they have Chorizo just being so active and dynamic here with the outplays that this guy has been making. A big criticism for Chorizo is that passive nature, is the fact that he can't really perform in the midst of a team fight. But with Dewa right here, he's been making the plays happen with those final slashes. And the vengeance is on the right targets. It is difficult for Fnatic Onyx to find like a moment of control in these fights, man. CW, Sans and Albert just not allowed to really stand around at all. Always pressured or forced to use some kind of spell defensively.
The Chorizo. Good black shoes out.
Albert being so aggressive in that situation. I feel like that That's really what Fnatic Onyx needs at this point of the game, just playing with the margins, somehow do the damage without getting picked off. Also knowing that Sans is there to bail them out.
Right, super buff still taken by Albert. Remember, the longer the game goes, the more Fnatic Onyx scales. Even though it's looking bad for them, they still do have a Harriet, they have a Nolan. They only scaled the best into the late game when it comes to damage output. And now especially with Rez being on the Grok with the C Halberd earlier and now a BOD. A lot of burst potential. If it lands on the right person, even the Purify won't save you from the insane amount of damage that the Wild Charge from a full damage Grok can do to you. But he is also squishy. The fact that the only frontline is Keyboy is one of the problems for Fnatic Onyx. Look at this, Rez caught out of position.
Conceal, Moeza with the flicker onward there, almost catching Albert. Rez is going to be isolated completely. The final slash of the Wild Charge actually connected with Implosion as well. Ray going to be caught still as a quad shadow. Savant Force used up. The Brilliance in the midst of an RCW still jumping back and forth, trying to go for the play. What will be taken down? They made a mistake. CW capitalizes on Rizzo! Again jumping back and forth, but in the end, it's CW picks up a triple. That's a Black Shoes from Kaze, who's still able to survive. Now it's a big 1v4. Kaze can he escape? No, Black Shoes. Albert assassinates him. And again, for Dewa, the team fighting 50-50.
Oh man, what looked like a mistake coming in from Rez and Fnatic Onyx turns out to be a bait for Dewa United as Ray already spends the quad shadow. He cannot contest on this one. Sans is just absolutely zoning them away.
Lord finally goes to the hands of Fnatic Onyx. A great moment here, a huge swing in momentum. Now they can finally go for some more controlled plays and try and get some of these turrets down. For Dewa, they do have a respectable amount of burst damage. They can clear this Lord very, very easily, but they have to be watchful for Fnatic Onyx waiting in these bushes to try and go for a surprise engage. They went for a fight there onto Rez. He was able to get the Wild Charge off, and Keyboy, finally not bursted down, was able to get a big implosion. Those are the winning conditions, and you can see Fnatic Onyx immediately go for some more control, go for the group up, and go for the split as well with Rez on the top side.
You gotta respect the potential of Keyboy, man. This guy came back with a Tigreal against a 16k gold lead in the world stage, so nothing is impossible for Fnatic Onyx when Keyboy is on this hero. So gotta watch out for those flicker implosion combo, considering that only 2 Purifies is available for Dewa United.
That's the charge down to the bottom lane. Keyboy finds an implosion, and they all just collapse under it. The Netherrealm has been baited. Kaze is still in the midst of it all. Rez getting the Wild Charge, and that's where Fnatic Onyx shine. Albert cleaning them up. Torizo, look at the resets. Can only flicker backwards as Albert chases him to the fountain, and Calvin Winata gets rid of him. Fnatic Onyx in an instant takes the game back.
A good way to bounce back in this match by Fnatic Onyx as they reclaim the skies from the gods. Their rightful throne is safe, at least for this day.
Dewa United felt that the skies were so close, so sure of their chances of beating Fnatic Onyx in a big fight. But you can see again the difference that experience and calmness brings. And Fnatic Onyx swing it around, they take out Dewa in one fell swoop. It's a great effort, a great show of improvement from Dewa United, but Fnatic Onyx are just too far ahead for now.
What a display. Even though they were out of it, it looks like it was 3k gold lead and Rez just final nailing the coffin with that Wild Charge on towards 3 people. Beautiful play by the rookie to deal the final blow to Dewa United, which right now 3-3.
Wow. An absolutely phenomenal performance from Dewa United in the early all the way to the mid. It went from wild to mid real quick too though. Right? I mean, winning so hard and then deciding to gamble in on a team fight. That's Dewa.
And it's a team fight that they didn't really get all their winning conditions in. They didn't really go for a big team fight, go for a big pickoff, but they just committed all in on there. And Fnatic Onyx, they know how to turn that kind of fight around.
You can see here the stage that They didn't really visit that much often in the previous week. And now they're back here. Gonna get interviewed to see what they have to say after this W against Dewa United. With Bude, Clara Mongstar.
Dengan kemenangannya yang pertama di minggu ini. Tapi Bude mau langsung nih ya, mau foto bareng Res. Selamat datang Res. Kita foto boleh nggak? Boleh ya. Nih Bude bisa foto di sini. Karena ini adalah perdana Res di MPL. Boleh gayanya Res? Boleh dikasih lihat dong. Yeay. Res gimana main di MPL? Menjadi regenerasi terbaru dari Fnatic Onyx.
Gimana ya? Ya gitu sih.
Ya gitulah ya. Ngerti kan? Sonic tahu ya? Iya tahu.
Senang.
Oh senang. Lalu ini kan berapa lama persiapanmu untuk bermain di panggung MPL ini?
Berapa ya? 4 hari kayak. Ya 4 hari sih.
Baru Res naik gitu?
Iya.
Lalu responmu?
Apa?
Responmu bagaimana? Ini kan bisa dibilang meregenerasi. Season lalu ada Lutfi, season ini Res hadir. Tentu ekspektasi itu sangat tinggi. Bagaimana kamu menghadapi ekspektasi itu Res?
Ya main aja bagus sih. Main bagus aja.
Main bagus?
Iya.
Kunci main bagusnya Res apa?
Apa?
Apa ya?
Ya komunikasi kayak gitu-gitulah.
Semuanya, tapi lancar 4 hari?
Ya, lumayan.
Lumayan. Lamanya Dewa United hari ini, tapi yang menarik di mana? Kita melihat, buset kayaknya kalian menang comeback mulu. Siapa nih? Siapa Res? Kasih tahu Bude, siapa yang menurutmu di antara kalian berlima yang menjadi kunci dari comeback kalian? Siapa Res?
Semuanya sih.
Semuanya?
Ya.
Namun, Sans.
Halo Bude.
Ini kalian menangnya comeback gitu, kepengen bikin Sonic deg-degan atau gimana?
Ya kita ada beberapa emang menang di awal, cuman yang pas di mid gamenya kita nggak terlalu bagus untuk eksekusi buat warnya, jadi ke bawah late game. Ya.
Ke bawah late game.
Iya.
Dan ini yang nggak biasanya kita lihat dari Fnatic Onyx nggak sih? Kesusahan di gamenya?
Nggak apa-apa sih, mau susah mau gampang, yang penting end gamenya menang. Ya.
End gamenya menang. Tapi gimana mental Suns di 3 game tadi tuh?
Sama seperti biasa sih, main biasa aja sama tim.
Agak panik dikit nggak waktu base-nya kepengen hampir ke end tuh? Game 1, lalu game...
Enggak sih, kita udah ngalamin beberapa kali kayak gitu, jadi sebenarnya kita main enjoy aja, kuncinya enjoy.
Kuncinya enjoy. Kalau kunci kemenangan kalian apa hari ini?
Sama, tetap enjoy juga.
Enjoy bro, semuanya yang penting enjoy. Namun tadi yang lebih deg-degan mungkin kita bisa tanya ke Albert ya. Albert, wadaw, ini kamu melihat dari game pertama, bagaimana kamu bisa, kita ngelihat ada 1 lawan 1 bersama dengan Awat Super Supriyadi. Pada saat di base, coba ceritain game pertama itu gimana kamu bisa endingnya defense dan bisa ngebalikin semuanya.
Dia nafsu aja sih kayaknya. Dia pengen cepet-cepet bunuh kali ya. Jadi dia blunder juga di situ.
Kamu memanfaatkan.
Iya.
Tetap tenang dari Albert.
Iya, betul. Kuncinya tenang.
Kuncinya tenang. Namun bermain hari ini juga kita melihat bahwa regenerasi terjadi di Fnatic Onyx. Boy, ngelihat adanya regenerasi seperti ini di Fnatic Onyx, EXP Lane beregenerasi terus. Begitu pula dengan lawan kalian. Gimana sih kamu ngelihat regenerasi di MPL ini?
Ya season 14 ini emang banyak lah regenerasi. Kalau yang dari Onyx, dari Coach Chef sih. Jadi kayak dia bilang, oh ini mirip Albert nih katanya, naik aja.
Weh.
Kan kemarin mirip Gilang katanya. Karena mirip Albert, Coach Chef, Coach Chef.
Jadi dari Coach Chef-nya, dari Coach melihat, wah ada potensi karena mirip Albert gitu. Coba di sini yang ada yang mirip Albert lagi, siapa tahu ya bisa jadi regenerasi baru. Mirip Kiboy ada. Tapi Boy, hari ini juga kayak Dewa United mungkin nggak seperti Dewa United yang sebelum-sebelumnya. Kayaknya berat banget nih, ketat banget. Apakah di sini dari Dewanya yang kuat Atau seperti yang lagi rame di internet, Fnatic Onyx agak sedikit underperform. Yang mana tuh boy?
Kalau itu kapten sih kita.
Kapten, tolong jawab Bude Kapten. Ten,
Apa Bude?
gimana Ten? Ini kan banyak banget yang ngomong kayak, aduh ini Fnatic Onyx kok nggak semulus biasanya season-season lalu. Apakah lagi underperform atau tim-tim lain yang lagi kuat
Gak
nih?
apa Bude, kita kan lagi coba meta regenerasi dengan adanya Albert kedua kan.
Oke.
Ya proses lah.
Proses.
Emang Onyx nggak boleh berproses.
Karena ekspektasi dari orang-orang, Onyx itu selalu kuat. Onyx selalu di atas. Tapi ini kok goyang-goyang ke tengah ya?
Kayaknya bisa dijelasin sama Embul sih.
Waduh, baru datang gue.
Baru datang katanya. Gimana Web?
Ya berproses aja sih intinya.
Berproses saja.
Yap.
Jadi untuk Sonic, untuk semua super fans nggak perlu panik ya?
Panik dikit Bu. Tipis aja tipis.
Tipis aja.
Jangan terlalu tenang jadi orang mah.
Oh, oke, tantangan di depan mata ya.
Betul.
Tetap percaya diri dari Fnatic Onyx. Tapi untuk hari ini, kemenangan hari ini. Ayo dong We. We, kasih kita
Nggak ada,
sesuatu.
Bude, sumpah. Ini tanpa di setting emang nggak ada Bude.
Udah.
Karena emang kita, gua mau ke toilet sih.
Oh, ya udah. Ini aja ya. Rest aja ya, rest.
Rest.
Kata-kata untuk hari ini, mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan?
Tetap semangat aja.
Tetap semangat ya.
Ya.
Lawan BTR main gak Res?
Gak tahu. Belum tahu.
Nggak tahu.
Ya,
BTR lagi di pucuk nih. Gimana nih?
ya udah lawan aja.
Lawan aja.
Iya.
Apakah ada persiapan khusus melawan tim yang sekarang buset kayaknya di atas? Apa yang ingin Res lakukan nih untuk persiapan?
Semuanya sama aja sih persiapannya. Ya kita harus siap lah.
Harus siap.
Ya,
Res siap?
siap.
Teman-teman siap nggak ini? Abang-abanganmu siap nggak nih?
Tahu nih?
Tahu nih. Siap nggak pada?
Siap gak?
Lawan BTR besok.
Siap.
Oke, yang penting Res bahagia ya, itu kuncinya. Oke, kunci. Itulah dia. Ada yang mau disampaikan lagi? Ayo. Untuk melawan Bigetron, mungkin mau request drum band atau apa?
Enggak ada sih, ya cuman bilang terima kasih. Kita masih ada match lawan BTR besok. Kita bakal kasih yang terbaik besok lagi. Ya tetap dukung kita, ini masih panjang juga. Kita pasti kasih yang terbaik aja terus.
Mereka akan memberikan yang terbaik dan sekali lagi mari beri tepuk tangan untuk Fnatic Onyx. Caster, kemenangan 2-1 sangat dramatis.
Rez's rookie debut ends up with a victory for Fnatic Onyx after that beautiful wild charge on towards 3. The final blow towards Dewa United by the rookie.
The final blow was more of a Benedetta thing. That was a wild charge.
Final charge.
There you go. It was really impressive, man. You know, to make your debut on stage and already have a performance like that. We don't count game 2 because obviously, you know, that was more of a, as Gandhi would say, we were trying. We're testing our limits, man.
Yeah,
Let's go on it.
You gotta experiment sometimes. Keep the game interesting, huh?
Let's go.
Goni always says that for sure. That's true. But let's look at some of the moments right here. This was one of those fights, right? They were jumping on. They spent so much to try and get res, and unfortunately, that allows Keyboy, for once, to actually get picked off. Again and again, Keyboy kept getting deleted, and Sans tried his best to try and save him with another realm, and he kept failing. Keyboy kept getting taken off. And in this fight, you can see that even the damage sources, right? Watt and Keys weren't really working in tandem with the team. They weren't really able to get the combo, that AoE running, and you need that to really win against a team with a Netherrealm that's just so impactful, especially in the hands of someone like Sans with all the experience in timing it, right? Using it in the right exact moment to get the best benefit.
Yeah, it really does feel like they kind of forgot that the Netherrealm is there to kind of bail out the entire team. As we take a look at the player of the match, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. It is Keyboy!
Keyboy!
Keyboy? Keyboy? That's the way Poisey says it, right? Whenever someone flickers, gets an implosion, or actually doesn't get anyone with the implosion, you hear Poisey saying, Keyboy?
Keyboy? What? Well, he has 0 kills, which is to be expected almost. Sometimes you forget that Keyboy just gets so aggressive and you kind of assume he has some kills, but 5 times taken out of the game, even with the Netherrealm, that is what Dewa were able to kind of force onto them. Here, the play of the match highlights by our official gold partner, Ube as Gold. And you're seeing from the early game, he was using that Tigreal Sacred Hammer in such a great way to just be oppressive. And here, you see it every single time. Keyboy gets jumped on, he gets saved here, but overall, look at how Dewa is playing, right? Together as a team, zoning out the real threats of the game, knowing that, you know, without CW, no DPS, if they don't clump together, no real way for them to get comboed, and they're using all that to their advantage. Fortunately, the longer the game goes, the more they kind of lost track of that vision, right, of how they were able to actually get some of these very good fights. And of course, Ray showing off against Albert, saying that, you know, we're not too shabby ourselves. Look at this. Moeza tries to go for a play. Fortunately, it doesn't land. The final slash already expanded. That's even before the implosion, before the Netherrealm. And Watt really tunneled in to try and get Albert there, diving in. And look at where he is, man. In the middle of 3 members of Fnatic Onyx. Small mistakes overall for everyone. It just did not go as planned for them. And eventually, they get chased down. Keys gets taken out as well. That was the beginning of the end. And for Onyx, they know they need something decisive. Ooh. Big implosion. Okay, recovery from Dewa. But look at Rez immediately eyeing an opportunity.
Look at this.
Oh man. Damage too. Orgasm.
That was a certified Rez play.
Yeah, for sure. And the fact that in that teamfight Arashi, when it all started to go south, but we're gonna see here the golden moment for...
Aman. Motor ya? Turun. Sama Julian.
Lihat belakangnya tadi.
Gue cancel Bob.
Masih bisa nggak, Pak?
Bisa.
Lo banget ya. Lihat kiri.
Gue mati. Aman, sama Res. Bawahnya ada sih. Santai. Mas, aman. Masih main, kasih main. Santai aja. Harusnya dia takut sih.
Dia mau fokus minion nggak sih?
Enggak, sabar. Aman gua.
Nice, Bert. Dia agak maju, dia bisa konsel. Konsel. Aman
udah ulti guys. Gue
tarik sini guys.
Belakangnya dong, guys. Haya. Bisa ulti. Ayo guys. Lurus ya, bisa lurus ya.
Gua mana? Sabar guys.
Gua ribu.
Gak ada kuning. Nice, Bert. Kayaknya lo banget kok. Bisa lor. Aman. Nice banget, Bert.
Ada puring ada ya?
Very poised display on that communications. It is, right?
Pretty poised, but you can definitely see the excitement once they got that team fight. The last one we saw, you can definitely see that they recognize that is a swing in momentum and it's their time.
But I'm comparing it to like Alter Ego.
Oh, then
it's one of the calmest, man.
Definitely, you know.
Oh yeah, take a look at the items here, Rashi. You can see some of the items that these guys have secured. Res, full damage, not even a rose gold meteor to kind of give him a little bit of HP or shield as well.
Yeah, for those of you who aren't aware, Grok's passive transforms half, I believe, 0.5 of his attack, physical attack damage into defense. By the way, physical defense. So he has a layer of tankiness here. As long as he isn't retargeted by Keys and Watt against Ray and Sorizo, he actually can hold his own, which is why this EXP Groks usually go for those full damage builds. But this is quite late in comparison, right? It wasn't late game like game number 1, but 15 minutes, 16 minutes is quite respectable there. A big team fight and these time frames can kind of be fatal, man, with the death timers being long enough for at least several objectives to fall into the hands of the opposing team.
Once again, the rich guy, Albert, with the Nolan this time, not Hayabusa. Even though he's going on this jungler, not a jungler, not a gold lane, somehow gets the gold and the farm quite well compared to the opposing junglers.
Yeah, both game 1 and game 3, we do see Sandbag and the wingman being Keyboy, right? On the Hylos, much more expected. On the Tigreal, wow, and you can see this massive dip, and that was definitely caused by that team fight that Dewa took.
That's a trench
in the bottom lane. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really think it's a trench, just like a lake.
It's deep.
It's a lake.
Deep.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Goni was saying it's like beachfront property is what this is. With a great view of the mountain as well.
And then, yeah.
Prime real estate for Fnatic Onyx. And it's funny, you see a small dip in the front there? That's where the relaxing caravans are. Right before that massive dip where, you know, it's a whole different scenario.
Well, yeah, that is it. Game number 3 concludes with Fnatic Onyx finally bouncing back after that miserable display in week number 3. But now, they're back again, looking to make it a 5-peat. A feat that has never been done before. Even 4-peat has never been done before, and I don't think it can be replicated in the future, man.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very, very hard, right? We've only seen one 4-peat champion, and that is only an MPL ID, I believe. We really haven't even seen it from any other region before. Even in Malaysia, it was like back-to-back. I think the closest we got from a 4-peat was RSG SG. And then they didn't... Yeah, we don't talk about that moment.
Oh, man.
But that would have been the 4-peat for them. That would have been. I think they think about that every night as well, you know? Could have been.
You said something interesting in the pre-show, Mirko.
Yes.
You want to see a new champion.
Oh, yeah. I've been saying this for like 5 seasons now. I mean, this is nothing new. Maybe I should stop saying that. You know what? 5-peat. Onyx, let's go.
It's always Mirko's fault, apparently.
Hey, man.
Well, now
gotta take it away from JP.
Now he's going with the reverse psychology, though, so you never know, right? Goni back at home is like, oh, man.
We're going to see here what they have to say after that loss from Dewa United. With Bude Clara Moonstar.
Bude penasaran, Raizan, apa reaksimu tadi ketika game berakhir, match berakhir?
Ya, sebenarnya sayang banget sih ya, karena ya semuanya udah kita plan, kita udah latih ya, cuman emang belum rezeki lah.
Belum rezeki, memang kayak tipis banget gak sih?
Ya sebenarnya masih banyak sih yang perlu diimprove sih dari disiplinan. Ya masih banyak juga miss juga ya, jadi ya emang masih perlu banyak yang direview lah.
Menarik karena kita ngelihat kuat banget untuk Dewa sampai mid game-nya, namun di late game kayaknya Dewa itu kesulitan untuk mengeksekusi atau menutup gamenya. Gimana tuh?
Kalau dari yang saya perhatikan sih buat di late game ya memang mereka masih banyak miss lah, kayak dari decision masih belum on point, ya masih banyak blunder juga, jadi kayak ya itu yang ngepanis kita, jadi bikin kita kalah. Ya mungkin ya nanti setelah kita balik ke GH baru kita review lah.
Karena waktunya tinggal besok dan lusa harus bertarung lagi.
Ya.
Banyak yang harus dibenahi nggak dari match hari ini?
Sebenarnya kalau dibilang banyak sih nggak juga sih, karena kita emang ada strat sendiri, cuman emang ya kerapian sama kedisiplinan lah yang menjadi PR buat kita.
Dan mungkin juga adanya perubahan kah? Karena lagi dan lagi adanya pergantian pemain nih untuk Dewa United.
Kalau perubahan sih enggak sih, karena kan kita emang udah ada textbook lah, jadi ada pattern juga. Jadi ya mau itu kayak kita coba mid lane lain tetap ya bakal sama aja sih kayaknya.
Oke, case bermain ataupun tidak dan semuanya pun kayak dari cold lane kalian punya banyak banget pelapis. Dan itu tidak ada beda. Apakah emang khusus buat kali ini melawan Fnatic Onyx menurunkan lineup ini?
Enggak sih, emang kita udah coba juga, udah latihan juga, ya memang ini yang terbaik sih.
Ini yang terbaik. Dan kita melihat dengan close game seperti tadi, berarti bisa dibilang Dewa United sudah lebih baik daripada minggu lalu.
Kalau dibilang lebih baik, mungkin lebih baik, tapi masih belum banyak lah, masih dikit lah, masih bisa lebih baik lagi.
Tapi melihat lawanmu hari ini Fnatic Onyx yang biasanya itu di atas langit, sulit sekali, tapi hampir kalian menangkan. Bagaimana sih untuk Fnatic Onyx di mata Dewa United?
Sebenarnya kita nggak mikir itu Onyx atau siapa sih, kita nganggap semuanya sama aja, pokoknya kita mau lawan siapapun ya kita emang ada preparation, ya kita ya jalankan sesuai dengan apa yang kita siapkan. Jadi emang ya nggak peduli siapa sih sebenarnya.
Tak peduli siapa, namun 2 hari lagi berarti hari Minggu lawan kalian adalah Alter Ego, tim yang sangat barbar. Bagaimana untuk mempersiapkan anak-anak lebih baik dari hari ini dan mungkin bisa mendapatkan poin, dan karena ini penting banget posisi kalian tuh sekarang lagi di tengah-tengah banget ya.
Ya lagi krisis lah. Jadi kalau buat persiapan buat lawan Alter Ego, ya mungkin kita ada, tapi dari yang Onyx ini kita review dulu jadi kita lihat apa yang harus kita benerin. Setelah itu baru kita persiapin lagi buat lawan Alter Ego. Pasti ada persiapan buat.
Oke, tapi terakhir ya, di ranking yang diberikan oleh Mirko, English caster kita, Dewa United itu no playoff. Setuju? Nggak setuju dong pasti.
Kalau saya sih bodo amat sih dengan kayak gitu-gitu ya. Pokoknya sih usaha yang terbaik aja, kita latihan, gak usah terlalu pikirin. Ya kalau emang kita layak ke playoff ya itu jadi pembuktian lah buat kita. Jadi gak usah kayak, ya jadi motivasi aja sih buat kita juga. Mau membuktikan lah buat siapa yang bilang kita gak layak buat ke playoff.
Mirko, tunggu pembuktian dari Dewa, betul?
Betul.
Betul, dan kita akan nantikan juga untuk selanjutnya di hari Minggu. Semoga nggak ketemu di sini ya. Dan kita akan kembalikan kepada caster, monggo.
Oh man, Bude Clara really knows how to spice up things, man.
That's why she's our host.
He doesn't care. He said, who cares about Mirko?
Quote unquote, bodo amat.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you should actually take it, right? That's constructive criticism. And again, for him, he said, hey, I'm going to take it as motivation.
Yes.
Right? Of course, you got to take it as constructive criticism. And hey, Ryzan, we've seen this many times before, by the way, right? I mean, even last season, Rebellion, they improved. Despite also still not making it to playoffs, they improved.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And the fact that he said that the early game was fine, and also the late game is the problem. And they're up against Alter Ego in the next match. So it is a very good opportunity to bounce back as we take a look at the upcoming match for this day. For Fnatic Onyx actually. It's Fnatic Onyx versus BTR. Fnatic Onyx versus EVOS. Dan kick. Oh man. Oh, stacked. Stacked. Except for... No, just kidding.
Whoa.
What are you saying? Man. Relax. I'm having fun here in the desk, man. I'm having fun. But yeah, Fnatic Onyx, there's still a lot of things to prove. Because in this game too, it's not only the most convincing way to show that we are back, man. It's not the prime Onyx that wins out with 10k Gold League, just pretty much demolishing the competition over the past 4 seasons. But you know, it is a win. A win is a win. A win by a mile, a win by an inch. It is a win.
Winning is all that matters. And upcoming matches here for Dewa United on the other side. Alter Ego, RRQ, and then Team Liquid. That's a tall order, man.
Look at the junglers that they're gonna face. Nile, Sutsujin, and Fabian.
Oof. Oh boy.
Brother.
They gotta stack up the crowd control, man. They gotta stop these guys from moving.
Yeah, these are some big matches up ahead for Dewa United as well, right? So they want to make it to the playoffs. You're gonna have to beat these dudes, and it's a tough road, I think, for everyone, it seems, right? And this season.
Yep.
Especially for one team that's gonna be playing next match.
It's gonna be hard to beat these dudes for sure, man. But you have to make sure that you come over and watch that stuff live in the arena, man. It's a whole different experience. Don't forget to buy your MPL ID Season 14 tickets so you can experience the thrill of MPL Indonesia live, dude. You don't want to miss out on the experience, especially with the exciting matches we've highlighted just earlier, right? The upcoming matches are quite insane, dude.
And with GoPay, you can get 10% cashback and also 10,000 GoPay coins cashback. A lot of beneficial things that GoPay can offer, but you gotta stay tuned for the stream, man, because we got a really exciting match coming on. It is Bigatron Alpha versus Rebellion Esports. Can they actually bounce back and get their first W for Rebellion? Stay tuned to see the answer.
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Konsolidasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay menambah total hadiah ratusan juta.
Ya, mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan, penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama teman makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow. Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow. Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Dikasih ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
It's a male finch.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Match yang kedua sesaat lagi akan kita saksikan di MPL Indonesia season yang ke-14, minggu yang keempat. Senang sekali di sini Bunda Clara Mongstar berada di tengah-tengah semua super fans yang menantikan match yang cukup dramatis karena dua tim yang bertanding hari ini di match kedua ini punya nasib yang sangat berbeda. Satu tim berada di atas awan, memuncaki klasemen sementara satu tim lainnya berada di dalam lautan terdalam. Inilah dia, Decisive Alpha dan juga Rebellion Esports. Dua tim ini sedang berusaha untuk mencari poin kemenangan khususnya untuk Rebellion. Rebellion sampai minggu yang ketiga mereka belum mendapatkan kemenangan match satu pun. Sehingga semua Rebel Squad tentunya menantikan kapan kemenangan itu akan hadir. Sementara dari Bigetron pun mereka sangat kuat berada di puncak klasemen dengan kualitas yang begitu luar biasa. Namun Rebellion datang bukan tanpa prepare sesuatu karena mereka mendatangkan satu player yaitu X-Win yang mungkin bisa jadi menjadi faktor X untuk mendapatkan win di hari ini. Dan sebelum kita memasuki match hari ini, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua super fans yang begitu setia, yang ada di rumah juga, yang lagi pada nobar, dan khususnya kepada para partner dan sponsor karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Munton, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports Hidea, official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports. Ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan supplier kita ada Erigo dan juga Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Dan tentunya yang butuh dukungan adalah kedua tim yang sedang bertarung. Namun sepertinya dari tim Rebellion mereka benar-benar butuh kritik, saran, dukungan, serta semangat dari para seluruh super fans. Dan Budi juga sudah mendapatkan banyak sekali masukan-masukan juga yang akan kita saksikan bersama-sama. Inilah dia dari para semua super fans yang ada. Super fans berbicara. Ini dari Ardi Kusum 12. Kita bacakan bersama-sama ya. Masalahnya untuk tim Rebellion adalah, untuk tim Rebellion problem di tim kalian itu ada pada Matt. Kalau bisa main Hero Sign Moskov bukannya kenapa, tapi kalau dipakai terus-menerus nanti bisa di counter. Bukannya aku yang sok ngatur kak, tapi setiap pick hero udah ketebak bakalan ambil Moskov. Emot sedih, pingin lihat Matt main hero MM lain. Dan solutionnya sendiri dari Ardi Kusum 12 adalah untuk solusi pick hero meta. Ya meta terus sih yang kalian pakai untuk team fight. Aku nggak terlalu tahu kesalahan kalian. Kalau mainnya sangat mulus, walau mau kalah atau menang kalian tetap kompak. Tetap santai, aku sangat suka permainan kalian. Itu dari Ardi Kusum 12, Super Fans Rebellion. Namun ini memang hal yang cukup menarik karena Bude pun melihat banyak sekali keramaian di internet. Tapi menurut Bude, Mobile Legends itu game 5 lawan 5. Nggak bisa hanya berfokus dengan satu player juga. Dan mungkin kalau memperkuat trio atau dari mid, dari roam, itu juga bisa menjadi satu faktor. Banyak sekali tentunya, namanya adalah team play, jadi semuanya harus berbenah diri. Menurut Bude kayak gitu sih ya. Menurut kalian gimana yang di kolom komentar? Namun gak hanya satu, tentunya kita akan membacakan untuk dari Superfan berbicara yang kedua. Selanjutnya, ini dari Al-Entranta. Nama panjangnya siapa ya? Mohon maaf ya. Mungkin pada tim Rebellion Esports kurang yang namanya chemistry pada saat in-game. Seperti yang saya lihat pada match MPL kemarin yang sering melakukan mistake pada combo tersebut. Dan juga performa setiap player yang mungkin suka menambahkan gerakan tambahan yang bisa merugikan timnya. Masalah tersebut sangat krusial menurut saya. Menurut Al-Natra. Kalau solusinya apa tuh? Solusi menurut dia adalah yang pertama. Mungkin menurut saya solusi pada tim Rebellion sering melakukan yang namanya evaluasi. Dan sering yang namanya kumpul maupun di in-game atau out-game. Karena supaya chemistry antar player menyatu dan suasana pada tim sangat enak. Yang kedua, menurut saya mungkin pada tim Rebellion harus membawakan gameplay baru yang mungkin tim lain belum tahu supaya bisa berkembang. Dan itu dari ALNRTHA, Anentra. Dan itu sudah ada 2 super fans yang berbicara dan menyampaikan pendapat mereka. Namun sebenarnya masalah itu mereka yang tahu. Setiap tim yang tahu dapurnya. Namun jika super fans saja sudah bisa merasakannya dan bisa membacanya, mereka memberikan insight yang baik dan berharap bahwa timnya bisa kembali naik dan maju melangkah menjadi posisi terbaik pula. Hari ini akankah menjadi kesempatan Rebellion untuk pecah telur atau dari Bigetron yang akan melakukan dominasinya. Jadi mari kita sambut bersama-sama match penutupan di hari yang pertama minggu keempat.
Heaven and earth, a term that's probably the most perfect to describe what's happening between these two teams. Bigetron Alpha is, you know, for a lot of people out there, this team is the best in the league, at least overall. Don't nod at that. You know, that's not true, right? That's not true, right?
You want to take a look at the standings the third time today?
Have you lost to a certain team?
Yeah,
for the past few days.
Just like our RQ lost as well. Geek Fam lost twice.
Yeah, but on the other side, Rebellion Esports, my goodness gracious, 0-5, couldn't have gone any worse for them, quite literally, which is something that needs to be adjusted. And speaking of adjustment, they've tried a lot of things. Rashi, Aether coming in,
right?
And that's about it, I think.
That's about it. I mean, they tried different game plans as well. We saw them try and go for a macro approach, avoid those team fights. Didn't quite work out. We saw them go for the team fights. Didn't quite work out either. So they're really at their wits' end at this point, right? When it comes to execution, they tried it. They've tried bringing in a new face to the roster as well. How can they survive, especially against the Giant? We're having a real David and Goliath type story right here. And this is the issue. Overall, as a team, it seems like they're starting to get disconnected from each other. We're seeing that at least the Rebellion of days past, can be a bit more united when they're going for those pickoffs, when they're going for that early game aggression. Now even there, they're starting to falter against some of these teams. They are really adjusting to this aggressive style. Because now, with the Assassins in the jungle, everyone wants to be aggressive. So the thing that made them so unique, so different, it's kind of lost to the times.
Yep, a new player coming in, Mirko. X-Win could be a premonition of what's gonna happen.
Oh, what? Oh, whoa! What do you mean by that?
X-Win, X in Roman. No, in Roman numbers, X is 10. So
10 wins.
Least 10 wins by the end of the season.
Is that possible? Oh, that is actually okay. So, all right, maybe they need to listen to Chico, right? Ex-coach, this is Chico's opinion on Rebellion's problem.
Cool guy.
Yep, in my opinion, they need to understand where their power lies and what the enemy draft is like. Know yourself, know your team, and find out where your strengths are. They haven't reached their full potential yet, and that is 100% factual. Factos.
I think it's quite accurate. You know, I was half assuming he was going to say know yourself, know your enemy, but okay, know yourself, know your team. And I think he has a point here, right? When he was drafting for Rebellion, they had an idea how they want to execute, what exactly is the strong suit of their composition. And even though they have lost before, at least they lost on their terms almost. Now, in the current situation, in the current season, it seems like whatever they're trying to do, their team always gets to say how the game goes. And that's just not the way you want things to go, especially if you're a professional team in MPL ID. You want to have some kind of control, some kind of resemblance of decision making. But so far, a lot of teams have been able to force them into submission. That is something that definitely needs to be addressed either from the drafting phase or, like Shevin was talking about, maybe a change in the roster can be a new breath of fresh air for this team that's kind of starting to get quite stale.
Yeah, because the execution as well is a problem. You see there, the video that we showed earlier, a lot of errors coming in from pretty much everyone, maybe except Cars, the one that a lot of people didn't really, he's the guy that people would say, oh, he's the man of Rebellion Esports. And right now he has to do a lot of work to somehow make it work with Rebellion Esports over and over again. You can see the overextension, some of the calculations are a bit off. You can see here, ODCS, will he play in this game?
Not sure. I honestly feel like the X-Win move is a strange one, Like, out of all the members in Rebellion, I would actually say, okay, maybe, yeah, I mean, technically all of them could be replaced if they really find someone better, but I don't think Audi has been the problem. I think for the most part, honestly, and a lot of you guys are probably thinking Matt. No, I'm thinking mostly the drafts have been the problem, right? I mean, if these players get plans and drafts that they are not comfortable executing, puts them in a hard spot. And the thing is, we have seen these players, the same exact players, shine in the MPL stage before. When Chico was the coach, he was literally setting them up for success for the most part. And now we don't really see that as often.
What we do see is El Mukbang.
El Mukbang.
The Mukbang god himself, Moreno, made famous from his statements when he said, I'm going to mukbang the Filipinos. He made that come through right before getting wrecked by Onyx.
Hey, well, at least he stayed true to,
Factos.
He talked the talk and walked the walk.
He would talk the talk, walk the walk, and then he even said, oh, King Onyx? No, I can't beat them. Yeah. And then he talked the talk and walked the walk.
He could have spelled his own doom almost.
Yeah.
But yes, El Mukbang right here against Rebellion. When you have someone that is this dynamic, this dangerous in the mid lane, you have to feel for Rebellion, man. What is the idea? If they want to go with that trio mid roam style, where they can finally make use of ODCS now, with his aggression, with his pickout style, they have to try and get a very solid matchup here in the mid lane too. And Moreno is notorious for at least going somewhat even in matchups that, on paper at least, should be kind of disadvantageous for him.
Exactly.
What's the take here on Moreno? Is he top 2? Is he top 1?
I would say right now he's number 2.
Number 2? What about you, Rashi?
Moreno? Oof. I would say top 2 is, I think number 2 is actually very fair.
Who do you think is the one number 1?
Oh, good to see that all my friends at the desk are not delusional and, agree
really
as well.
Facts, brother.
Yeah, facts.
Usually the only delusional one is the one in the middle.
Exactly.
Called out here, but yeah. Because building man. And, it's interesting that I'm gonna talk about Geekfam just a little bit here. We're gonna segue into Bigatron Alpha.
Sure.
The fact that, who's the top 1 roamer right now?
Baloyski.
Okay. One roamer?
Yeah?
I'll go with Idok.
Oh, okay. That's delusional take.
Oh!
Meanwhile, EXP lane.
Come on. Luke.
Imagine if those 3 stayed at the same team, with Masako also coming in the goal.
Yeah, that's delusion right there,
God,
Still
exactly.
thinking about the past.
You gotta move on,
They got
brother.
Gobs in Velgor, and Gobs has been great too.
Yeah, he is great.
Way to downplay the achievements of Gobs and, all these other newer faces on your team, bro.
Wait, I'm a Gobs advocate before MPL ever began. I like the way he played.
So you're saying Veldora just ain't it?
Sheffield, maybe it's time to focus on Bigatron versus Rebellion.
Let's talk about Bigatron Alpha versus Rebellion Esports, because Rebellion Esports definitely needs a lot of adjustments, and they brought X-Win. And this is facing the Giant, the Blue Bulls' mission to break their losing streak against the top standings. It is really, it does sound like a mission impossible, considering the fact that Bigatron Alpha is on top of their game right now. Yeah. You can also argue that Season 14 Bigatron Alpha right now, from what we see, is better than Season 13 regular season.
I agree. I think so. Yeah, Season 13 regular season Bigatron Alpha was a mythical creature. I think we surpassed the mythical creature here in Season 14, and so far so good for Bigatron Alpha. But with them being so good, we have seen them become sometimes overconfident.
True.
And still, when they're overconfident, when they like to recall in front of the faces of their opponents, you know, getting caught, stuff like that, it does put them in a spot where they can actually still panic. So composure is still a problem that we see for Bigatron Alpha. Though, for me personally, I'm glad it's happening in the regular season, right? So that means that these coaches will have a lot more time to actually adjust and remind the players, brothers, remember what happened in the last playoffs, all right? We don't want that Biggie Choke nickname coming back to haunt us in Season 14.
I think that's a great point there, Mirko, because again, in the early seasons, early weeks of the season, I think it's great to actually find all these problems, right? Whether it's in the execution, whether it's in adaptation, whether it's in the mental state, right? Whether they panic when things doesn't go their way. I feel like it's great to try and get that all out of the way so that later on, when it comes down to the final few weeks, when it comes to the playoffs, you can focus solely on how you want to adjust and play against the other teams instead of still being worried about your team and how well prepared they are.
Right now, looking at the lineup for Rebellion Esports, X-Win making its debut in Season 14, replacing Odyssey still with Cars, Ryota, Suelo, and Matt.
The Blue Bulls, with 0 wins in the regular season, they pulled up a new player, and it's going to be X-Win. Whoa. Back with their old confidence. It's Faham. That means understand. You need to give them what it takes to understand Rebellion. I guess what the message is. Welcome the Blue Bulls, Rebellion Esports.
They want to give a Bigatron Alpha that Kasih Faham mentality. The first W of the season and turn the season around in Season 14 because so far it's looking quite bleak, to put it lightly.
Man, you can interpret that message so many ways, but right here, up against them today, Super Luke, Super Ken, Moreno, Key, and Iman, the #1 team in the regular season standings.
The Titans of MPL Indonesia, especially in the regular season, looking to fix their composure errors, looking to fix the panicking nature and overconfidence. This time still with the same lineup. It's the Red Robots, the Titans, Bigatron Alpha.
The El Mukbang in the middle, looking to eat some bull stick tonight and also prolong their reign in Season 14, standing strong, #1 at the top.
You're seeing a bit of flair coming in from Moreno. He's kind of copying the pose of the members of Rebellion earlier, as if he's unfazed by it. The Mukbang God does what he wants.
The Mukbang God?
But now our Marshal Dainang brings in again the big brains behind the entire operation, which can arguably be even more important than the players in the Land of Dawn. Burak and Far with Theonile and Vivi. What can they cook up today? Especially for Coach Far, he needs to look at the far side, man, and look at some options that might not be apparent at first glance.
So Far road ahead for Coach Far and analyst Vivi, especially up against Burak and Theonile of Bigatron Alpha.
And so far, it seems like Coach Far has been struggling a bit when it comes to being flexible, being unpredictable. But whoa, Moreno literally taking a page out of Rebellion's book.
And they actually received the quote-unquote understanding. They actually Kasih Fahamed.
Yeah, well, they're given a way to understand.
In order to let Rebellion understand, the keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6 is to reduce overhype and add variety to the draft. That's what they're talking about. Variety, not going for the same strong picks. That is a weapon in the hands of Coach Wura. And on top of that, they can't be too overconfident. Keep it clean, keep it technical, and they can definitely get the win here. For Rebellion, bring back Rebellion's roam mid aggression like in last season. And Matt's hero flexibility should be as strong as it was in Bigatron. Mirko, weigh in on this a bit.
Yeah. Matt, back in Bigatron, if you remember Season 7, he was the ultimate flex player. Yeah, he wasn't really like the special player in the team. He was more of a filler. But the way that he played in the team, every time you see a Cho pick, every time you see an Esmeralda or even an Alice pick, you would wonder, hey, is it going to go to the hands of Repo, Key, or Matt, right? That was always the flex that they've been able to use in Season 7. That was the flex that Age, back in the day, when he was coaching for Bigatron Season 7, utilized to get Bigatron all the way to the Grand Finals. And that continued over in Season 8 for Matt. Then obviously he went down to MDL. He won with Audi CS. Ooh. That was MDL Season 6, I believe. And it was together with Audi CS, Matt as well. There, he actually did play a flexible role. He just played the normal marksman, you know? He was actually known for his 1-1 in the MDL.
Oh.
Unfortunately, not really in the meta right now. We do see that the home team, Bigatron Alpha, has chosen, what was it, first pick?
Yep, first pick.
So most teams actually going for first pick, despite the fact that, well, maybe this is why. We get to see the second pick selection, 25% win rate of Rebellion Esports.
Hey, but on the other side, for a team as strong as Bigatron Alpha, they were only 44%. For first pick. That is something that is quite interesting for the #1 team in the standings. 44%?
They've mostly been relying on, red side. I think most teams up top have actually gotten their wins through red side. Everyone except for RRQ, who love the blue side.
So why is it that they're picking the blue side? Do they want to limit themselves, or?
Maybe it's testing themselves, right? Maybe they've worked on this issue during the break of the week, and maybe they're also capitalizing on Rebellion's obvious weak side, which is the red side from the win rate, you can see.
And by all means, if they're trying to pressure and force Rebellion into a certain playstyle, being first pick kind of allows you to dictate exactly how you want your opponents to react, right? You can control what you show first in order to kind of bait out the first 2 picks from your opponents. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's time.
Team is banning.
It is time to cook up something mischievous, something devious for both of these coaches. Once again, the Hylas being the priority. Also the Hayabusa, 3 games let go in the first match earlier of Onyx versus Teo United. Not gonna see the light of day in the first game of Rebellion versus BTR.
Alright man, Hylas, Tsushin, and the Hayabusa. Zask still on the table, but for both these teams, I'm wondering what the idea is. We've seen that in the previous match. It's kind of contrasting as well between Fnatic, Onyx, and Dewa. It all came down to just brawls, right? These big fights. For now, with the kind of Rebellion seeing that earlier, are they also going to gravitate more towards that playstyle? Or are you going to try and do more creative things, like split pushing, or like pick off? Because we haven't seen a lot of diversity when it comes to strategy in Season 14. All comes down to being clean, being good in the setup, and then going for a straight-on dominant fight.
I think those diversity plays is what matters in the international scene, right? If you want to compete against the best of the best, especially the Filipinos, you're going to be able to, approach the game from multiple different ways.
Absolutely, and for Bigatron Alpha, that should come through the way of a Roger first pick. We've seen the Roger become an absolute beast of a prio pick here in Season 14, and it was banned out all 3 games earlier. They actually opted to go for the Zask, so less flexibility, but more on just a prio for Moreno, leaving the Roger up for grabs for Rebellion. Maybe this is also one of the many ways that Bigatron are looking to expose Rebellion, who usually never go for the Roger, whether it be in the gold or even in the jungle for Ryota.
Great point there. On top of that, Bigatron with their better execution, they usually want to have the Zask for the Nightmare Spawn scouting to kind of pressure Rebellion into making the first move. Now they have Fanny and Ruby taking away one of the counters and the Fanny at the same time. For Bigatron though, going straight for the Moskov, having your own mobility tools, having your own built-in crowd control tool, great ways for Eman to try and outplay this Fanny potentially.
Your team is picking.
And the Arla 2 here. So that's the flex pick that they end up with here in the first phase. Is Rebellion have a chance to go for another flex pick. They can honestly still go for, maybe an Edith here if they want to, but looking at the composition against Bigatron Alpha, it's probably wiser if they went for an Aurora or a Faramis to try to counter the Zask.
Yep, a lot more control and also some appeal for some of the gold laners, some of the TPS that you have. Not much far. Third pick. Let's see what's going to happen here. You have already a good kill pressure with the Ruby and also the Fanny in the early game. Now, what do you want to combo it with?
Ideally, crowd control or additional burst damage can be very beneficial, but turns out it's going to be that Roger finally showing through. So great flexibility here from Rebellion, actually. all things considered, it's not even impossible for the Ruby to get flexed over to the gold lane. Like we were talking about earlier, put Matt in some of those weird picks that we've seen succeed in Season 14.
Roger in MPLPH so far had a 100% pick and ban rate. You can see the priority that this guy brings to the table, man. The flexibility and also the survivability is something that really a lot of marksmen doesn't really offer. So it is a good pick nonetheless, even though at this point it's not really flexible anymore. It's gonna be Matt on the Roger for sure. It's gonna be Nolan. Ban for Coach Far against Super Ken.
Alright, so no Nolan for Super Ken. For Bigatron, if they want to go for an assassin, they themselves have banned away the Hayabusa. That Nolan, the Joy is an option, but especially with the Ruby already shown out there, might be a bit too risky, a bit too dangerous. Super Ken has been known to brave those odds before, but you know, we'll see. Maybe that's exactly what what Bigatron are trying to threaten and force Rebellion to ban away.
Imagine, Yin picked. It's a Aaron versus Mikasa.
That definitely would be an interesting matchup to watch. But hey, we have a history for X-Win here.
Yeah, 4th place in MPL Malaysia Season 13. And so far, the MPL Malaysia quote-unquote import back to Indonesia has been very polarizing. Matt, obviously one of them, and also Sutsujin. Nothing having a really great season so far in RRQ, possibly one of the best junglers in MPL right now. And now X-Win is looking to recreate the story with a team that hasn't picked up a win at all in the season.
It definitely seems like Bigatron Alpha, I mean, with the Vexana ban too, are they setting up for a possible Tigreal pick here? Gonna go for some massive initiations. Up against Rebellions, you know, Fanny, it would definitely make sense. The only problem really is the Ruby, right? If you want to go for the Tigreal, you'd have to be really, really crafty and intelligent. I think Key, El Momento, should be able to pull it off if they really want to go for it.
It's definitely an option if they want to shut down the Assassins, but are they going to try and go for something maybe a bit more aggressive? Something they can go into the jungle of Rebellion and cause havoc there instead. Can be an attempt, but for now, for Rebellion, Valentina comes through. Usually Moreno will love to have this as an option, but now it's in the hands of Sway Low, the guy that used to be one of the more flexible players in the league. See what he can do with the final slash, with the Dominus Descent. A lot of ways for Rebellion to approach these fights now.
Okay, so Assassin on the other side. I want to ask you a question, Arashi. Usually when we see an Assassin or a lane in seasons and seasons ago, it's an automatic Hilda. Why is it not the case in Season 14?
It's an automatic what?
Hilda.
Oh. Well, I think it's just a difference in strategy, because back then the jungle, you know, the disturbance from the Hilda is just a lot more difficult. Now I think teams just really want to have a strong cost control tool on top of the survivability. And for Bigatron, they're going with the Alpha to match the clear, and they have the Kufra as a good mix of defensive, cancellation on the steel cables, but also a chance for El Momento to make something happen and dive in straight out of sight from the Ruby, right? Catch him completely off guard in a way that the Hilda can't really match.
Grok is an option here for Rebellion Esports, knowing that you have Kufra on the other side. It works well with the power of nature, and also Arlit. You see in game number 3, I believe, Fnatic Onyx Enter United, Rez picked up a Grok EXP against an Arlit. It might not have been played in the XP this time of the game, but it's still gonna work a bit well this time. But it's gonna be Tigreal. I'm just yapping.
Yeah, that was a great pick for the Valentina there, Rebellion. When they picked up the Valentina, it kind of erased whatever Bigatron Alpha was planning with the Tigreal. So they ended up leaving it open, and Rebellion takes that chance up against the Alpha. It's a really good pick. The only problem being, you know, for the Arlet, it could be a good way to cancel this. So really, it's a battle of execution with that Tigreal pick from Rebellion Esports. Bigatron, though, winning in both counter index and the lineup rating for match number 2.
There's some light from Rebellion Esports' composition. Early to mid-game potential differs by 2 points, which is quite high in this draft index, even though Bigatron Alpha overall does win out on the overall statistics. Now, let's see if the Blue Bulls can make it happen. Mission impossible. against the top of the standings, the apex predator of season 14 so far. Is it gonna be Rebellion Esports or Bigatron Alpha?
First place up against ninth. Heaven and earth, the battle begins now. As we enter the land of Dawn. Super Luke on the Arlet, Karns on the Ruby. It does seem like this is going to be the Matt versus Eman battle. The battle of the ages.
See how this plays out. Oh,
hey.
Immediately short break in the action.
Exactly.
I gotta say, man, what really caught my eye in the stats earlier was the survivability. For Rebellion, it was like 2 points higher, and that's great and all, but if they can't really put themselves in position to benefit from that survivability, then it will be for nothing. It's only a matter of time before Bigatron shreds them down. So the execution needs to be great here. They have tools available, they have strong picks, but they have to make sure that they put their focus and their priority in the right places.
Yep. So, technical break with Campina. Don't forget to drink your ice cream at home with Campina. A lot of flavors out there, and also a lot of flavors in the draft for Rebellion. I like the fact that they picked a Fanny. That's it. I love a Fanny.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's the only thing you like about the draft? What
that's
about
the
Roger?
thing that I
What
like
about Matt
the
finally
most.
getting a pick that's not Moscow?
It's just a joy to see Fanny being picked in MPL. That's what I mean.
I mean, yeah, we did see that as well. Bigatron Alpha actually lost on the Fanny up against Evo's Glory, who were able to just fully counter the Fanny, getting a Brody last pick. It was double value against the Moscow plus the Fanny. And then we saw the entire team just go for full physical defense, bro.
Even Fabian against Evo's Glory.
Oh,
actually lost out against Francis Spear getting stuck on the wall. And the fact that he had
That was more of a throw from Fabian, though.
Yeah, to be honest, you're right. But
Risky
the fact
play.
that he was early, in the early game, he was like 7-0 to Rush.
They were stomping.
It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
Absolutely,
it's just the way
Gani.
it is in the land of Dawn. But you have to keep in mind as well, that matchup you're talking about, Trevin, the Fanny against a Moskov. And now the Moskov is in the hands of Bigatron, and you can bet a lot of odds that Eman definitely has plans for how to deal with this Fanny. And for Rebellion, if they're not careful, this Fanny can absolutely be shut down.
Huge potential for Ryota as well, because he's known for the assassins. Even though no wins for Rebellion so far this season, we saw some glimpse of brilliance from Ryota, even in Snapdragon Pro Series, with the Hayabusa, with some of the assassins that he picked. Now, like, what's gonna happen here with the Fanny, considering that a lot of counters has been picked, even the Kufra, and in a way, Arlet can final slash towards the cables of Fanny, and it would be a problem on its own.
Yeah.
I wonder how the mid lane is going to look along with the roamers, right? Technically, it's a Zask along with a Zask. Oh, is it Zask Kufra? Good clear so far against a Fanny and a Tigreal. So definitely not playmaking tools for the side of Rebellion, but looking at the player head-to-head here, I mean, Emma has Matt beat on everything, but the average KDA is definitely where the biggest difference is. Whereas if you look at the hero pool, Roger and Moskov are actually both there, and you can see that it's just a huge difference, right? And I don't think it's comparable to compare the both of them right now. When it comes to the typical gold lane picks, I feel like Eman definitely has Matt beat by a long shot, or dare I say, like by a far shot.
By a far shot.
It's a
Shefin,
tricky. What?
I have a question for you now. You think X-Win will be able to get Rebellion their first win? He has win in his name.
I trust in them.
You trust him? Okay.
Okay.
I guess we'll
Also
see how
have-
good he can be, you know? Like, I mean, never mind. We're going to get into the game.
Boom. Right away. Let's see what happened earlier. No kills just yet. Only 1 minute elapsed, so we didn't really miss out on too many actions. Besides this high octane mage in the gold lane of Matt versus Eman. The stats doesn't matter, Rashi, as long as Matt is winning. Well,
but hang on a second. You said a Tigreal kind of walked out of the base of Rebellion, so what happened there? Already level 4 for both junglers. The Super 10 tries to go for the XP buff. Ryota tries to go for a punish. Has to be careful about this though, with all the crowd control tools available. Ablos right in the home shows that tankiness is the name of the game. Firmness for Cars and for X-Win. And for the side of Bigatron, 3 tenacities even. Everyone knows they're going to get low enough in these fights that the slightest bit of HP difference can make or break those team fights.
2 Bigatron gold laners, right? XBTR from Matt, both of them just flashing the emotes.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Rashi, Suelo getting jumped on. I don't think nothing's gonna happen here, just a bit of HP chunked up. But Supercan, X-Win is already in position. I don't think he's gonna do that much in this case.
Yeah. Whoa, doesn't have the implosion either. Supercan now gets the Spear of Alpha, gets the Retribution as well. X-Win gonna be able to knock him up. Key looking for a play. Super Luke jumping in with a vengeance. Final smash with Sun now connecting into the Tyrants of Ben, forcing the Dominators to set that first blood over to Luke. And I'm not too sure about this Dominator's descent. That's a stun over. Luke going for the chase and now just recalls in the face of Suelo.
Just poetry in motion, man. Knowing that what your teammate can do, the combo final slash and also Tyrant's Revenge and Rage. It is just so beautiful. It looks like.
Live.
Oh yeah, I can dream, man. I can only dream.
Well, he's on a different team, Shevin, but that's respectable from you. Give him a shout out. But yeah, like you said, Shevin, like the way that fight played out, the final slash into the Tyrant's Rage, into Moreno, even landing the stun with the Dominator's Descent form. Bigatron just have a full idea on how they want these fights to play out, and Rebellion, unless they really do something unexpected and force Bigatron to react differently, it's gonna go south for them, man. They have to take risks, whether they like it or not. Yep. Something is better than just a consistent, slow burn towards the bottom for Rebellion.
Time bomb for Rebellion. They do have an insurance in the late game with Matt on the Purify, but overall, when you're playing with a Fanny, if you're not winning the early game, then when else are you gonna win it?
Well, now with the Tigreal from X-Win, we're looking forward to see his impact right here, but he's kind of been stuck on escort duty for Ryota. But now with 4 members gearing up to take this purple buff away from him, X-Win goes in.
Going for the implosion, gets canceled instantly. X-Win trying to go for a big play, but ends up getting munched on instead. Dominator's Descent coming down as Ryota goes back and forth, finds the cables. Trying to go for the chase over again. Moreno will be able to escape. It ends up being 1-for-1. It's XP for Rome in favor of Rebellion.
XP for Rome? We can't quite catch who got the purple buff. Matt and Mando taking it out. But look at the turtle. Supercan immediately goes on it. The efficiency on this guy is definitely one of his strong suits. I don't think he got the purple buff in that engagement though. The Pars won't be able to see anything about that turtle take. Bigatron with a 1K gold difference early on. And Mad, second gold buff secured as Key goes in. Threatens X-Win to back off.
Knowing the exact damage that he can output with that Spear of Misery, man. Just the knockback 2 times, I believe. It's Rashi. Meanwhile, though, look at that. Just playing with his limits, man. Just getting all the golds that's available. And Matt is just absolutely dominated so far. Half HP.
Iman's just having a good time now. Going to be able to shove in this wave. He's actually been soaking in some of the mid waves, too. Rotating earlier. Luke doing the same thing.
And some of the items right here. Thunderbolt completed for Luke already. Definitely a huge problem. Ooh. Matt, though, also has one of his own. Whereas the Heptaseas from the Fanny. Whoa!
Great final slash. The Purify coming down. Matt able to use the Lycan for the dash shot. Car's gonna be caught now. Moreno just going through that HP bar like it's nothing.
It feels like Pikachu Alpha is pulling the trigger left and right, and Rebellion Esports just forced to respond on every occasion. And they have a Fanny. You should be able to make something, at least in an early game.
Seeing it earlier, again, Supercan with the creative usage of that Spear of Alpha, using it to kind of drag a lot of the buffs away. Also using it, by the way, to earlier guarantee that X-Win will be able to stop him in the midst of a turtle take. Now Suelo has a Dominator's Descent, but there's nowhere for him to actually use it on. 3K gold difference for Bigatron. And Rebellion are just taking the passive approach. They're just taking a lot of damage, getting poked down, and they're waiting for Super Luke or Key to make the move.
At this point, Eman, I think if he were to 1v1 Ryota as well, might be resulting towards Eman's victory, as he had that Demon Hunter Sword earlier, so the damage is still there, or already there, for this guy. The Turtle Swan. Now, can Rebellion Esports can make something happen?
Here you go. Seal. Eman reads it out, doesn't even use the Purify. X-Win and Matt off position. The turtle will just be taken for free. There's no purple buff on the hands of Ryota. Even with the purple buff, it's difficult enough to try to contest an alpha. Now, no purple buff. Turtle taken for free, and I don't know if he can even go for the green camp. Look at Super Ken just screening the Fanny.
Standing there menacingly, he knows that he has the advantage right here, and the whole team is ready to back him up. Making a play for the mid turret. Rebellion just back away immediately. And look at the jungle of Bigatron, untouched. They know that when they do have an advantage, they need to go in to the jungle and shut down this Fanny completely. Ryota level 10, already out-leveled by Super Ken on this alpha.
It really seems like Pikachu's alpha is just taking Rebellion's lunch money, and there's no response at all. Like, everything that they want, they get it. So far, the total, the turrets, even the kills, even Ryota is running away from the presence of Eman.
Ooh, Luke is all alone. Right now going for a good implosion by X-Win. Down to Senti in the back, getting a tyrant revenge. Cars gonna be Costello able to escape with the donut. Won't be the stun and the final splash.
Takes X-Win back. Arashi, that was initially a 2v5 with a roamer and an EXP Arlet that doesn't have that much damage. And they're just running away from it.
It's Rebellion lacking in damage. They had Luke in a good position. They can try to capitalize, but even if they did jump on him, they don't have enough damage to actually secure him. It's only going to buy some time for Bigatron to actually come in and go for, once again, a winning fight. And look at the positioning here in the bushes. Super Luke and Key on the conceal, exposed by Sway low, but the turret will fall.
No response. Two second tier turret is already down in the first 9 minutes. A good sign for Bigatron Alpha. On the other side though, Ryota just trying to make things happen, man. Just play the long lane. Meanwhile, Bigatron Alpha might be eyeing for it.
Oh! Final slash, Luke counters revenge, forcing it purified. The Diamond just sent just chunking their HP bars again. Moreno is under the base turret, zoning them away. A spear into the base. Luckily, Suelo was able to get a bit more healing from the fountain. That would have actually killed him. 6K gold lead, 8 minutes, a free Lord coming up.
Well, what's gonna be the adjustment at this point, Arashi? Because I don't even think they are, making an effort for an adjustment.
They can't even go for the purple. They can't.
They have no control. No one can stay in the front in a safe position. If X1 does it, he gets taken out. Cars, at this point, too squishy as well. No one can stand in the front because they are still concerned about the dive potential. So it's a front to back essentially for Bigatron. And to make things worse, before the fight begins, the poke damage coming in from Moreno is just insane at this point. Already standing on a Divine Glaive along with the Glowing Wand. He's cutting down on regeneration, and Luke at this point also has the Dominus Ice, so he is tanky as heck.
Oh, Cars trying to go for it, gets stunned up and then thrown back. Tyrant's revenge. He finds one. That's a good final slash through, turning it over. But Moreno again, just dealing so much damage, zapping them back and forth. Super Ken gets a Spear of Alpha, slices them to bits. Ryota going back and forth, trying to save the game for Rebellion. 10 minutes and 3 seconds. The Titans, they didn't just stomp through, they tore down Rebellion to pieces.
If that is not outclassed, capped, I don't know what is. It is just quite probably the most one-sided game so far in this season. What just happened?
They just got dominated, man. What can you say? In the gold lane, the Roger was unable to get a lead. In the XP lane, Luke was just having his way when it comes to the engages, when it comes to the dives. And even in the rolling position, X-Win, the member expected to make a difference, got completely dominated as well by El Momento, as always. This is a crazy dive where Moreno just comes in and just zaps everyone. And the fact that Dominus Descent is so tanky, and there's already a lack of damage from the side of Rebellion, makes this a very sad sight to see, man.
It is really sad, especially for the Rebels out there. So now winning a single match so far in the season. This is the opening of week number 4. Quite possibly the worst way to start the week for these players. But remember, the last time I saw something like this in a display was Alter Ego versus GeekFam, the first game of the season for Alter Ego. and they were able to somehow come back in the second game.
And then reverse sweeping.
Yeah.
Family at the end of the day.
Is it too much to ask for them to turn it around against the number one in standings?
Oh,
because that
boy.
was, oh man, yikes.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, Shevin. I mean, even if you want to give them
Step
the
by
benefit
step.
of the doubt, right? Where do they begin, right? As Rico mentioned, step by step. Agreed. Which step first?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Feels like Rebellion right now are playing that one game in Squid Game where you need to choose whether you want to go left or right. You jump forward and you're gonna die if you make the wrong decision, and that's what Rebellion did. I feel like in game one they didn't make the jump. In game one they just stayed, waited for the timer to go through, and then they lost. They didn't do anything in game one.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
I mean, you saw the Ruby, you saw the Tigreal, right? At the very least, you expect a flicker engage, a pickup attempt, especially when they're so far behind. There's no way you're gonna bank on a 5v5 when you're, what was it, like 6k behind in gold. You would expect some kind of play, especially from Cars on the Ruby.
Yeah.
He's usually the guy who is at least a bit more tenacious, a bit more assertive in finding that opportunity. And even then, he was shut down too.
The fact that every time Pikachu was trying to make something happen, I feel like for Rebellion Esports, they were not just one, not just two, 3 steps behind of them, They're making an engage on the top lane. They were trying to cover the lane, trying to cover the turret, but they didn't even make it in time. Like 2 members that came in just stands behind the turret and didn't do anything.
Wow.
Absolutely dictated the gameplay of Rebellion Esports, and this is the man that
He's the dictator.
Caused the most havoc out of all of them. The MVP of the game, presented by Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6 Super Luke, making it happen for Pikachu Alpha, for the robots.
And he made it look easy. He went for the Thunderbelt that, in theory, requires a bit more time to really stack up, to really be that value item. But he got the Thunderbelt and immediately went to work, going in deep in enemy territory, making the outplays happen. And every single time, like as we can see here in the player of the game highlights by our official gold partner UBS Gold, the counter play by Pikachu is always ready to fire off immediately. When it comes to the turtle take, you saw Supercan was really good with it. When it comes to the pickup attempt, you can see that everyone was on the same page. They jumped in. Swaylo running this way. You can see that Pikachu already predicted, right? Where is he gonna go? Where can we get him? And even here, X-Win tried to make the play happen, but immediately the stun comes in from Super Luke. Immediately the follow-up comes in from the rest of the team. And what can Rebellion do? Right? It seems like they weren't really sure what to do after the initial implosion. They know how to begin the engagement, to begin the whole fight. But then what to do afterwards to secure it, they don't really have an answer.
It really felt like they were just following every single time. They were following Bigatron's lead, and they couldn't do anything. I mean, the implosion here, and then the instant response. There was literally like Rebellion didn't make a single proactive move in the entire game.
And even here, you can see that's X-Win. That's Cars trying to make a play actually, and he got completely shut down by Super Luke. That's just the reaction time and the foresight of this team at this point. Like Shevin was mentioning, it seems like every single time one move is made by Rebellion, Pikachu respond with 3 before Rebellion even know what's happening. They gotta try something different, man. If they can't really match Pikachu in this great fast execution, hang on a second.
Father and son.
Pause. What was that?
That was father and son. That was Co-Ed and Super Luke. It's actually 10 minutes and 2 seconds, not even 10 minutes and 3 seconds. Even the observers, I mean, even the asset, right, said 10:04. The asset was confused. 10:02? Is this the fastest game of MPL? This is.
Of MPL IB of all time?
No, season 14.
Season 14 for sure, like not even a doubt. But the fact that they only ended the game, they were dominant.
Yeah, it
but
was.
only 6 kills, so they played the macro game beautifully.
And before this, the fastest game was Fnatic Onyx versus Rebellion, and it was 10 minutes and 22 seconds. So Rebellion have both first and second fastest games in Season 14. And usually you would be happy that you have the shortest game, but unfortunately Rebellion were on the receiving end of both these 10-minute games.
Oh no! That's just not the way you want a game to go, man. Looking at some of the items, by the way, Eman at 8 minutes had the 3-item power spike, so that is insane. Right, back then, I guess, when the gold isn't really as forgiving, 8 minutes, you would expect maybe 2.5. Eman had a full 3-item power spike, and for Super Ken, even though he is winning, even though he was dominating, he still had the Dreadnought armor to ensure that on the off chance Matt, Ryota, and Cars were trying to take him out. These heroes, Roger, Fanny, and Ruby, there's a lot of ability, physical ability damage. That is where Super Ken has got the Dreadnought armor. He knows he's too far ahead to really fail. Leaves it at that. Doesn't even need to complete it, right? So even the itemization from Bigatron already is predicting the possibilities from Rebellion Esports.
Man, just Zedarashi Eman just snowballing the hell out of it and didn't even rack up a single kill. He was 0-0-2 in this game. He was just farming in the far lane. It is just as easy as that. Once again, just like what I said with Sorizo, in Dewa United versus Fnatic Onyx, I feel like if you replace Eman at the time, it would still be fine.
Yeah, I mean, really, for the Moscow weak side, there's not much you can do in that game, right? You can throw spears across the map, but when your team's already winning that hard, you're just really farming. You're playing a game of minions. You know, it's basically, yeah, it's a farming game at that point for Eman. I'm struggling to find words right now to really, because like Arashi mentioned, man, obviously we can sit here and say they need to adjust, but where do they even start at this point, right?
I feel like they can start by initially at least
joining Kadia's Discord.
Exactly. Wow, you read my mind. How?
Yep, drop into Kadia Discord.
I know you, man.
For all things gaming with the link below, fandx.io/Kidia. Now we play at Kidia Gaming. You can scan the QR code too as well. You have a glimpse of Kidia in EWC.
Oh, technically, yeah, you're right. I got a glimpse of it.
Yeah.
EWC Esports World Cup. It wasn't in Kadia. Kadia is still being built, but if it's anything like the Esports World Cup venue, man, I am excited for Kadia. Imagine just a full city of esports, of gaming. I mean, man.
So you've seen the vision.
I see the vision. I see the vision. I see the vision right here as well. You guys can see the vision too. Look at all those LED lights. This is just a part of the town, man.
But the question is, does Rebellion Esports have the vision at this point? Like, I really wonder, like, what's gonna be the talking point in the locker room? Like, what's gonna be the pep talk here? Because that was absolutely, like, insane. 10 minutes and 3 seconds. What do you say to your players at a time?
You gotta feel for X-Win, bro. Right? He joined a team that's already in a difficult spot. He comes in, shortest game in MPL, bro.
Well, at least he can get dripped out and swagged out with UBS Gold /MPL or XMPL Season 14. Available at ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. Get free skin. Also, with every purchase of limited edition, you can check it out here. Electro Final Blow or Electro Katana. Not Electro Final Blow. You can see there. It's very, very cool. Like, in real life, it looks better than this.
Oh yeah. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
I saw it because Moreno showed it to me when he won Most Improved Player last season. Yeah. Man, it is a nice necklace.
It has style, right? You come out rocking the Electro Katana. No one's looking the same way you're looking. You know, if you go with a generic chain, everyone's got a chain these days. But you come in with a katana,
like Chef.
Now that's real drip.
You're coming to MPL Arena and the girls around will say, oh my god, you see Electro Katana necklace?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're pulling the girls, man.
Absolutely. Sheffin would know because he does it all the time. And what I don't understand about Sheffin is the fact that he drinks ice cream. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't drink your ice cream. You know, be a normal human being and eat your ice cream. You can go and munch on the Tropicana Double Crunch. You can munch on the ice cream for gamers. That is the chocolate one that you see here. The double crunchy chocolate as well. There's so many different flavors. Sheffin, please tell them about this product, but please don't say drink.
Yeah, my preferred cap and ice cream, like my favorite is the durian. I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people don't really like durian, but I feel like with this ice cream, you can kind of cater out to the durian haters.
That's actually true. Yeah. Because like for a lot of people, they don't like durian because of like the smell, and you don't get that when you go for the ice cream.
Technically you do, but it's a bit more toned down.
It is so toned down to a point where it doesn't.
Yeah, a bit more smooth, I guess.
Exactly.
It's not the strong experience that you usually eat with durian because you're drinking durian ice cream.
Is it as smooth though as a Raimo?
Yeah, for sure. Like, experience the power of Hero Sound, an LED digital display visualization in collaboration with MLBB with AirBuds 4. Check it out in the official Oraimo store right now and get yours now because it is a beautiful product.
Yeah, it is. It is a great product, man. I mean,
they have the Edith exclusive.
It's
your
a
favorite
great
character.
product.
Yeah,
bro, it's a great product if you use it the right way.
Exactly. Sheffield. You don't see Oraimo, you hear with Oraimo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't drink ice cream, you eat it. Kapina.
Probably.
Huh?
Probably.
Yeah, probably. Sometimes, guys, you know, it's hard to convey thoughts and logic to Sheffin, you know? You've seen it multiple times, but it's okay, Sheffin. We'll take it slowly, just like Rebellion Esports here, right? They need to learn slowly. And you know what? Let's ask you, Sheffin. What does X-Win, like, what shined about X-Win in game number 1?
That is a hard question to answer.
Harsh or hard? Hard. Okay.
But what was your question earlier? Like, what shine?
Yeah, what shine about him? What's the glimpse of, like, brilliance from X-Win?
Did you see the potential?
Did you see the potential? Do you have the vision?
Dare I say no?
Oh boy.
I think that's fair. In game number 1, you know, going in a couple of times, like pretty sus engagements.
But to be fair, just like any other rookies out there, this is his first taste
Absolutely.
in MPL Season 14, so you can't really expect this guy to be winning against the number 1 in the standings right away, but you do expect these players to somehow kind of hold their own against Big John Alpha, at least make it like a 12-minute game or something. It is still a dominant game if it's 12 minutes, but not in 10 minutes, bro. Not in 10 minutes.
10 minutes is a statement, man. And I think for Big John Alpha, their goal might be to shatter that record with game number 2. Maybe they'll go for a full early game comp, get it done by 9 minutes. I don't know if that has ever happened after like a patch of, you know, the turret gold.
Yeah.
In pro play, but hey, we have a chance to maybe see it.
The turret gold and the turret passive as well. You have to remember, a lot of things has changed in the Land of Dawn to ensure that the game runs for just a little bit longer for us to see the full potential of these players in the Land of Dawn. For Rebellion though, generally when the team looks stuck like this, I like to go for simplicity, right? Clearly when things aren't working, making things more complicated cannot solve the problem. Usually going with simplicity, you might still lose, but at least you'll be on the same page, right? At least when it comes to execution, it's a lot more straightforward. So now at least, you know, you can kind of work on the other things. Instead of focusing on the other more difficult, more unique, more diverse game plan, you can focus on the execution. If you're trying to go for a full-on team fight, now you can really focus on actually getting to the fight instead of having multiple ways, multiple strategies, and then every single time you walk up to try and execute it, you get stunned, you get countered, you get chunked down before the fight even begins. That's what I would go for personally. But for Rebellion, they're going straight for first pick actually for game number 2.
So already some kind of adjustment for Coach Far. A change is needed, man. Like, whatever the change is, but you just like, as you said, Arashi, nothing too complicated. But I just realized, to be honest, like, is there someone out there that when the game was paused in like 30 seconds just now, they just took a walk outside or like took a toilet break and they came back and the game's over?
I don't know, maybe, man. Possibly, right? If it's a long toilet break. But this time, at least, Rebellion have taken the blue side, and I'm not sure. I mean, Rebellion, Bigatron, the thing is, Bigatron are more successful on the red side, and that's what's concerning here. With Rebellion taking the blue side away, it's almost like Bigatron Alpha wanted the first game win on blue so that they could take the red side, not by force, but just through Rebellion's choices.
Well, let's see, man. Here are the heroes from the first game. Now the Zaz gets stolen by Rebellion. So already a bit more survivability. But like we said, they had the survivability advantage in game number 1. It's about the rest of the team. Is there enough damage? Is there enough crowd control as well? For Bigatron, the Roger is still available. If they want to go for the good old Valentina, that can be an option, or the Aurora has been very popular as well.
Your team is picking.
Still gonna be the Arlet, possibly Luke, possibly Key, because this guy can be flexed towards the Roamer, at least for Bigatron Alpha, but Eman on the Harith is, oh man, it's just like a Skylar Claw tier, man. Eman? on this guy with the Bargain Hunter. Just gonna snowball in the early game and getting all the kills.
Yeah, again, maybe they're looking for, an even faster game with a snowball pick like this. They saw game number 1 and they were like, hey, you know what? The Moskov took a bit long to get online. Maybe we get a Harith here and then see what happens because Bigetron Alpha, I think their last pick will probably be Aurora or Faramis. They were the ones to actually ban out the Faramis in game number 1 after picking up the Zask. So they still have that answer available for them. Meanwhile, for Rebellion, they're forced to go for the Lunox. Okay, so there you go. Response together with the Phoveus. No flex potential, or maybe the Lunox, you could say mid or gold, because Swalo does play Lunox, and I remember him being very, very good.
Especially in the early game. Level 2, level 3, Swalo with the Lunox. I believe when we last saw it, he was diving in all the way into the opposing team's jungle with the Lunox. With the Zask though, I guess in theory you can switch it around. The Phoveus though, I find very interesting. Now with the Harith and Arlet, who has dashes that aren't really that far away. Remember, with the revamp of this Phoveus, the range of that ultimate now is a lot shorter. But when it comes to a front to back, just a full-on brawl, a fist fight, this Phoveus has a lot more ways to stay relevant. But now with the damage output of Bigetron, Harith and Lilia, they're lacking physical damage coming through. But there's still a lot of burst damage available. If Aurelion falls too far behind, this Phoveus will jump like once and get immediately swatted out of the air.
Yeah, and the fact that they pick Lilia, it's a good kiting potential against a Phoveus. You can pretty much dog walk the Phoveus all over the place with this pick. When you get the Ice Queen 1, the slows, the TPS, the slow burning effect of Glowing 1. It's gonna come in handy, but we got a fact here throughout MPL Philippines. Season 14, Harith had a 100% ban and pick rate. He was banned 20 times and picked 13 times. So taking a page out of the best region currently in this book. This pick is just really makes sense for Bigetron Alpha.
For Rebellion now, it gets to a point where, at this point, they need to start banning out the jungles too, right? Because the Arlet is still flex, so they can't really go for, well, technically they can. They can go for roamer bans too, but I think it'll be just safer for them to ban out jungle. But even saying that is tough, because it will definitely put them more at risk of not getting some of these jungle picks, more so than Bigetron Alpha. Bigetron are fine with it. They have first pick in red side. Rebellion decides to ban out the Roger, so that's another jungler taken out of the board. Bigetron can continue this by banning out another jungler, and then it'll just be a battle of whose hero pool is bigger. Is it Super Ken or is it Ryota? And based on the matches we've seen in MPL ID, I think it is safe to say it is Super Ken.
Exactly. The Prodigy with a massive hero pool, both utility, fighters, and assassins at his disposal. Now, do they want to really ban out something like a Joy, right? Narrow it down even more? Or will Rebellion, after banning away the Roger, kind of realize, like, hang on a second, we kind of need something of our own. Unless they have a proper pick ready for Ryota, it's going to be a tough situation to be in. Look at the fans for Rebellion rallying their team to try and get something done.
That is an interesting ban coming from Coach Rura, knowing that Mathilda is probably the only, one of the heroes that Bigetron Alpha utilized the best out of all the teams in MPL Indonesia Season 14. But yeah, shout out to RBL fans, man. This is like RRQ EBOS level noise that we have here near the English nest, and surely Swalo is enjoying the sounds. He feels motivated.
Absolutely, that's what you need, man, when the whole world is against you, when you're 0-5 in the regular season. You need some of these fans to actually, give you a reality check. You still have fans waiting, you still have fans expecting, and even though you're 0-5, the fans are still here to support them. They gotta show up in game 2. It's now or never, man. You gotta show these fans something. And they go with the Hylos ban to finish off the banning phase of game number 2.
No Hylos available. So they're still expecting some kind of big tank EX from Bigetron. But there's so many options available. I mean, if they want to go for something, they might go for something mobile in the hands of Luke, just because with the Lunox, you don't want to get stuck there for too long, because the Chaos Balls will take you down.
How about a Glue? I think we're gonna see an interesting pick in the XP lane, knowing that Phoveus, we don't really see this hero much often, so the counter is gonna be quite interesting, unless the Arlet goes EXP and Key's gonna pick a hero for his own. Now Rebellion Esports 2 last pick in this game number 2. What's gonna be the answer?
At this point, up against the Alpha, they might need something. It feels like what Edith should work. They can put it on Rome too, right? I mean, play with the flex potential also. I don't know if you, to be fair, if you pick up the Edith, probably it will just be Rome and Phoebus goes XP, so maybe there's not flex there, but still it would be better than giving it away to Super Ken. My main concern isn't really the Rome. My main concern is what is Ryota going to be playing in the jungle. They go for the Benedetta, so that's the... They were talking about the Electo sword. We get to see it in the Jawhead too. All right, Jawhead and the Benedetta jungle.
Interesting approach here. A lot of pick-off style, a lot of part control too, but it's all very single target. Whereas for Bigatron, they have a great AoE coming in with the Spear of Alpha, with the Final Slash, especially with Delilia in their hands. There's a chance that they can kind of out-sustain, outplay a lot of these single target card controls, and then go for a massive counter engage and win that way for Bigatron.
Last pick for Coach Bura. The outlet can still be flexed, whether it's Rome or XP lane, even though the Kitty is not that great for Key, but it's gonna be the Yu Zhang. I believe this is the second pick of the Dragon this season, and it's only for Bigatron Alpha so far. They're the only team that made it work in Season 14, a hero that hasn't seen a lot of airtime in this meta, considering there's just much better option, the XP lane. It's gonna be used by Super Luke himself, a guy that a lot of people are seeing as the best EXP laner currently in Indonesia. As we take a look at the draft index favoring RBL just a little bit, especially on that damage potential, Arashi.
Definitely a lot of bursts, a lot of single target as well. So it comes down to the pressure around the map. Now Rebellion has more to say, because if it comes down to it and it becomes a quick, decisive burst of damage from both teams, Rebellion has a better chance of actually securing a kill.
David versus Goliath. A mission. It's gonna be hard to execute for the Blue Bulls. Can they make it? Can they do the impossible? It is Bigatron Alpha versus Rebellion Esports.
They look up once again, and they see Bigatron Alpha waiting at the top. Rebellion Esports, it's not an easy climb. It's a very tough one at that. But we'll have to see with the fans here in the building still going full throttle to support Rebellion. It better be time for them to wake up and to show MPL ID that they can get a win against the top dogs.
Look at that EXP lane though, the Yu Zhang we haven't seen for too long. We don't see a lot of vulnerable members on the side of Rebellion either. It really seems like it's meant to really shut down his phobias, win in the 1v1, abuse him, and make sure that cars won't be a pesky problem when it comes to that late game execution. For now, you can see that with this Benedetta jungle, Ryota's actually getting a bit of an advantage when it comes to the clearing. Already getting the lethal, but of course Super Ken likes this pathing, man. Gets him that level 4 really quick. Might even sneak a quick gank here considering the situation. Look at the emblems here by IndyHome. Weapon Mastery for Eman.
Wow.
He thinks it might go the distance. And on the other side for Matt, Master Assassin, trying to assert that dominance with the Wilderness Blessing for both the Jawhead and the Zaz. I think Rebellion will make a play.
Yeah, okay, still able to escape with the Vengeance now. Goes in with a reset. Luke will be rotating as well. Good first blood over Luke. First use the Furious Dive. Rebellion strike first. But Super Ken will be rotating over.
Always the problem with Key on the outlet. Easily punished because, like, that is just the true nature of the hero. Like, there's no disengage potential unless you have a lot of combo in your hands with the Vengeance to get out. Now, Rebellion Esports, they have the first blood. They dealt the first strike. Can they actually make it consistent throughout the game?
It's going to be a bit of a waiting game, and Moreno, keep in mind, has the sprint. Haven't seen that in a while, but he's afraid of the chase coming in. Super Ken though gets low.
Oh, X-Win with a flicker forward. Now with the Vengeance, Super Ken still able to survive. X-Win losing a whole lot of the momentum coming down. Now the blooms as well from Moreno. Gets popped back, Sway low, getting the kill with the Dominators a set. Luke, meanwhile, stopping Ryota from getting this turtle. Now in a 1v4 situation, Luke goes in with Furious Dive, Electrify on the Sway low, gets the damage, and now turns it around completely for Bigatron Alpha. As Key gets the final slash, and BTR somehow get the turtle.
Whoa, was that? That was practically in the back line, 1v3, 1v4. That's a huge jump. Wow.
There was assistance, but Super Luke, as always, delivers. Moreno, though, like I was saying, concerned about the chase potential of a highly mobile Fulvius and Benedetta, goes with the sprint in the situation. That makes him a bit less versatile. But look at the new record here, as we were talking about earlier, when it comes to the quickest game.
Playoff day 2 of season 10. 10 minutes, 36 seconds against BTR.
Yes,
and now
sir.
they're the one that's dealing the damage here against Rebellion Esports. So it comes full circle in MPL ID.
Yeah, the fastest game of season 14 is Fnatic versus Rebellion, 10:22, and we got that stat as well. Last time it was Bigatron, Fnatic, Onyx. It was still Onyx back in the day. Ooh. Final Smash, good read from Key. And it was in season 10, yeah. That was actually when Matt's twin brother, Max, was in the lineup. Matt actually winning in this matchup against Eman up top. The GOAT, Matt.
It won't be a punish though. On top of what was for X-Win, but Key gets out of it.
Good flicker out. Ken getting chunked at the Nightmaric spawn, doing work, and Rebellion are doing a good job so far.
And the fans, man, they're super supportive to Matt. Every time Matt is making a play, it's always the oohs and ahs from the crowd. The Rebels looking to empower their players in this match. Try to make it happen. Meanwhile, though, Super Luke.
Furious dive and the Petrify baited out. Now Cars actually decided to go for an infernal pursuit. Super Luke gonna be outplayed. Cars winning it out. Sway low with a good rotation to catch Bigatron Alpha off guard.
Once again, the fans are quite happy seeing the display in the early game. 4 kills to 2 so far for the Blue Bulls against the #1 in the standings.
Now Bigatron having to play careful. No retribution available for now. Just kind of sent away from the turtle pit. Rebellion actually getting control right here. Equalizing when it comes to the goal, when it comes to the turtle. But look at the top side, Matt.
Ooh, good dodge there with the Chaos Order. Reading Key's movement. Well, the fact that Matt winning against Eman, something that I gotta say, I didn't really expect, even though he's on a Lunox, because in the first game earlier it was an absolute domination from Eman.
Due to the aggressive emblem choices for sure. Helps Matt's case here when it comes to the 1v1, when it comes to the laning. Now Eman has the Starlium. Might kind of change things up for now. Because if you can see from the side of... Oh, never mind, whoa!
Stable force used up already. Sway low actually going to be able to disengage. Dominators to set now coming down. What a combo! Ryota gets the final blow. Matt finding the fadeaway with the Chaos Bolts. 2 more kills for Rebellion.
Finally, we haven't seen this kind of play from Rebellion very often. Probably the first time so far. The poetry in motion, it was like BTR. Watching BTR in game #1, Arashi.
It was Suelo jumping in and doing a ton of damage off the back of a great Dominator descent. With a glowing one available. The tower falling. You hear the cheers, but look at Super Luke baited again.
Gets a Petrify. And the Furious dive in. Now the knock-up again. It's a bait from Cars. And he gets it done with the Infernal Pursuit.
They're doing a great job here of making use of Luke's aggressivity. We talked about how he's always so aggressive. He always wants to win the lane, demolish that lane, and get to work. But now Rebellion are using it to really punish him. The rotations coming in from Swalo have always been on point this game. 15 seconds to go. A 2k gold lead for Rebellion. Bigatron definitely can get a winning fight, but it's very situational.
Yeah.
Showing that Rebellion can kind of do a lot of different things here. Oh, go for a pickup.
Again, Super Kendo bringing it back with Speeder. Alpha still going to be caught in front of Pursuit. Sacked down by Sway Low. Moreno forced to use the black shoes to escape. Ryota still going for the chase. Super Luke in the back as well. Getting caught by the Infernal Pursuit. X-Win is looking for the ejector. Luke, can he escape? The ejector back as well, but he gets out with the Furious Dive. Matt is the one who secures. Oh, Ryota. Final blow. Forcing the Black Dragon. Almost getting the Phantom Slash. Ryota steals the orange buff away from BTR. That's a 2.8k gold lead. 3k now.
More and more for the Blue Bulls at this point. But they gotta watch out against BTR, man. They're called the robots for a reason. The systematic gameplay, the macro decisions, they're a reason. There's a reason for them to be standing in the #1 place in MPL Indonesia. They cannot let the pedal, or like, they have to still step on the gas pedal.
What's difficult for Bigatron right now is they don't really want to allow someone to get thrown into the midst of Rebellion. We talked about the advantage when it comes to burst, especially with that Lunox and the Zask later on. But that allows X-Wing to have so much more pressure. In game number 1, he was kind of outmatched by Key, by Luke. But now when he walks forward, everyone is forced to back away on the off chance that he kind of throws someone in. Ryota and Super Ken though, caught in a duel.
No, the final blow to Super Ken. Decided not to go for the Spear of Alpha just yet.
That is a huge item for Cars, securing that Dominance Ice. So the 1v1s from now on is going to be much easier for these Phobias, and also the utility for the whole team overall as X-Wing engage up toward Key.
Key's going to be caught. The unstoppable force there locks him down for Matt to just get those free hits down. Key down for the second time this game.
They're able to clear the turret, but for how long, right? With the mid lane still being pressured at the same time. 20 seconds to go, Rebellion. Go for the pressure, and they rotate immediately. Bigatron, surprisingly, are able to save that last turret. Looking at the quick player head-to-head here between Cars and Super Luke. Luke definitely had the higher KDA, but teamfight participation is on Cars. On the Phobias this time, he is definitely going to be looking to be more active when it comes to just the brawl, not just the initiation.
The fact there's a lot of things that can trigger your ultimate. Car is going to have the time of his life, combined with the Vengeance as well, the probability, durability. Something to look out for if you're a Bigatron Alpha, and now Cars goes in.
It's caught there, so has Vengeance. Meanwhile, Key in the back line. Now Super Ken can be caught. Uses Spear of Alpha. Super Luke taken out and Mon. They pitch down. 3 members of Bigatron Alpha falling to the blue poles.
Interesting engage there for Bigatron Alpha. They actually went for a all-out brawl against this kind of composition. When Cars is 2-0-2 with a Vengeance, they're just asking for it, Arashi.
They're just not strong enough at this point. The gold lead extends to 6k. Even though Bigatron Alpha had moments where there was some kind of combo with the Spear of Alpha, with Moreno outputting damage, it's just not enough right here. Moreno in particular, only with the glowing one, he needs at least, I think, 2 more items before he can really be a significant threat that can't be ignored. Even Eman now is only standing on 2 items, no Holy Crystal available. So without that extra bit of damage, his damage is kind of negligible.
Oh man, a single hit from that skill from Zaz is already 1/3 of Super Luke HP. It's not looking good for Yuzhong. It's definitely not the hero that you look forward to play in this kind of situation, on a losing situation. I feel like Yuzhong is getting worse and worse in this point. Meanwhile, though, Super Ken still chasing Ryota, but nothing too much yet.
Great play by Super Luke there. Doesn't immediately jump on the chance, just waits around, just in case the backup is required to maybe save Super Ken, or maybe even finish out a kill. They're going to be able to clear the Lord out and still hang on to at least, I believe, 1 more mid turret, or even both mid turrets. The Lilia clear definitely is showing strong here. As X-Wing gets revealed, Bigatron will have a bit of a moment to recover.
This is what we're talking about, Arashi. Benedetta, Electro Katana, and Mythic Warrior edition. They're getting at Ryota right away on cue.
Oh, the Furious Dive.
Oh, eye for an eye, Ryota! Great time frames there.
Meanwhile, Moreno getting stomped to the ground. It was Cars and Swaylo who took him out. Now free turret in the mid lane. It's a 1-0 Ryota.
Great play. Love to see it, man. The cheers for Matt. Every time he gets a kill, every time he gets a turret, every time he makes a play, the Rebels is there to support him. Ooh. To let him know that he belongs in this league.
Okay, gets thrown again. Again, Key won't be able to survive. Oh, pops into conceal. Now getting dove! Matt! Getting the brilliance down. Super Ken forced to use the Spear of Alpha defensively, as that's, again, just Eman getting knocked up. Getting the resets for Cars with that Infernal Pursuit. 9,000 gold lead. The battle of heaven and earth continues.
A brilliant play indeed by Matt. From a brilliant player, and now they're looking to capitalize on that. Taking down the mid-turret, Moreno might be in trouble!
The ejector flicker from X-Win. Moreno didn't even get a chance to pop in the black shoes. BTR down to just their base turrets.
It was desperately trying to clear the wave, try to save that last turret there. Fortunately gets punished for it. We looked at some of the items earlier. Eman is trying to go for that Holy Crystal, still going all in on that aggressive itemization. He knows that team will require his damage when it comes to turning this around. There'll be a Queen's Wings completed for Super Ken though. So when it comes down to it, when it becomes an all-out 5v5, a last-ditch effort, Bigatron will have some tools to try and work around with. But on the other side, Matt, the guy who's been doubted, he has a Wishing Lantern on top of a Divine Blade. He is doing an insane amount of damage at this point. And Cars going full defense. Went with the Thunderbolt, he's been able to proc it multiple times, and he has a Dominance Eyes with a Radiant Armor. So he has great defensive capabilities for both magical and physical.
Also got a game pack here from Gopay. Lilia is Moreno's second most picked hero since his debut in Season 10 with 18 picks and a 50% win rate. So not really the greatest win rate for Moreno, but he progressed as a player so far in his career. But Arashi, it just dawned on me, it is a 15-2. A team that hasn't won a single match this season is up 12k gold lead in 13 minutes. Wow.
They just can't do anything. They have no real front line can tank up that damage. The fact that they went for the Yutong in the EXP lane to try to bully the Phobius means that now they have to suffer the consequences when he is unable to do so. With the Lord coming in on the bottom side, Rebellion, they are ready. Watch out for X-Win to make the big play happen.
X-Win, but you can see already, Super Ken still there. Cars trying to utilize that. That's going to be enhanced Lord charge into the base turret in the bottom lane, taking it down. Moreno tasked to clear it up. Meanwhile, down there's a Ascent coming down. X-Win get an ejector onto Key now with his Unstoppable Force. Get an immortality down. Key will not be able to survive. Gets the final slash still on Ryota, who's forced to use the Eye for an Eye. Down there's a Ascent still on it. This might be Rebellion's game to win. That's a Black Dragon form used up. Sway low on the base. That's a base turret up top as well. 3 base turrets down. X-Win taken low. Still a lot of damage placed on the Imanas. Inferno Pursuit comes out with the Phantom Slap too. Super Ken from the fan. X-Win losing immortality. Mats into the front, getting the Brilliance down. Super Ken and Super Luke. Only 2 supers left to defend. Rebellion Esports get a game against Bigatron Alpha.
Oh my god. We said it. It's almost impossible to recover from what happened in game number 1. And they somehow replicated against the number 1 in the standings. It is an equal score right now. The heaven and earth matchup played out in the most unexpected way in game number 2. Goodness gracious. Gotta love to see the guy, Matt, the bounce back, the proving game in this match. Sure is happy the way he played, but that can they make it happen in game number 3, because that's gonna be all that matters from now on.
One more chance for Bigatron to readapt, readjust. And man, we were talking a bit about X-Win and how he was really unable to do much in the first game. Right here, we just shows everyone that, hey, the mechanics are there, bro. Give it time, right? Wait and see for the right moment to play out. And even though Bigatron had a respectable attempt here to really clear it out, try and defend, now it's like almost the opposite situation. In the EXP lane, Cars was doing great. Ryota doing great on the Benedetta as well. And even X-Win and Matt all rising to the occasion with Swalo on the Zask. The team is ready to take on the heavens.
Matt on the Lunox in the counter matchup. It seems you set Matt up with a winning matchup. You set Matt up with some tools to utilize, and they get the win. They're able to utilize it properly.
Also in the keys of victory, man. Utilize Matt's flexibility. You know, he's known for the fighters, the gold lane, but right now, he's playing the mages. And it worked out really well against one of the best gold laner in Indonesia, possibly the best too.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true. And
it was going to interrupt there.
What a performance though, seriously, from the side of Mats and also the drafts. They fixed a whole lot of the issues that they had in game 1 where there was no proactivity. Game 2, they said, you know what? We push the pace. We try to get that early game. We are the ones to do everything in the early game. We make Bigatron respond to our plays. Jawhead pick, Phobius as well. Even all the proactive maneuvers were just countered by the Benedetta, the Eye for an Eye, those iframes.
It's so good for Rebellion to actually push the pace and be aggressive when they know that there is safety, right? The Benedetta was going in because he knows, Ryota knows that he has the Eye for an Eye. And by the same token, same thing for Swalo. They all move forward together And on the off chance that they're just waiting around, that's where you can see X-Win and the gears start turning, man. Where can I go? Where can I find the next big flicker ejector? And you're seeing him really prove himself. This is a team that, in theory, knows how to play a jawhead, knows how to play against a jawhead, and X-Win was able to get a lot of really good throws here in game number 2.
I want to ask a question here. I believe the last time I saw Key on the Arlet as well, they were winning the match. Don't get me wrong, but he had a really bad KDA. Does it have to stop Key on the Arlet?
Well, let's wait and see first. First of all, we gotta highlight the player of the game, Matt, in his moment of redemption, 7-0 and 3 on the Lunox. Presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. When in doubt, flex pick your way out. If marksmans don't work, give him the mages. Give him the fighters. What a turn of events, man. A lot of people said that this might be the solution. This might be the answer that Rebellion require. And it happens.
And if you really went all the way in the third game and somehow win it out against Bigatron Alpha, with also being an MVP as well, Instagram's gonna go mad, TikTok's gonna go mad, MPL ID,
they're all gonna go Matt, not mad.
Yeah. Just, I love it, man. The Cinderella stories in MPL Indonesia, Season 14. As I said earlier, X-Win might really be 10 wins for Rebellion.
If that is the, pattern that X-Win can bring to the table, then man,
they're winning M6.
Gotta show. Oh my goodness.
If that happens.
Look at this, 2-0. See? He didn't get the score right, but it's a win. Game one was a loss. Game 2, they came back, and remember the pattern, Sheffin. Game 1, Alter Ego Geek. That was one of the fastest games we saw. I mean, we've seen in MPL ID. And then Game 2, Game 3 was Alter Ego reverse sweeping Geek Fam. So maybe the same can be said about Rebellion, getting the momentum back in their hands now. Let's take a look at the highlights by UBS Gold.
Well, Matt, in the early game, it really was kind of slower, but the mid-game here is where we saw that even though in Bigatron were trying to go for the proactive plays, they were the ones unable to really capitalize on anything. Especially because in the early game, X-Win on the jawhead had built-in crowd control removal, technically, or immunity, and a great amount of sustain coming in from the shield of the ejector too. All that together with the damage coming in, look at that. Whenever Bigatron stack up together, it's just massive, man. And even when they want to go for a clean fight, it just wasn't allowed. The fact that cars can just be so annoying, so obnoxious here. You can see Moreno tumbling around, bounce around like a ball in the face of the crowd control coming in from Rebellion. This is the tool that they require to really take control of the game, man. Crowd control might be the solution for Rebellion to return them to their aggressive style.
And interestingly enough, Moreno actually went for a sprint instead of the Purify against a jawhead. That is just, gotta say, a bit of disrespect.
Remember the keys to victory, man. Bigatron Alpha, overconfidence has gotten them so many times. It's just, at this point, a question. When are they going to learn, if ever? Maybe they don't.
Came straight out of BTR fan. That is the game number 2.
It wasn't just the spell, right? It was the drafts too. Aurora Fermis both open against Azaz, deciding to go for Lilia, deciding to go to Sprint instead of the Purify up against a comp with a lot of CC.
But again, to be fair, against a Benedetta, I feel like if he went with the Purify, then Ryota is definitely looking for a chance to jump on him. Maybe that's where he was kind of thinking a bit of movement speed will help a lot there. But against the crowd control to begin with, especially without a front line, right? Eventually, Moreno is just standing there in flicker range. And when you're doing that against a jawhead, especially against a jawhead that's confident in the ejector play, that's what you get.
Yep, look at that. The turrets and also the neutral objectives absolutely dominated by Rebellion Esports. 12k gold lead in 14 minutes. This is stuff you see from the number 1 in the standings, like the Onyx Prime, ETR, the regular season, not in the playoffs though. But yeah, somehow Rebellion Esports just found the light, like the hope that they need to somehow go on in the season number 14. And whatever Cars or Coach Far is saying on the locker room, man, the pep talk is working.
It is working.
The fans too, by the way. Don't forget the fans.
Absolutely, man. Every single
Literally,
time.
I think was the biggest factor. I mean, they were getting pumped up in the drafts.
When anything happens, they were just immediately on it. And if you look at the items here, 2 Queen's Wings for Luke and Super Ken there, they know that it's not about sustaining the damage, it's just about withstanding the burst initially. And even then, it just wasn't enough. I was thinking, again, that Luke was going to be put on something a bit tankier, or at least Key would be, because Rebellion, even their last ban in that game was the Hylas, right? If they had the Hylas, this might be a whole different game. The Hylas can just walk up, take the ejector, and eventually get out, right? Especially in the early game, it allows Bigatron some resemblance of control. But without that big beefy front line, it just wasn't possible.
Damage to turret 192 for Bigatron Alpha. This kind of lineup, it really signifies how really dominant Rebellion Esports somehow pulled the reverse Uno card after what happened in game number 1. And we like you asked me like, what do you see in X-Win? I said, really, so far nothing. And somehow in this game, on the Jawhead, give him a hero and he performs.
Absolutely, man. You just have to put him on a hero that's proactive, it seems, right? He definitely works better from Jawheads, you know, maybe even Grox at this point. It definitely fits the playstyle of X-Win a bit more than, say, a Tigreal that needs to wait, right? It's not really the main initiation tool, especially up against so much disengage that Bigatron Alpha already had in game 1.
You just gotta hit him with the caster curse, bro. That's the solution.
Yeah, just say nothing. Just say they're bad. Bigatron will get 2-1 here.
Wait, what did you predict earlier in talent prediction?
2-0.
Oh.
2-0. You predict 2-0.
I see something coming, Mirko, and it's not good.
Okay. What is it?
The mirror curse might be real.
The mirror curse has always been real, Sheffin.
It's always been
First
very...
time?
But yeah, that's what happened in game number 2. We're gonna prepare ourselves for game number 3. It's surely gonna be very, very entertaining because Bigatron Alpha, this is a wake-up call from them. Finally,
wake-up slap.
You know, after game number 1, they need to make an adjustment. But we're gonna throw it to our host first, Bude Clara Monster, because she has something to say to you.
Udah yang kaget sih wajahnya. Oh, manusia.
Iya dong.
Oh iya, tapi ini kawanan yang agak-agak takut jadi makin takut ya sama badut. Ini topeng badut bukan sih?
Betul, topeng badut.
Ini Rebels lagi jadi badut?
Iya, lagi temanya lagi badut.
Ayo naon what happen nih? Coba dong dikasih tahu, dijelasin juga.
Kenapa temanya badut? Karena ya kita tahu posisi Rebellion itu di paling bawah. Jadi kita mungkin kayak ngerasa, wah Rebellion ini kayaknya tim badut.
Merasa atau?
Kurang lebih merasa.
Kurang lebih. Tapi kan memang 3 minggu belum ngedapetin kemenangan ya.
Iya.
Sebabnya itu ya. Tapi kalau ngelihat dari hasil hari ini kayaknya berbeda gak sih? Apalagi lawan dari Rebellion adalah The Giant. Ada Bigatron, pemuncak klasemen udah ngambil 1 poin nih. Masih berpikiran kalau kalian badut?
Semoga enggak sih.
Semoga enggak. Tapi kan pasti up and down-nya setiap tim dari super fans lah yang juga merasakannya ya. Pada saat seperti ini, gimana sih keadaan super fans dan gimana cara kalian tuh juga tetap semangat, tetap bangkit gitu?
Karena kita kan, ya kita fokus semangat aja sih dukung Rebellion. Gimana caranya biar kita tuh keluar dari zona merah.
Keluar dari zona merah. Tapi kalau misalnya tadi ngelihat di game 1, di game kedua kan ada yang baru tuh. Ada X-Win di minggu ini. Kalian gimana sih ngelihat X-Win hadir untuk Rebellion?
Senang sih, mungkin cukup ada perubahan. Mungkin karena Matt jago kali ya, makanya nomornya 2.
Makanya itu ya. Tapi Matt jago banget sih dari game kedua ya.
Jago banget.
Jago banget. Terus gimana kalian ngelihat mungkin evolve-nya Matt, terus performanya dan harapannya mungkin untuk game ketiga?
Untuk game ketiga mungkin main aman aja, main sabar, jangan terlalu banyak gerakan yang bikin mistake tim sendiri.
Oke, tapi untuk sekarang wah kalian ngelihat hari ini minggu keempat performanya tim Rebellion dari 2 game nih.
Performa sejauh ini sih cukup bagus, ada peningkatan lah dari 3 week sebelumnya.
Yes, peningkatan sudah terlihat dan Bude juga akhirnya menyaksikan entrance dari Rebellion Esports. Kalian seneng gak sih kalau Rebellion tuh ada entrance gitu?
Jujur seneng.
Iya ya, kayak jati dirinya Rebellion tuh muncul. Tapi tulisannya paham tadi. Iya betul, betul kan?
Betul.
Tahu nggak artinya apa?
Nggak tahu sih, mungkin lebih ke kasih paham kayak buat ke better kayak ini RBL jago loh.
Wuhu, jago loh dan emang jago banget tadi di game yang kedua. Game pertama juga sempat susahan, game kedua mereka ngebalesin dan di game ketiga kita masih berharap-harap cemas. Tapi kalau dari Rebellion sendiri, ini tuh sekarang tema badut, tema selanjutnya apa tuh?
Selanjutnya belum tahu sih, masih dipikirkan.
Masih dipikirkan, tapi harapanmu untuk Rebel Squad yang ada di seluruh dunia apa?
Kalau buat Rebel Squad mungkin terus dukung si Rebel Esports mau di atas ataupun di bawah, pokoknya dukung aja terus.
Dukung terus dan coba ini kalian harus kasih langsung dukungan sih kepada Rebellion Esports. Berikan dukungan terbesar kalian untuk mereka yang mungkin saja memecahkan lustrik mereka hari ini.
Ayo. Wait. Dukung Mat.
Dukung.
MATT. Goat Mat.
Wow, itulah dia dukungan sudah bergulir. Langsung saja kita kembalikan ke caster. Siapa yang akan mendapatkan game ini?
MATT. One more? MATT. Man, Rebellion Squad has got me rooting for Rebellion Esports, man.
Really? Matt has got me rooting for Matt. So now actually it's
against your team?
If ODCS plays in game 3, then maybe. Because technically then we'll have 7 BTR players on the field.
So whichever way the wind blows, it's still a Bigatron win, you're saying?
I mean...
No. That's some copium, man.
Yeah, BTR,
sure.
if we lose this, say bye-bye to M6, brother.
Oh my God. It's essential. Strong take. I'm all for it, though.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
You're like the father of strong takes. You said someone is overrated. That's like the strongest take of all time, man.
Listen, man.
Has something to do with the Head and Shoulders flavor. Or, you know?
I'm not PR trained, all right? What I'm trained on is getting people to buy things.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
What about this
Not
lemon?
really.
What about this lemon? Is it good?
Every lemon is good, bro.
Okay.
Every lemon is good. What are you talking about?
Every lemon is good.
He's the legend of a game. Just like this guy, Gatot Kaca, the legend. The most fresh lemon flavor, as Connie would say. In Head and Shoulders, you can just... Come here.
No.
You can just smell it, man. Oh my God, that smell. Oh man.
Smells good.
Smelling lemon is good.
Yeah.
This is what Shevin does in his spare time.
For 100% dandruff and itchiness wiped out, you guys can go and protect your heads with Head and Shoulders. You can also protect your shoulders technically, because if you have dandruff, it doesn't just get on your head, it gets on your shoulders, and you see those disgusting white stuff on your shoulders. Definitely not something you want.
Brother. There's
Arashi.
also a Tigreal version as well, and Tigreal has a really
that's
nice
what I was
hair.
about to ask Arashi. Which one do you like most? The Tigreal or Eudora? Or the Gatot Kaca?
I've always said I like the Tigreal one more.
You guys want to know a spoiler for Geek Fam's match? Maybe in like the next 2 days?
What?
Yaoi posted an IG story of him losing to Baloyski playing Gatot Rome. So, Baloy, we're watching you war crime general.
I see the vision, man.
Saber, Natalia, Helker, Chip. Now you want to add Gatot Kaca? Gatot?
I think Saber is kind of viable if Vincent, for example, Vincent picks Oling, the opponent picks a Natalia. Remember what happened the last time Baloy faced a Natalia? As Saber.
Oh.
It was banned away against him, by
against
the way.
RQ.
Yeah.
That was Naomi, yeah?
Yeah. Taking it back to season 12.
12, yeah. Back when Naomi was still in the lineup. Those good times, man.
Different times.
Shout out to Min Coco. Shout out to Zaya.
Do you miss it? Do you miss it? Season 12 RQ?
Oh, kind of. It was exciting in a different way, right? And every game, you're like, okay, are they good yet? Are they good yet? And like, oh, they are. And even though you're so hyped up by the game, So it ends up being a question mark. Kind of like right now for Rebellion, for Bigatron.
Okay.
Oh man, whoa, they did it. Now the question still remains, right? Can Rebellion do it again?
I thought you were gonna say you're still questioning RRQ at this point.
I can't put words in my mouth, Shevin.
No, like you're from RRQ. I thought it's still gonna be RRQ, but I'm happy that you're rooting for kind of like your enemy, Rebellion Esports.
Who says I'm rooting for them?
You're not?
Not in particular, no.
Okay.
I didn't vote for Bigatron after all. So, I mean, in theory, the stats should reflect that Bigatron should win, but after that one game, you always get to questioning, right? How's the mental state? In this day and age, a lot of teams are getting wiser and wiser about mental conditioning, but at the end of the day, you have to still realize it's a very big part of this competitive scene, that mental fortitude, you know, to keep your head in the game, even though things don't go as planned, even though you're about to win and there was a comeback, it doesn't matter. You have to reset and get back into it for game number 3 right here between Rebellion and Bigatron.
Okay, still the same bans.
Sir, what's your
generally
command?
with
Your
Fanny.
team is picking.
Ban for Coach Far. They didn't want to see the Super Ken special Fanny on the other side of the court. Now, Coach Rura, a lot of option on his hand. Usually it's gonna be a Zask. Roger is the usual standard picks at this point, but let's see though. If they want to go for Harith once again, no, it's gonna be Zask.
Is picking.
Right.
So 100% win rate for Zask this series, right? It was first picked by Bigatron, and then first picked by Rebellion, and then now first picked by Bigatron again. Oh, wow! Early Jawhead Benedetta.
Interesting. Whoa. I wondered if the idea here for Coach Far is, instead of hiding these picks, even though they're usually unexpected, they were so massive, so impactful in the previous game. You show it first. Now, Bigatron, they know that the Jawhead and Benedetta were just so good in the previous game. Now they're stuck considering what else can be used with these two heroes. With the Hylas banned away by themselves, they have to still respect the pick of potential right here. And they go for the Ruby, along with the Roger. A lot more survivability. But I do expect someone even tankier, especially if they're gonna try and really control, or at least contest the control of Rebellion in the jungle, in the lanes.
It's still gonna be the Harith being trioed by these teams, and possibly, or most likely, for sure gonna be for Matt. In the previous game, he faced a Harith with a Lunox, so Coach Fars right away just banning it out for Eman. Didn't want to see Matt losing the lane, and it feels like if you give Matt that winning matchup in the lane, it's still gonna be good for you. He's still gonna be the MVP and somehow make a play out of it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, right now, the Roger is still flex, so you see that Lunox ban come out. Great move by Rebellion. Does seem like the Feramis will be taken out, though. As we know, the Feramis actually has been doing a whole lot of good against the Zask. That's why we kind of expected it to be picked up, too. It was either the Aurora or the Feramis, but both were ignored by Bigatron Alpha. They opted to go for Liliet. That ended up not playing into their favor. So now for Rebellion. What do they want to get, right? In the mid lane, is it the Valentina again that failed in game 1? Or do they want to try to change things with maybe an Aurora this time around?
I feel like with an Aurora, it's great. And it's a great matchup against the Zask. And technically, in the grand scheme of things, you can kind of combo it, right? A massive Frigid Glacier into an Electro Final Blow sounds like a disgusting combo. Of course, that's very ideal. But I think more importantly, you can also follow up on an Ejector by locking down someone using the Aurora. That's like a bit of a hidden value type deal. But for Rebellion, banning with the Mathilda, they're certain they want to go for this pick of style. And Bigatron, they get rid of the second or third biggest nuisance in the previous game, the Phobius that's just jumping around, wreaking havoc here. Even when they have a Ruby, they can kind of stop him in his tracks. Just gonna be hopping around a lot and giving this Phobius the Infernal Pursuit again and again. So great ban here from Bigatron.
You wanna go for... Wait, the Benedetta can still technically be flex, but I feel like there's a reason Coach Far picked it in the first phase. That is for Ryota. It's working quite well in that game earlier. Not really the best KDA, but you can see in the eye test, it really worked out for this guy, Northway Assassins, but still gonna be that standard pick with a Terizla for Cars.
This is great though for Rebellion, right? Because the Terizla acts as a flex pick too. We know that Swaylo can play it in mid lane. So we still don't know whether it's going to be go into the XP or mid. Safe choice would definitely be the XP, but we've seen it as a mid lane for Swaylo. So BTR, the question is now, where's the Roger going to go? Where's the Ruby going to go? They're going to have to answer these flex picks with the last 2 picks, rounding off the drafts. Kaja and Carry? Beatrix!
Wow, going old school. Season 11 vibes, man. Kaja and Beatrix? We haven't seen this combo a lot of times in Season 14 for a reason. Now that kill pressure towards the Harris is gonna be huge, man. He has to play a bit more safely, knowing that he can't really get away from the Divine Judgment if you pick even a Purify.
That's a pick-off showdown. We haven't seen this kind of situation play out in a while. Kaja and Jawhead both attempting to find that pick-off with great burst damage follow-up. But I gotta say, when it comes down to the immediate follow-up, to the immediate demolish, you know, it's gonna be the Kaja, I think. The difference though is that Jawhead can kind of go for attempts without using an ultimate. That's gonna be something that the Rebellion can use to their advantage. The frequency, the quantity over the quality, and now with an Aurora, a lot more ways to kind of stop the Kaja from dragging someone away too far from the team.
Rebellion Esports faced with an enormously difficult task to complete before this match begins, and they are one step away to making it happen. The last placer of MPL Indonesia Season 14 is taking on the challenge, the biggest challenge so far this season for them. They're still at nil, nada, no win whatsoever. And with this single game win, they can make it 1 and turn the season around. Looking at the draft index, it really definitely favors the robots at this time. A huge game, the decider on who's gonna take it the whole way. Will Rebellion get their first W this season, or will Bigatron Alpha stand strong at number 1 in the standings?
From what looks to be Rebellion always looking to the skies to try to beat Bigatron Alpha. Now they meet head-to-head. Eye level for both these teams, 1-1. It comes down to one game to decide whether Rebellion can break that curse of not being able to win a single match, or if Bigatron will deny them of that sweet, sweet glory.
Anything can happen, honestly. And for Bigatron, now it's a different situation. One of the big strong points of the Beatrix is how fast you can clear the wave. Now the Harith can't really bully, can't really poke, and there's a lot of burst damage available. Little though, it goes to the hands of Bigatron there. Great play to just consolidate on it. He kind of find more ways to try and contribute. Before level 4, he needs to be active here just to swing some of the lanes in favor of his team.
Yep, so far, this match, whoever deal that first blow, whoever strikes first and get the early game snowball is the winner. There are no comebacks in this match.
Yeah.
As we take a look at the emblem by IndyHome, by Telkomsel, anything's interesting, Arashi.
Weapon Mastery Beatrix respected by the tenacity on the hands of Matt. And if we get Cars, Festival of Blood. We've seen some Terizas go without it, but Cars wants to brawl, wants to scrap all the way from the beginning. And of course, Inspire for Swaylo on the Aurora. Car Control is the name of the game. And with the Hail as well, the Hailstorm, he can kind of help out in scouting for the team. As Eman, whoa, going risky.
Didn't really connect on that Synchro Vision, so still gonna be Matt winning it out on that trade of HP with Eman. A hard task too for Matt, considered as one of the worst performer so far in this season, and now he's stepping up to the plate and looking to make things happen. Possibly getting the MVP as well, and now neutral objective, Chapter 1.
Hurdle number 1 going to be contested. X-Win on the Jawhead, definitely a bit more useful compared to Key on the Kaja. Repelling zone, ejector flicker, super get brought back for Yota. Capitalizing, good pretty glacier coming down, actually not connecting onto anyone. X-Win does have the unstoppable force, gets level 4 now. CC immune pops in the unstoppable force, super loop. Able to disengage for the team, gets a Don't Run Wolf King, and it will be 1-1 as we get a pause. The second minute of the game here, Turtle did go towards Rebellion Esports, so it is 2-1 in favor of Rebellion.
Right. in the grand scheme of things, pretty even still. Although Rebellion were able to get the neutral objective, I believe. In the midst of all that, you can see again the synergy from the team, the confidence definitely is very visible. I'm impressed that for both teams though, they went for the fight immediately before the roamers hit level 4. And technically that kind of benefits the side of Rebellion. So maybe that's exactly why they kind of forced that situation onto Bigatron.
You might be sad right now, we have a technical break, but you can enjoy your campaign at home and finally eat your ice cream. Now, I'm not delusional anymore. But yeah, we're still troubleshooting the problem here, seeing what's wrong and what we need to fix to have a fair and a good match between these two. But just from the draft, Rashi, so it is still with that Benedetta and also jaw hit combo as we take a look at the replay earlier. By the way, this is kind of like game number 1, right? Super Luke final slash to a Tyrant's Revenge combo by Key. This time around, it's a penalty zone by Cars, comboed with a ejector from X-Win. So the XP lane and the roamer doing work in the first neutral objective.
And again, the AoE, like I said, I like the final blow, Frigid Glacier. I think Bigatron were really trying to capitalize to try and punish Rebellion for sneaking away that turtle. But with the Frigid Glacier placed down, they're just forced to back away. No real way for them to kind of walk through all the damage without really getting punished for it themselves. So the early pressure you can see from the side of Rebellion definitely is there. But I want to see how Bigatron adjusts here with the clear. It comes to wave clear, especially with the Beatrix, that Golden can be a lot more active around the map, or maybe to even orchestrate some dives using the Zask. So I think Bigatron has to pick here if they want to really play for the EXP lane or the gold lane. And from there, then they can kind of, I don't know, survey the issue, right? See what Rebellion are doing and what kind of opportunities are, I don't know, allowed for them over there.
And it seems like the issue has already been solved by Marshall Danang. Now we're back to the game for Bigatron Alpha and Rebellion Esports still 1-1 after that neutral objective battle. Nothing happened. We didn't really miss anything, which is a good thing for the viewers out there.
Especially in a match of this magnitude, in the game that can decide the result of the match. The last thing you want to do is miss out on some of the action. Supercan now with the Windtalker though, definitely an advantage. Doesn't get it.
Bit of a whiff there. Super Luke though wants to try again, getting the freeze. Those are some big resources burnt out. No Dominators to set, no flicker for Key. They did burn out Suelo's flicker too though, but still, great plays. A bit of a whiff from Key.
Well, they're eyeing for an engage in the bottom lane. No, never mind. Next win, still scouting the area and trying to make things happen around the map. You gotta watch out for this, man. Once you hit level 4, Key becomes an immediate threat, especially for Matt. No Purify, no spells that can get him out from that combo. And Emman, what?
Wow.
That is some confidence there, Rashi.
It's confidence, it's also the necessity. If they want to try and combo a Divine Judgment into a straight pickoff, it's gonna be important to get in. Oh, Supercan!
That's the ejector. Ken with the Lycan form on the final blow to actually chase him down. The final slash is there. Lycan pounce coming out. Supercan assassinated. Good freeze out. Frigid Glacier. Iman still able to gun them down. Now Suelo losing the passive. Does another flicker. And Iman takes some more. Dominators are sent over to Cars. Matt still forced to run away. Gets whipped down a bit. Moreno getting swung down by the hammer. Ryota takes it away. And Moreno has to submit to that. A good Divine Judgment to stop Matt in his tracks, as it just rains from above with a Bennett's Rage.
We're talking about the Sky Piercer and the requirement to have that burst damage. Immediately, Emman picks up 3 kills, getting the stacks onto that Sky Piercer. Is he a certified Sky Piercer abuser, Mirko, is the question. 1v2 though.
Let's see, Unstoppable Force and the Ejector. This might be the Sky Pierce shutdown. Arashi.
Caster's Curse.
Immediately after just bringing it up, it just happens all the time. But yes, you can see the burst potential for the set of Bigatron. It definitely relies on Emman kind of being safe though. Moreno is going to be more utility based in my opinion if this is how the game is going to play out. Looking at the items, War Axe for Super Luke, so he has sustainability. But he has to be careful about the burst damage potential. Ryota as well also has that War Axe, and the bottom turret might get taken out here. Rebellion.
Free turret down below, and Matt should be able to equalize in the gold deficit that he had. So it's back to even on the board now when it comes to the gold. But objective-wise, Rebellion actually got it. Flicker Divine Judgment now coming down with the Bennett's Rage. X-Win taken down. Another sack for that Sky Piercer and a big bod. Wow.
Wow. And now BTR once again up in the gold.
Getting stunned. Burst it down. That was lightning quick. Wow, Super Luke with the timing.
I mean, Ryota comes in attempting an outplay of some sorts, but the timing was just so good. The damage from Eman as well. Snipes him right in the face. Unfortunate for Ryota, but look at this, Rebellion. Just trying to go for the clears. Super Luke is in there. X-Win though, makes a play.
Purify on Stall Force. Using Dominator's Ascent. Super Luke brings him back into the Dominator's Ascent. Let's see if the snipe can help him or get him down. X-Win able to recall. He actually does have the immortality, Super Luke. Okay, doesn't go for it.
A lot of interesting first item here, Rashi. Cars opted to go for Dominance Eyes. X-Win going for Immortality. Sky Piercer for Eman. So a lot of utility and also different maneuvers. Meanwhile though,
winning it out. Good Divine Judgment. Super Ken. Helping him out now, going back to the human form. X-Win gonna be gunned down, losing immortality. Swaylo doesn't have the Bridge Glacier anymore, and Eman is just racking up the kills. He Conceal. Just trying to screen them, recalling in their faces. Finally a neutral objective to BTR as Matt is forced to recall in an awkward spot.
Oh, Super Ken spots way low. Threatens it. Still going for the objectives. It's a great combo here from Bigatron. Throw the kills right in front of Eman and let his damage do the rest. Look at that damage though, that snipe renders apathy right to the side of Matt. And if that happens in a team fight, that's where you can see Super Ken immediately hop on that possibility. The combo here from Bigatron covering multiple bases from the draft.
Yeah, and it's easier for the combo to land for BTR Alpha now that they have the whole map to their favor. At least 3/4 of the map, 2/3 of the map. Because in a battle of Jawhead and Kaja, I feel like the one that wins is the one who owns the bush first, and he is just everywhere, man.
Divine Judgment, Bennett's Rage, Cars, BPZ, Bridge Glacier, Swaylo used the flicker. Luke caught in the midst of it all right now.
Defended! Super Luke turns the fight around, and Eman just capitalizes on it. There's a reason there is a super in his name, because that is a super play. What a set, what an unfriended.
What an insane play with that. Immediately Rebellion confined to the base. 2 members down as Bigatron siege down the base using the Renner.
This time Dynamo Fended only really connecting onto the minions there.
Sniped inside of his base. Nowhere is safe. Not against Eman, the Red Raider. There's a reason Beatrix is his most picked hero throughout his career, man. He is now 8-1-1 as a Beatrix, a hero, a gold laner that's not really in the meta compared to the other gold laner. He made it work, and that is also the courtesy of the El Momento 009 just serving all the dishes. Dropping dimes for BTR.
No, not like this, Matt, no! Flicker Divine Judgment, despite the flicker response from Matt, he gets dragged back into the grenades.
That's a statement, man. That's personal coming in from Bigatron. How are Rebellion supposed to dare and try and deal with this? Even if Cars starts the front line, they kind of lose out. Now it's the exact opposite situation. Whenever Rebellion wants to walk up, nobody can really tank up the damage coming in from Eman. As we take a look at the replay right here.
Oh man.
But the fight is still happening on the bottom side. Cars getting bursted down. Swaylo baited out, getting baited to use the Bridge Glacier as Super Luke. Even without the Queen's Rings, by the way, not completed just yet, survives. Look at this. Hang on a minute.
Man, that was unfortunate. I think Swaylo actually. Oh wait, what happened to Luke?
They're taken out.
Oh my God,
Eman! What a shot! Severe's passion now. Used up Ryota forced back. You can't stand anywhere near Eman, and what is near anymore? That was far.
Eman shot that one from Yucatan, man. Oh my goodness gracious, the combo, everything is landing for this guy. Gotta watch out for the Renner from now on, even though if you're a frontliner like a Cars.
Oh man. Oh man, Cars might be next to the top. They block him on! The Red Raider continues to raid inside of the base. It does not matter.
Ooh, Joy Low is just like a play though.
Oh no, that's not the right angle to go for now. Gonna check her over to keep it again, and Maz is gonna be free, hitting every single member down. That's a double kill for Iman. That's a triple kill for Iman. Making a maniac and a savage with the 2 snipes he got earlier. BTR 11 minutes.
Wow. They are definitely offended by what Rebellion brings to the table in game number 2. And they definitely gave them that understanding, kasih paham, in this game number 3. 10 minutes in game number 1, 11 in game number 3. Talk about damage control after what happened in the middle of the match.
Talk about flipping the script from being the hunted to being the hunter, the raider. All the way from level 2, from level 3. The Beatrix pick out of nowhere, man. Coach Wura, bang, bang, just found a winning combination. They didn't even push the Lord in that final sequence. They just stood there and took pot shots at the members of Rebellion, and they could do nothing but take it.
I mean, you don't really need the Lord when you can have someone that can hit it. From the Philippines, man. He shot that one from Manila, and it landed.
Manila?
Yeah. To the members of Rebellion Esports, let's take a look at it once again. This is Cars, though. This is the frontliner, a hero that supposedly have a passive of damage reduction, and against a sky-piercing Eman. What can you do?
He got two snipes before this, right? Like he got one on Sway Low and then he got one on the Turizla, and then he got a triple kill here. So it's like, gee, man, calm down, brother. We know you're good.
Yeah, let's see how good they are though on the stage with the winners in view with Bude Clara Monster.
Paham.
Paham. Apa yang harus kita pahami dari game tadi dan match tadi?
Cuma ada satu kata yang bisa menjelaskan match tadi. Paham.
Paham semuanya? Paham. Jujur, Bude agak bingung ya di sini. Tapi oke. Coba dong kasih kita paham dong. Kok BTR kuat banget?
Paham. Paham.
Paham.
Iya.
Oke, ya jelasin dong biar kita lebih paham lagi nih. Tadi menang tapi 2-1. Apa yang membuat kalian kesulitan di game kedua?
Lunox King Matt.
Lunox dari King Matt.
Respect.
Respect. Sehingga nggak nomor, jangan kasih Lunox berarti nih, notes.
Iya, jangan. Kita paham. Lunox King Matt, paham. Intinya paham.
Kita paham.
Kita paham.
Tapi mungkin yang paling paham Eman ya?
Eman kurang paham kayak makanya kalah. Ngomong.
Eman. How do you see the Lunox from Matt?
Jago banget.
Jago banget. Namun ini kayak, I announce what happened. What happened on the second game? It's one-sided game.
Karena si Matt pakai Lunox. Jago.
Oh.
Beneran jago dia. Lunox.
Jadi dari Lunoxnya ini?
Iya.
Okay. Lalu, what did you do guys for the third match? The last game. How you guys bounce back? What you guys notes?
Kita kasih mereka Harit. So, karena gua udah bosan pakai Harit.
So you request Beatrix. I don't want Harit. Are you happy with your Beatrix today?
Dikit.
Why dikit?
Ya, apa ya? Nggak jago Beatrix.
Nggak jago guys, nggak apa-apa. Kita masih nunggu, tapi benar banget kayak Hengki hari ini kamu melawan mantanmu juga. Kamu kembali dan kamu harus melawan mantanmu hari ini. Matt, di tim Rebellion hari ini nyaris saja kalian mendapatkan kekalahan. Dan pada akhirnya Rebellion lah yang gagal untuk memecahkan dari lustrik mereka. Bagaimana sih kamu menghadapi match hari ini?
Seru sih karena game 2 kita dikasih paham kan, jadinya game 3 kita mencoba buat improve lah, buat menangin game 3.
Oke, dan kalau kemenangan game ketiga itu kamu main mata sama Luke. Bagaimana tadi itu game ketiga? Apa yang kalian rencanakan di game ketiga?
Katanya Hengki kena mental sama X-Win.
Oh.
Grogi dia Bude.
Benar juga.
Dia grogi lawan X-Win katanya.
Nervous.
Tapi X-Win, dia kan memang player baru. Kenapa tuh sampai nervous, gemetar, keringat dingin gitu hari ini, Ki?
Karena dia jago, jadinya aku nervous aja.
Wow. Apakah dia berbeda dari rom-rom yang lain?
Berbeda sih, sering-seringin aja. Kasih jam terbang buat X-Win.
Wow, menjadi notes tentunya ya. Jadi X-Win punya potensi menurut Ki.
Punya potensi, gede potensinya.
Gede potensinya, tapi kamu hari ini langsung lawan X-Win bukan Audi. Apakah kamu menyadari bahwa wow ini akan lawannya X-Win bukan Audi?
Nggak tahu sih siapa aja yang main, kita ready maksudnya.
Ready untuk semuanya. Namun Luke, bagaimana Luke? Hari ini kayaknya up and down. Luke sendiri gimana?
Nikmatin aja sih prosesnya.
Nikmatin proses. Hari ini mulus untuk Luke? Mulus, tapi besok banget nih akan melawan Fnatic Onyx yang mana EXP lainnya juga berubah. Bagaimana kamu harus menghadapi Fnatic Onyx?
XP lane-nya adik dia Bude. XP lane-nya adik dia mirip nih.
Mirip Albert juga berarti ya kamu. Bertiga. Tapi yes, bagaimana Luke?
Jago sih,
Dede?
tadi aku nonton dia jago. Ya excited lah mau ketemu dia.
Excited untuk ketemu dia. Ada gak sih yang kamu notes? Wah dia jago karena bisa bla 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 bla. Ada gak kayak gitu? Apa yang spesial?
Jago aja sih kayaknya, gak tahu.
Main aman ya, bilang jago aja. Tapi untuk melawan Fnatic Onyx yang kali ini, apa kalian percaya diri?
Percaya diri lah pasti.
Percaya diri pastinya. Dan kalau ngebahas tentang Fnatic Onyx pasti Super Ken. Dikasih 2 langsung tuh. Super Ken, hari ini cukup mulus, ada dukungan dari orang tua juga, masih berada di pucuk. Untuk bertahan di pucuk dari Super Ken sendiri, motivasi terbesarnya tuh datang dari mana Super Ken?
Dari orang-orang terdekat sama terutamanya dari keluarga sama tim juga.
Sama tim, kalian apakah sepakat guys kita jangan sampai turun, kita ayo upper bracket gitu kah?
Ya biar makin latihan terus makin jago terus.
Latihan terus, jago terus, dan menunggu untuk minggu ini melawan Fnatic Onyx. Ini ada yang mau ngasih sesuatu nggak sih? Kasih satu kata gitu, Moreno. Buat besok, untuk Fnatic Onyx.
Bigetron sudah paham. Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun. Bude bakal video dulu deh. Ayo sampein langsung, Bude mau kirimin langsung nih ke Fnatic Onyx ya. Ayo, Moreno,
Good luck
kasih.
Bang, good luck. Have fun buat buat Fnatic Onyx besok.
Good luck and have fun. Itulah dia dari tim Bigetron Alpha.
What you smiling at, Mirko?
Great interview, honestly. I like
That was fun.
Bigatron finally learning something from their past interviews, being too similar to Onyx.
They also learned something from game number 2 and finally, get the gas pedal going, man. Winning the game in game number 1 in 10 minutes, game number 3 in 11 minutes. So we have 3 one-sided games in a row in this match, something that we really didn't see coming before we saw this match. As you can see here, the highlight from the game earlier, some of the moments, and this is super offended Super Luke.
Yep, the Super Luke was anger. Surviving on the Ruby, making the plays happen. Wow, it's like both of these teams are so aggressive, especially, especially with the style they went for, right? With the high burst, high pickup strategy. Bigatron suffered a defeat earlier in game number 2. In game number 2, they're like, you wanna see damage? You wanna see burst? Bring out the Kaja, bring out the big guns, the Renner, and we can show you how it's done.
Whoa!
Hey, you don't shoot your own teammate, brother man.
What was that? That was some, you know.
Oh,
Friendly fire.
friendly fire. Only in the back rooms though, not in the Land of Dawn. Player of the match, Eman. Presented by the official tournament smartphone, man. Samsung Galaxy Z Flip and Z Fold 6. That was a crazy game on the Beatrix. He went for the weapon mastery as well, so you already know the damage is just getting up and up. Went for the thrill for the extra bits of damage. Assassin Emblem 2 for more penetration. Then with the Sky Piercer, then the BOD, then the Malefic Roar. It just goes from bad to worse for Rebellion. And even in the end, he still goes for the Has Claws just so he can just stick around and actually be a player in the DPS section. Let's look at the player of the match highlight here by our official sponsor UBS Gold. See the cars, tries to make the plays happen. And in the early game, it's a bit difficult, right? When your roamers aren't level 4, he was unable to go for a big Divine Judgment play. But even then still, Bigatron with the spacing, with the back and forth, was able to actually kind of equalize. All this considered though, this is where it begins, man. Divine Judgment into a Bandit's Rage, into a Nibiru's Passion. No bullet saved there for the artillery. And Ryota, we talked about his big outplay with the eye for an eye. Never again, says Bigatron. And from there, it's a downward spiral, man. Even Sway Low tries to adjust, tries to find ways to stop this, but they lack the damage there to go in for Super Luke. And they should have known, when you go for Luke, you better make sure he does not get back up, because he's gonna come back swinging. And afterwards, it's just a bullying game, man. X-Ray and Super Luke.
Oh, this is what happened off
Yeah.
cam.
Oh, yeah.
The replay.
Exactly it. And from there, don't need to push the Lord. Just stick around.
God.
Go for target practice. Just keep sniping him down one by one.
Yeah, this one is just way too late. He already racked up like 10 kills or so. And a snowballing Beatrix is something you don't want to see, man. That Has Claws can pretty much make you survive any kind of engage, and there is no engage to him whatsoever. I think at this point he could have gone for Heptasis. But we're gonna see here the golden moment, the combos, and what happened in that match.
Gua OTW kan. Lagi kan. OTW gua. Nice kan. Nice. Ayo boy, mau fight. Oh ya, tigil. Lihat. Lu ini boy. Geser dude. Fanny-nya retry lagi. Gua tahan skill 2 guys. Gua tahan skill 2. Valen. Kokop.
Kan lu freeze kan?
Iya, gua freeze. Lihat si gendut guys. Aman gua, aman.
BK.
Gua aja. Gas.
Target. Perang. Target Tigreal.
Habis Tigreal Ruby.
Gak kena ulti gua ya. Tigreal dulu ya. Nice.
Ruby flicker.
Man, yang jangan aja. Ayo siap.
Tarik.
Gua TW.
Aduh, udah. Flicker dia. Apa itu? Lihat si gendut guys. Lihat gua boy.
Aman dut.
Ini boy, dua boy. Nice dude. Thank you. Siapa nama kamu? Thank you. X-Win. Makasih X-Win. Makasih.
Yeah, you better thank Super Luke, man. You better thank Super Luke. All the Bigatron fans out there, thank Geekfam as well.
Oh, I'm thankful. I'm thankful all the way from the start, man. When we got Luke, it was... And not just Luke, remember, we got Wura as well. So, I mean, Bigatron and Geek Fam, we go way back.
But yeah, we're taking a look at the emblems and also the statistics of that game. Marashi, 11 minutes, 11:04. Before it was 10:02, 10:03, something like that. As you can see, in the turrets and also the item department, look at Eman. Compared to Matt, the counterpart, 4K gold deficit.
It's kind of ridiculous because we talked about how Rebellion can maybe simplify and streamline their efforts and how they want to approach this game. But Bigatron Alpha said, you know what? Let's go and go simple as well. We can't go wrong with simple, right? We can't go wrong going back to the basics. Get Key, the Kaja. This man knows how to find those pickoffs and get Eman the Beatrix. And from there, the rest of the team are kind of just like there on the side, like, okay, you good? You good? All right, we're good. Aside from that, it's just waiting for the next pull, waiting for the next burst of damage. Man, Bigatron Alpha clearly making a statement there. They got hit with a dominant game in game number 2. Game number 3, you want to show that that is a one-time thing, man. Nobody gets the better of Bigatron Alpha twice.
And once again, the rich guy, Eman, topping the chart. What?
Except Geek.
Yeah, for sure. Topping the chart is Eman. I mean, this guy, broke the barrier of 1,100 gold per minute. So really not a surprise at this point to see this guy over and over again as the carry and also the rich guy. Best wingman, though. This is kind of overshadowed, I guess, because he didn't even die once, Arashi. 0-0-12, pretty much the perfect game for a support. You know, he's serving dimes, he's serving the dishes to Eman. He wants that eating.
And there's just not a lot of ways for Rebellion to really find Key and focus him down. Whenever the fight really begins, either they let go and accept the fact that they just lost one member to the whole combo, or they dive in to try and get Eman, to try and get to Moreno and Superken. So Key, not really the tankiest of heroes on the Kaja, but because everyone else deserves so much more attention compared to just the quote-unquote roamer that has already used the big ultimate, allows him to be a lot more aggressive and to stick around. Even after the Divine Judgment is finished, has finished channeling, he just sticks around there and just does extra bits of damage. Great understanding of focus, of targeting. And that's exactly what they were talking about when they were in the comms, right? Yo, remember, targeting, bro, targeting. It's so important. It shows that they know the importance of it when they are the ones targeting, also understanding your opponent's targeting as well.
What happened to the M6 thing? Are you on board with M6 again?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, they've just proven
it. It takes that much, you know. It takes 11 minutes to change someone's mind. But
Nothing changes.
Oh, look, we got an audience highlight here. Not yet scored points. What does RBL need to do to achieve their first win? Thank you to at MYSKR. Quickly adjust the strategy again and set good targeting once more.
It's all about the targeting, huh?
I think that's Eman's thing in game number 3.
Yeah, I think that's why you need to try to replicate it, right? Like the targeting as well, and obviously the strategy, because we got a glimpse of what Rebellion can do. Game number 2, they can actually get a really, really good draft in. So if they can consistently get that with their players performing the way they did in game 2 as well, then hey man, Matt's on the Lunox. Even Eman was like, yo, this guy's good. He's really good on the Lunox.
I was giving him props there in the interview. Like, for real. I ain't kidding. This guy's actually good, right? Which is why we made sure that we put him on the Harith, right? It's all planned. Showing again, right? It's not just about banning and prio picking. It's also about just mind gaming, right? Hey, this is a juicy hero right here. Do you want to pick it up or do you want to go with something a bit more unusual, even though it might benefit you? And right now, with the pursuit of consistency, the pursuit of improvement, a lot of people will go for the safe option, right? Teams like Bigatron right here, then maybe in a way has the luxury of experimenting, of bringing out a crazy draft, crazy hero, or even having the guts to just bring in a hero that's not in the meta right here. I think these are the teams that are really scary because you never know when's the next play.
Let's see though, with the losers interview of Rebellion Esports with Bude Clara Mongstar.
Bersama dengan Matt. Aduh Matt, akhirnya ya kita bisa ngobrol. Sayang sekali bukan di atas panggung, namun di sini. Ini, aduh, 3 minggu plus hari pertama minggu yang keempat. Masih gagal ngedapetin match. Apa yang terjadi dengan Rebellion, Matt? What happened?
Kalau masalah sih paling masalah nggak ada sih, emang kitanya aja mainnya emang semua lagi kurang aja sih.
Permainan kurang, latihannya harus lebih banyak kah atau kalau dari Bude baca-baca chemistry-nya kurang nih, banyak yang ngomong kayak gitu.
Bukan ini MATT. Salah.
Kalau MATT itu lagi jadi favorit banyak orang.
Favorit kali.
Favorit serius. Tapi ya kan chemistry dari tiap timnya terlihat nggak satu suara. Bagaimana kamu melihat hal itu? Udah satu suara, chemistry sudah dapat?
Belum sih.
Chemistry masih on progress?
Iya.
Lalu, habis itu apalagi nih? Kayak kita ngelihat hari ini kok nggak ada Moskovnya Matt. MATT, Moskovnya kemana?
Kayaknya tim trauma sih sama Moskov aku. Tim aku trauma sama Moskov.
Jadi ngasih ke Eman. Tapi enggak sih. Kita ngelihat bahwa full hero Matt banyak kan sebenarnya?
Sebenarnya lebih ikut aja sih. Coachnya mau main apa, aku tinggal main aja.
Selalu siap, Matt?
Siap.
Ya. Sekarang kan ini lumayan berat ya untuk kalian sampai minggu ini. Awal minggu tapi kalian melawan The Giant. Dari tim Bigatron sendiri. Kalian udah bisa nyuri poin tadi di game kedua. Apa Apa itu yang kalian lakukan di game kedua?
Hoki kan?
Hoki Bude? Hoki Bude?
Ya, hoki.
Enggak. Semua orang bilang kamu jago, Matt. Banyak banget, bahkan Eman mengakui, Lunox, Matt, jago sekali. Apakah kamu akan menggunakan Lunox terus kuncinya?
Enggak, tadi game 2 tim aku aja sih yang jago. Aku main-main aja sih.
Timmu jago.
Iya.
Nah, di game kedua itu apa yang kalian lakukan tuh?
Mungkin lebih lepas aja sih, karena ada player baru juga kan, satu orang. Mungkin game 1 masih grogi, game 2 lebih lepas aja sih semua.
Bermain lepas.
Iya.
Jadi kadang mungkin bisa dibilang di game-game lainnya kalian mainnya tuh nggak lepas.
Mungkin sama emang sampai sekarang juga emang masih kurang sih kita mainnya. Jadi harus lebih improve aja.
Harus lebih improve.
Iya.
Playoff. Slotnya cuma 6, ada 9 tim. Untuk keadaan tim masih pastinya pengen dong.
Iya, betul.
Masih berusaha dong.
Iya.
Nextnya akan melawan tim EVOS.
Iya.
2 biru bertemu. Keadaannya lagi sama-sama tertatih-tatih. Bagaimana kalian mempersiapkan diri untuk menjadi lebih baik daripada EVOS untuk next match-nya?
Kalau buat persiapan sih paling pastinya setiap kita kalah kita pasti persiapan kita lebih buat ke depannya sih. Cuman kalau buat itu persiapan mungkin coach yang atur.
Coach yang atur?
Iya.
Berbenah diri sudah?
Iya.
Tiap minggunya bisa dibilang. Tapi dari Matt sendiri, apa yang Matt lakukan untuk diri sendiri, Matt?
Lebih pede aja sih sama diri sendiri. Coba lebih main lepas aja lah.
Bermain lepas untuk Matt dan terus percaya diri. Namun kan kita tahu sendiri ya, sekarang di MPL tuh banyak banget regenerasi, perubahan. Kamu gimana sih ngeliat mungkin tim-tim lain gitu? Mungkin apa kalian merasa bahwa, wah ini timku sebenarnya udah cukup kuat, tapi tim-tim lain juga kuat banget. Atau bagaimana Matt kamu ngeliat dari kompetitifnya tim-tim MPL?
Bagus sih, kayak banyak banget player dari MDL yang naik kayak langsung perform juga. Terus kalau dibilang agak tim lain dibanding tim kita, mungkin emang tim lain lebih kuat, cuman kita ngestak atau enggak bisa dibilang lagi lebih menurun aja sih.
Menurun, tapi kita menantikan kalian untuk naik atas. Matt, banyak banget nih yang di sini menyerukan nama MATT. Nah, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih untuk semuanya nih yang ngedukung kamu juga dari Rebel Squad dan mungkin dari super fans yang menyerukan nama MATT di mana-mana?
Buat yang dukung, makasih banyak udah dukung aku sampai sekarang. Sorry juga belum bisa kasih menang. Terus buat yang hujat ya nggak apa-apa sih. Nggak gimana peduli juga.
Jadi motivasi.
Jadi motivasi ya.
Jadi motivasi, tapi good luck Matt untuk memecahkan lustriknya. Kita akan bersama-sama untuk menyerukan MATT. Kessel, back to you. MATT. Kessel.
MATT. 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 The Indonesia is doing it with us.
We're doing it together with
the connection.
We're doing it together with the Indo desk over here.
We know the drill. We
got the sync together with the Indo desk. I don't know if you guys can hear from the speakers there, but hey, we're doing the same thing. MATT. Let's hope he gains confidence as well, because obviously the first 5 losses has hit him real hard, right? I mean, most people have been blaming him. It's not entirely been his fault. It's the whole team's fault. He said it in the interview as well. And because maybe he's lost so much confidence in game number 2, he was asked, what happened? You were good. Everybody was saying like you were good. And he said, nah, my team just played well. He tried to discredit himself. Man, Matt, wake up, buddy. You were good in game 2. Come on.
Okay, but right now we're going to take a look at the Kiria play of the Teirashi. Hayabusa Albert with that 1v3 display, or 1v4 at this point. Look at that.
Shadow
glimpse of RQ's Albert, I guess.
Yep. Getting 2, and afterwards getting the 1 here on that match with Dewa, and it was a very intense moment, honestly. So I think it's quite deserving if you're talking about the play of the day.
Easily. I think, the first time I laid eyes on the play itself, it's always, this is play of the day for sure.
Yeah.
Nothing's gonna stop this. And that is Albert winning it out for Fnatic Onyx, but we're gonna segue ourselves to Rebellion Esports and Pikachu once again. And I'm gonna be honest with you, if I were Rebel Squad, I would be, in MPL Arena right now. I would go out of MPL Arena with my head held high.
Yeah.
Because I know that there is hope in this team. We just beat Pikachu Alpha, the #1 in standings, quite convincingly in game number 2. That means we belong in this league.
I mean, I think it's just the optics, right? People try and go and see the regular season here for Week 4 Day 1, presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6, and they see Rebellion Esports on the bottom, 0 wins, and they're like, oh, this team's done for. And no, right? We've seen teams come back from long lose streaks before, so never give up hope, man. All the way till the end. Who's to say that Rebellion can't find a winning formula, and maybe this win against Bigatron kind of made something click. Like we talked about how Matt, maybe on a more irregular hero, irregular gold lane can work. He did say though, again, that he didn't do much in that game too, so I guess it wasn't all that. If we take his words at face value, I guess he can do a lot better next time.
I think we'll have to see here as well in the standings. Just the net game win, despite Bigatron being 2 matches ahead of Araki Hoshi. Araki Hoshi are only 1 game behind of BTR. So they win their next 2 matches 2-0. They're going to have that advantage over BTR. And hey, it was good for RQ.
Oh boy, look at that. Saturday's matchup here. TLID versus GeekFam. I gotta be honest with you, this is dangerous for GeekFam. As a GeekFam fan myself, the presence of Fabian itself just scares me to death. Meanwhile, match of the day. Fnatic Onic versus Bigatron Alpha, the true test for Fnatic Onic. Are they back? Are they not? This is the test against the robots.
the key?
Yep, maybe. And in game number 3, the old school Rex Regum Kaon versus Alter Ego. If this is season 6, then oh man.
Interesting matches. All 3 of them tomorrow, man. That's crazy.
As crazy as you going to MPL Indonesia Arena itself. You can buy it in MPL Indonesia website here from 9th of August to 6th of October. Use the GoPay app itself to use 10% or to get 10% discount, and also 10k GoPay coins cashback. The quota is limited, so what are you waiting for?
Go ahead, check it out right now.
I think tomorrow's already sold out, right?
I think so. For the Fnatic Onic versus BTR match, it is sold out. But hey, you guys can go get some matches for Sunday or even the next few weeks.
I have a solution though.
All right.
You don't get it as soon as possible, okay? You need the prime internet, the #1, the tier 1 internet in IndyHome. Don't let your rank drop just because of lag or miss out on MPL Indonesia tickets. Experience gaming with fast and stable connections from IndyHome Paket G2 #1 for the low price of 375k rupiah. You get 100 megabyte per second.
Oh man, for 375,000 IDR, that is a good deal. You guys should go.
That's a steal.
That is a steal deal. TSL.id/nacional if you guys want to check it out, or you guys can just subscribe on My Telkomsel, the app that you can find in any of the stores.
As easy as that.
And just like that, you can get this great internet, and even if you don't get the tickets, right, then you can actually watch it without interruptions. Okay? Can you imagine? Oh, teammates breaking out, and then you start buffering. Like, oh, dude, no way.
Can't relate, man.
And imagine having to settle for 36p for 80p. Nah, IndyHome ain't all that.
No.
IndyHome is not, it's not about that.
Yeah, exactly. It's not about that. And definitely, if you guys want to add more value to your life, you already have the tickets for MPLID. You have, obviously, the great connection to watch MPLID. Go ahead and download GoPay, because you guys out there, I know sometimes as a gamer, it could get a little bit expensive. This is an expensive hobby we got, so might as well get more value with it. Whenever you make these purchases, whether it be, whatever you want to buy online or in-game items, you guys can get a cashback worth up to a lot of GoPay coins. There are a lot of promos as well that you guys can check out, because we have a specific promo happening in MPL Indonesia.
Yeah, for all of you guys that's attending the match itself in MPL Arena, you can join the activity to play a brawl match with pro players. Imagine playing brawl with Lemon. It's super easy. Download and register the GoPay app on your phone. Then head straight to the GoPay booth at the MPL Arena. Participate in the lucky draw for a chance to win a golden ticket. That will get you to play a brawl match with pro players. This activity will take place every even week of MPL Indonesia Season 14.
All right.
What's even, Arashi?
It's the opposite of odd.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like, the 2, 4, 6.
Yeah. So why did you mention Lemon there, Sheffield?
Yeah.
Just curious.
Well, because Lemon won't actually be there. It's active players.
Oh, you're right.
But what did Lemon come to your mind? Is it because he's kind of hype?
Well, he's got really good drip with the Erigo stuff we have here.
Oh, Lemon on Erigo. Wow. That's very, very cool. The best merch in the business. You can see there. I already repeated it over and over again. I really like just the simple
me too.
black tee on the left. And also, look at the print on the right. That looks sick as hell.
It's very detailed, by the way.
It's a dragon, right?
We've seen it. We've seen
That's
it.
the bottom. That's the bottom that we have, you know, on
Exactly.
stage everywhere. You know, those
These things,
These right here. There you go, wherever you go. And while you're already, you know, dripping out in your new fit, get some new glasses while you're at it. You guys got to see yourself in the mirror, you know, and sometimes it does get hard, especially with eyes like these and eyes like those and eyes like the man in the middle here. But Sheffin, he's always struggled to find good glasses. He always looks like a nerd whenever he wears the glasses. I'll tell you what, Saturdays, you look like a Chad even with glasses.
Will I pull women?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, why not?
Wow.
That's why Saturdays is here to help you, Sheffin.
Yeah.
It can be CITB every day.
This eyewear is the secret weapon and also the sacred
really secret
weapon
anymore.
for
We've told
dominating the battlefield. Available at www.saturdays.com and all Saturday stores. Stay up to date by following our social media at saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram and also TikTok. We have something new coming in for season 14. That's why I didn't bring my glasses because I knew that Saturdays got me.
Exactly, man. All you need to do is, you know, check out the website or me and Arashi, actually, we were out the other day in a mall and we saw the Saturday store. We just decided to go in, you know, look around the glasses. And if you guys want to check out some in-game activities too, you guys can get the free skin with the Youth Fair, exciting events. With a sneak peek, you guys can get the Sylvana painted skin, Classroom Glam.
Oh, Sylvana. Are you a Sylvana user, Rashi? Sylvana mid lane?
On occasion, not mid lane though. I think more on EXP.
Oh.
You get that skin, right? And an animated avatar border, a battle emote, and much more, man. All for free.
Free?
It's all about
free
just
charge?
Exactly. Getting in the game,
No charge?
playing it out, and get the
No money
rewards.
sent over?
None.
No transaction?
I know you're eager to use GoPay, Mirko, but no, not necessary. Mobile just got us, bro.
Yep, they really got us, man, because all the events that's in the game right now, epic skins for free. We're entering phase number 4.
Game of the year.
Phase number 4, and also collector skin for free.
Mobile esports game of the year.
Enough said, bro.
Yeah. We're celebrating our 10th anniversary to 4 Muton games. You can log in now and get epic skins for free, including Nana, Mecha Baby, and also Moskov Blood Spear. If you're gonna be like Matt, playing Moskov in MPL, use that skin.
Throw those spears.
It's gonna enhance your skills. And Arashi, you're a mid lane user. Do you use Nana?
I am still a mid lane user.
Do you like Nana?
Yes, and I have that skin as well. The Mecha Baby Nana skin. Been great. You can also unlock a collector skin for free, by the way, Shevin. Like you were talking about earlier. Definitely don't miss out on that. It's a free collector skin. Think about that, right? And on top of that, from the 16th, free trials for all heroes and 125 skins will also be available, including 25 exclusive epic skins. It's just right there for the taking.
Just tap it right now, man. What are you guys waiting for? Check it out. Or as my friend likes to say, check it out.
Check it out.
Who's that?
You'll never know.
Okay. I'll never know, I guess. But yeah,
Check it
that
out.
is
Check
the
it
events
out,
that's
Shivin.
available in Mobile Legends currently. And if you're, if you're like me, I'm definitely logging into the game and also getting all the skins for free because I am a skin hunter, man. I love the skins. I love all skins.
I see.
Any color.
Okay. Okay.
Any variants.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for making that known, Shevin. That's definitely great news for a lot of people.
Sorry, I just need to, play around with my Samsung Z Flip real quick just to flex on you dudes. If you guys don't have it still.
Whoa, wait. It's gonna be broken. Wait, it's not?
No.
Wow.
You can fold it. It's a great phone for like us casters because technically you can do this.
Oh,
what is that for?
You're downloading
For
Mobile
all of
Legends
us fluent in
Adventure.
Japanese.
Oh.
Shout out Lafel too.
Shout outs to Lafel, who's very fluent in Japanese.
Love you, bro.
Well, we got upcoming match here for Bigtron Alpha, obviously. As we said earlier, Fnatic Onyx versus BTR.
And then that's it. These are the only matches left for the first leg. So after these 2 matches, we are done for the first leg. And then I guess we're going to have to see who becomes the half-season champion. Will it be BTR? Will it be RRQ? Or will Fnatic Onyx surprise us with a comeback in their matches?
For all of you out there that, that's very excited to be the half-season champion. Maybe you're a fan of Geek Fam, and then they become half-season champion. you don't have to be so, excited just yet because the season is still going on
a long season.
and we saw some teams, I'm not gonna name the teams, fall into the second leg or second half of the season and actually didn't make the playoffs. And now we have upcoming match here for Rebellion Esports against EVOS, the Battle of the Blues, and also against Geek Fam and Alter Ego.
Yeah.
EVOS
Alter Ego, I feel like for these matches, okay, but then Geek Fam, that's definitely a tough matchup for Rebellion here. I think I'm personally looking forward to Rebellion Alter Ego. That's the match to pay attention to.
Why is that?
I like both those teams.
Oh, interesting. How about you, Rashi?
Rebellion EVOS will be cool. It's the, what do we call it?
Blue Derby?
The Blue Derby, not the Beast Derby. There's another term for it that I think Goni coined as well. But yeah, I feel like there's quite the rivalry between both these teams, right, technically. So I think I'm looking forward to that. I think it's going to be pretty close, pretty intense.
Oh, for sure. Because both teams right now, they're on the bottom of the standings. EVOS only one match win throughout the season so far. So they're still looking for W's, man, because this is an MPL Indonesia Season 14. Only 6 teams will manage to get to the playoffs out of all 9 teams. So it is going to be a very tough battle for all the teams that's in the red zone currently. That is, I believe, Alter Ego, EVOS, and also Rebellion Esports. Now, what's going to be the adjustment for those teams? We'll see against those teams.
Only time will tell, honestly. I feel like they can get a hint, an inkling of what can work, but at the end of the day, they got to go back to the drawing board, right? And kind of talk amongst each other, like at least get on the same page, right? What do we want to do here? Which direction do we want to go? Because whatever direction they do go, it has to be together, man. It's a team game.
It's all about having the vision, having the call, and then making that decision together. And we'll see that with the 3 matches that are absolutely fantastic tomorrow.
So yeah, if you're looking forward for Mobile Legends Esports action more and more in MPL Indonesia Season 14, stay tuned for tomorrow's stream. So you can go anywhere, technically. Thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow.
Untuk tim Rebellion dan menandakan bahwa tim Bigetron mereka masih sangat kuat dan menduduki posisi teratas, posisi pucuk yang dingin dan sungguh memukau. Kita juga melihat di match pertama dengan ada Fnatic Onyx yang mereka mengganti player mereka. Adanya regenerasi terjadi lagi. Mereka masih bisa membawa kemenangan untuk timnya. 2-1 Dewa sudah memberikan yang terbaik. Nyaris saja menjadi match mereka. Namun apa daya di tangan Fnatic Onyx tidak bisa. Dan hari ini memang telah usai dengan 2-1 semua. Esok hari di malam minggu, malam yang panjang. Akan ada 3 match yang menemani kita semua. Bersama-sama kita akan saksikan ada match of the day dengan adanya tim-tim yang benar-benar lagi solid-solidnya. Ditambah pula The Giants pun hadir untuk berhadapan satu sama lain. Kita akan saksikan seperti apa tim-tim untuk berkembang dan berprestasi di minggu yang keempat. Namun minggu keempat ini tentu begitu meriah dengan dukungan semua super fans dan juga tentunya karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton, presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold, dan juga Official Destination for Gaming and Esports, Kidia. Dan juga kita punya partner in esports. Ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Beserta dengan supplier ada Erigo dan juga Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Ditambah pula semua tim, 9 tim akan beradu. Mereka benar-benar mendukung satu sama lain, memberikan yang terbaik, positive vibes. Tetap terasa di belakang panggung, namun di panggung MPL semuanya membara. Akan seperti apa minggu ini dan akankah klasemen bergeser? Kita akan nantikan di hari yang kedua di MPL Indonesia Season 14. We own this!
tertinggi. Ku takkan